我不知道我应该用中文跟你说的更多，还是英文更多一些？
英文。我中国我听不懂。
OK。
你跟他说呀，他说话能不能就是 slow 一点，就是我能猜出大概他在说什么，说太快了我听都听不明白。
OK，I'll try。Spider 怎么样？有压力吗？今天你英文会多少？
不怎么会，但是我可以根据当时的地点来翻译。
欢迎大家来到本期捷杯选手在上海的农号捷杯的现场。
Let's go.
Hello， 大家好，我是来自贵州优良的麦克。
Hello everyone, I'm Lexan from Hungary. I'm a college student and I'm really looking forward to J-Cup.
Hi everyone, I'm OLF, Lee Polaris.
大家好，我是 WG Spider。
Hi everyone, I'm Hypernova from North America.
Hello， 大家好，我是永捷无间赛事官方主持亚哥。那首先我先给大家介绍一下，那今天呢我穿的也是一个明制的汉服，因为明制汉服上承周汉，下启唐宋，也是代表了我们的中华文化源远流长。欢迎各位选手来到上海，来到中国，来到捷杯。听说，小蜘蛛是不是先卷起来了？先准备了礼物，对不对 ？Spider prepared the present for you.
Spider-Man.
Wow, guess what is it?
谢谢。
Let's guess.
这京剧吗？
Chinese traditional mask.
Panther and Spider-Man, right? 这是复仇者联盟吧？你们俩今天是？为什么今天给我们 Nova 准备了这样的礼物呢？
因为比较有特色吧，我觉得。
I kind of do like Black Panther a lot. I like the mask. I think it's a nice gift.
You can have a handshake together because the first present is your first time come to China.
Yeah, it is. I'm really impressed by the country. It's awesome.
Actually, I was impressed by this view. So beautiful and awesome.
Awesome.
I'd like to travel across the river.
Because we will have the different mission today in Shanghai and have the different journey. Are you ready?
Yes, couldn't be more.
游戏规则是小蜘蛛麦克和雅各作为捷杯导游，与海普诺瓦雷克斯和北极星分别组成3个小队。你们将依次出发，在上海感受中国文化里的吃喝玩乐。所有人必须在2小时内完成任务，并全往最终决赛前。首个到达决赛圈的小队赢得神秘奖品，并且在这次旅途中，请所有人为你在这次捷杯中最想数落起来的一份选手买一份专属于他的伴手礼。
那我们有请 Mike 给我们的选手们一起翻译一
下。Spider, Mike and Yager will be 导游怎么说啊？
如果今天有哪个小组没有完成任务，需要 cos 水娘、火男或者是哈迪、手庙等等，在小组赛结束之后兑现。谁 cos 水娘？你们俩准备一下吧，我肯定会赢的今天。
我为了不 cos， 我会尽力的。
你呢？水娘？
我包不 cos 的呀。
Let's make it fun. Let's cosplay. I'm looking at you, Nova. You cannot get out of this.
I didn't sign up for this.
请随机选择你们今天出行方式。Yeah. Okay, prepared and 3, 2, 1.
交通卡支付，你是吧？
快捷支付。
What is our 现金 is the cash. We use the cash.
交通卡是什么？
你也不知道对吧？交给我这个上海人行不行？怎么样？我们 exchange. What about exchange? Because I'm more familiar with the transfer in Shanghai.
No.
Why not? I'm helping you. I'm helping. Yeah, he doesn't like cash. I don't know why. Maybe because the online payment is too convenient for him. 接下来就要准备进入我们下一趴去完成各自的任务了。大家准备好了没？3, 2, 1，农行这边。
We go 南京 road， 然后 I 教你说 speak Chinese， 然后就不知道了。我们 WeChat 交流 ，OK？
Okay.
我准备用微信的翻译打字交流。
Where do we go?
我们要等一下啊，我教你。
Oh, okay.
You listen to me. 得了灰指甲。
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 没有。得了 灰，
德勒灰
指甲，
指甲
指甲。
指甲。
我们坐 car taxi。Do you want to eat something?
I would like to eat dim sum.
有
And you know what is the 上海三件套
Well,
？Yeah,
I don't
so
know.
上海三件套 which is the 东方明珠 that one is 东方明珠 and 经贸大厦 and the 上海中心。I think our mission is really easy because you see there's the symbol of Shanghai and we can take the photo together. And then we can have the rest and we will win the game today. Yeah, it's really easy. Let's go. We are the champion.
We are the champion.
Yeah, we are the champion. Okay, let's go. One screenshot. Okay, our mission complete. 我们完成了已经。对啊，我们好简单。
非常抱歉的通知你，任务失败。
啊？为什么？
我们打卡的角度是不一样的，我们必须要过江边，到达三件套就好。
哦，我知道了，就是网上现在很火的那个上海三件套打卡。We are the champion.
We are the champion.
OK， 我想的太简单了。
太累了。
请前往城隍庙并品尝名为西客肠掐汤的著名小吃。我们是现金打车吧？哎呦，那有点难，得找 taxi 啊。If we will to find the taxi, how people?
Okay, okay.
We will go 城隍庙to eat some Chinese
Okay,
delicious
nice.
food.
Awesome.
哎，师傅，见人不？师傅去城隍庙走不走？城隍庙不走啊？哦，有人叫是吧？好。He has people. Yeah. 他有人叫的时候，我们得找人，赶紧不好找车啊。They'll have a lot of taxi. We can find.
Okay, hello y'all. Mike is gonna take me to some cool Chinese restaurant, and right now we are waiting for the taxi that is gonna take us there. Honestly, I'm really looking forward to it because I really didn't have any good Chinese food ever. Like basically never.
他不理我。
No, we had a taxi
他不理
there.
我。城隍庙，走 ，go go go go。
Okay, nice. So we're gonna go to Shanghai, eat some nice food, and also hopefully try a bunch of new things that I haven't done before. And this city is totally freaking awesome. Out?
This is 城隍庙。
So we go out? Yeah.
说你们的目的地是南京路步行街。
德勒花家境。
得了灰指甲。
德勒灰指甲。Is that it? 德勒花家境。
哦，得了灰指甲。
哦，德勒灰指甲。
哎耶。
OK。
我们可不可以让？我会让师傅对一下。师傅，我让他跟你说句话，你能说出就下一句吗？就是 listen to me， 马什么梅？马什么梅？
马什么梅？
东北样子。
OK， 谢谢你师傅，已经完成一个了，还差2个。
为什么我们不坐渡轮过去 ？What about use the ship? And you see, use the car. When we use the car, we have the different way. Yeah, transportation. 那你们知道吗？他们都以为拿了交通卡，我们最不划算了。其实上海的交通卡，不管是你坐公交、地铁还是渡轮，它都可以用。我这笔账算的真是真清楚。您好，我们要坐船的话怎么做？
要停车买车。
这个可以用是不是？
要翻译。
哇哦 ，unique experience。 think we'll arrive.
Yeah.
是不是很快？快夸我！超棒，是不是？我们在这里拍吗？
可以吗
OK， 我们尝试一下，拿一下相机，我们可以。哦，这样子，这样会不会显脸大 ？You can 3, 2, 1 screenshot。是不是成功了？成功，耶！那我们去下一个地点吧。那我们接下来就去下一个地点啊，走吧。
走。
OK。Are you afraid? Because Shanghai Center is the highest tower in Shanghai.
Afraid, maybe a little bit, but not much.
Okay.
I think I can handle.
现在这么愉快，准备要去上海中心去观光浏览的时候，哎，不知道 Spider 和 Nova 两个社恐啊，有没有找到人完成他们的任务？来，让我们镜头给到他们。
We go
here.
感觉前面繁华一点，往前面走一走。Do you want to eat 吗
Yeah. Let's go.
OK
I
OK，
can get one.
直接 give me 就好了。OK。OK。
Yes. Okay.
OK。OK。南京路往哪里走呢？哪里是南京路呢？迷路了，兄弟。这个领花钱是吧？就 go there。应该就是这里了。哎，不对，是这里。哎，找到啦，找到啦。This is Nanjing Road.
This is Nanjing Road.
Yeah. 就在这里，随便找2个人问一下，他好尴尬呀。
我手都这么
Yeah, okay, you didn't walk. No walk.
我是。可以。
他是什么？
他是那个一个外太训的一个选手，就体验一下这边的这个当地特色。
要不你也去？
Oh wait, okay, my bad. Sorry.
哎，这个什么，这个细壳肠藕肠是不是那种藕汤啊？
Right.
哎，你好，叔，你是上海人吗？
我不是
那你们这有上海人吗？
上海人，
没有吗？
Do I need
我要
like
问你们
chopsticks?
这个什么细壳肠藕沙汤是什么东西？
这里啊，
啊，
狗砂糖，有
里面吗 ？OK， 谢谢你啊。Eat, I will ask this question.
From who? From me?
You can sit eat a minute some minutes.
Okay.
哇哦！但是我们赶上了日落，刚刚说要歇。
I have to do this.
好 amazing！ 导游上线了，我其实一眼进来就看到 ，No, that ancient building. You see that ancient building? Yeah, I think this is the 城隍庙，城隍 Temple。来，麦克和 Lexi。
有点难，感觉他们好像都疑惑住了。我拿了，然后去结账是吧 ？OK。 小笼包
接近。
接近了，汤包是汤包吗？够。汤包我们现在知道那在哪里买的？在哪里买？我大麦。可以吗？你声音小点，我有点紧张。
Oh my god！
大麦。
OK。
你今天拍节目吗？
对，我带那个外星人
切这个，可以
对，来体验一下。
一个
很开心，很开心。我一眼就看到你了，在那边。
这么夸张吗？
对的。
谢谢你，谢谢你。加油 ！OK， 加油，加油。汤包在哪里啊？
你给他拿，不用你。你给他拿，不用你。
那你们这个汤包是在哪里买的呀？这一家吗？哦，好，谢谢，谢谢，谢谢。蟹黄灌汤包，You want to eat？ 蟹黄灌汤包，我给你。
Okay, we can try one. I can try one.
等一下，等一下。拿2个蟹黄灌汤包，2份。
2个灌汤包。
对。好嘞。完了，我们没手了。走走走。
Oh, it's like crab, right?
It is crab.
Yeah, it's really good. I like it.
Whoa.
Careful with your shoes.
No. Whoa.
Wow, the shoes.
冷死了，冷死了。就是我们把那个米给拆出来了，然后我们也吃了，也吃完了。What do you say?
Dumpling with the crab and the soup was really delicious. I really didn't think you can put a soup into a dumpling, but apparently Chinese can make everything possible. So it was really delicious, and also I liked it a lot.
Next place is the Nanjing Lu walking street. I think it's this way. I can show you this one. This is the People's Square. Nanjing Road walking street can walk to the bund, so we can see the bund is there, and so 那一条就是南京路步行街。我已经看到 Spider 了，而且我已经看到 Spider 和 Nova 在被围追堵截，要签名的样子了。
这怎么问啊？去哪里找一个看起来比较友善的人呢？好尴尬呀！我操，我从未有过如此尴尬的时候。抠脚脚。哪里有友善的人？反正看起来并不友善。你好，能问你个问题吗？
呀。
就是我们就是问你一句话，然后你帮我回答下一句话。不要啊，好吧。被拒绝了，有点。你好，能帮个忙吗？就是我们问你一句话，你帮我答出下一句话。好。唉，又是被拒绝的一天。真的能完成吗 ？Come on, come on, Noah, come on。哎，问你们一个问题，你先别急啊，我先问你们一个，就是我说上句话，你们说下句话就行。
The screen would
那
black.
不是我说 ，Noah, come on, speak 马什么梅？
马什么梅
？OK， 谢谢你。然后我们换一个嘛，你说拉钩上吊。
拉钩上吊。
对，然后你说下一句。好，谢谢你们，完成了。
是的，我们在城隍庙那里遇到的。
已经给他逮到了 ，OK。我可以。好 ，NBPL 里的选手你最喜欢谁？
最喜欢你。
好好好。
因为他在这里。
你好现实啊。
实际上你最喜欢谁？
没事的，可以说。
麦克。
很感谢麦克的2个粉丝和麦克。
哎，谁第一个到的呀？今天？你们啊，这么厉害啊！
好的，恭喜麦克组成为天选之人。
Go！
哦！哇！恭喜！ Peter 今天对这个扇子有一个锐评啊。
我觉得扇子在单排中的表现是非常的亮眼，就是玩单排一定要玩扇子。
I also think it's a pretty strong weapon from up close, and it makes it really hard to actually close in on your opponent with that has a fan.
那分享完了，我们今天的礼物也分享完了扇子啊，哎，那比赛有输有赢，今天谁要去做 cosplay？
今天所有的组都按时完成了任务，所以没有输家。
没有输家节目有什么看点啊？那肯定要。
输家也是你啊？
为什么是我啊？
你最后来的呀。
但有个问题啊，他们作弊，他们用粉丝帮他们完成任务，对吧？是不是你得让他 cos 一下？
什么人物啊？
那是不是就碰巧路上碰到了嘛？那也没人打电话上来嘛。
Spider 怎么样？他们组花超了，他们预算花超了。
你不要挑拨这个挑拨那个了，我们要联合一心。
但是永杰爸爸的钱就不是钱了吗？
我都给他送了个新一会员管家了，加我微信了，你说是不是钱？
So I would like to know for the whole journey today. So how's your feeling about Mike?
And he's trying really hard to speak English with me, and I really appreciate the effort. Because next time I'm coming back, if I come back next year, I'll speak Chinese better so I can talk with him.
Yeah. Okay.
I feel like Spider's kind of like me. So yeah, like we're both pretty laid back, pretty chill, reserved, you know.
我觉得我们两个的性格确实是一样的，就是比较，就刚开始可能比较内向吧。如果10分的话，我就给自己打个5分吧，因为首先就是我对那个地方不是很熟，然后再就是可能有一些我想表达的意思表达不出去。
I would give him I give him maybe 9 out of 10.
My partner is very a open-minded person, so I think you make me feel comfortable, so I can like talk a lot.
Do you enjoy the journey as an esport player?
Oh yeah, it's really unique. I never had anything similar, so this is my first time, and I'm really amazed by how NARAKA staff also prepared everything for us, and also practicing against this, Chinese teams and everything. They are a lot more organized and a lot more passionate about the game.
Introduce your present and also introduce who you wanna give the present to.
Okay. So I decided to pick you. Actually,
Me?
yes. Actually.
Oh, it's so in Chinese Mandarin it's 发展. Wow. Thank you. Maybe I can put.
Maybe you can post that later.
Okay, you can put it here. Thank you.
啊，首先啊，文化遗产这个剪纸也是剪得非常像，来对比一下，
好帅啊！
非常像，也是10分相似，也是一个礼物，来。
10分有12分。
还有一个这个谋字啊，这个姓氏，当然把这个送给这位姓谋的选手，一个手镯，一个是个手，这个叫什么手链，然后也是希望他能加油，并且好好的，好吧？
对，那我今天准备了这样子的一个笔记本呢，上面是有一个漆器。 这个漆器啊，我觉得有一个比较遗憾的点，就是漆器的英文是 Japan， 但它其实是我们中国的一个非物质文化遗产。Yeah, so that's why I prepared this notebook and just as a gift to my teammate.
Oh,
Yeah.
you make me feel so bad.
Why?
I didn't buy
Don't
anything
be
for
that.
you.
Don't be that. Just give it to
Oh,
you,
thank
and
you.
it's
So
represent the Chinese
谢谢啊。
culture. And also, I would like to say, just enjoy the Chinese culture in the J Cup these days.
A scene from highest play in Shanghai.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's pretty cool, and it's like the sun is set. Yeah. So 就是麦克
Well, so why you give him this present?
because he's my idol, and
Oh.
now he's my opponent.
Thank you.
我准备的礼物是一个钥匙链，一个蜘蛛。对，我想让他就是把今天的美好一天也留作一个纪念。
My present was actually I got this one
Yeah.
because it was Spider-Man, and so I got this one for Spider.
Oh, I see.
So it's the same thing.
So,
That one's for Spider, and then I got this one for Wang Liang.
so anything you want to say to him, you can say to the camera, and he will watch this video.
I was very inspired by your performance in the last MEPL split, and I look forward to meeting you in person.
那好的，那今天呢，我们也一起体验了在中国的生活，体验了中华的传统文化，品尝了地地道道的上海小吃，一起去逛了最热闹的南京路步行街，也登上了上海之巅。希望这一天大家体验都是非常的完美。在这个围炉煮茶的温馨氛围当中，今天的节目呢也要落下帷幕了。大家亦敌亦友，但是冠军只有一个。说句狠话，
我会让他们早点回家。
我觉得其实有时候我们的差距你是看不清的，其实。
So I'll try my best to beat them.
Even if I cannot beat Spider in game, I'll try to beat him in a shuffle 1v1 because I remember his Douyin video.
I'm coming for you guys, so be prepared.
五节雄起，大家一定要关注28号永劫无间绝杯小组赛，让我们到时候再见啦！
We see the red flash actually getting whiffed from Alex H, but he doesn't whiff that parry. Samsey able to roll backwards to avoid any of the follow-up after the repulse, however, as we're going to see him still go down to the range distance that the staff was able to pick up onto him.
GG managing to take full advantage of the situation, but it looks as though they're turning their sights onto NTL immediately afterwards, but NTL is ready. They use that Viper ult, they're continuing to negate this pressure as well as they can, but it looks as though all three of them have just been caught up by this Tessa ultimate. It looks as though, oh, and a Dodo, he was so close to avoiding it. Try hard as well, getting taken down in the zone. It looks as though NTL is sent back to the lobby, and there it is! He is pretty low. He's been forced to use that Yoto Hime ultimate, but it doesn't seem to matter for BBE. They managed to take down one. AS is already taken down. Fat Milk doing so much work with this Yueshan Ivan. He's getting peeled for the moment. One Feng trying to keep himself alive, uses that zipping ultimate. Ivan getting overheld here. One Fang getting taken down even lower. He's been popped. He has nowhere to go. The last remaining member on this team. It looks like it might be a GG here. BBE looking to clean this up, and there it is. And get taken down, getting grabbed multiple times. Unfortunate. But here we have TE up against Team 28. Oh, Tanoshi eating a bunch of damage there alongside D229 also getting taken down, and Gump is going to be short to follow. And there it is, TE picking up another.
Put VV into an area to be able to try and find this connection. He's going to use the V1. He's trying to turn it onto XCG. They turn the fight. They push the two teams into taking the engagement. The Tumult Jump has been used in the middle. T with an absolute huge heads-up play.
What's going on, y'all? Welcome back to beautiful Shanghai. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. We are live from Shanghai again here with the J-Cup group stages of 4 trios. I'm going to be your host and your caster for your first 3 games here, the Rootkeeper, and joining me is going to be my OG, my right-hand man, and who happens to be on the left this time, Davier. How you doing, Davi, baby?
I'm feeling good. So far, it's going to be the last day for our trios, but for some of ththese, could be them either headed to Chengdu, and some of them probably could be headed.
You know, we have to send somebody home, Dobby. It's an unfortunate
I don't want to send nobody home.
But we have to. But before we get into that, let's take a look at the standings from yesterday, speaking of sending people home, because there are some people who will be heading home from Solos, and Solos was a wild ride yesterday, Dobby, as we take a look here. Here are going to be your 6 players going home, unfortunately. Tenoshi, Ryomen, Wowie, Polaris, Tryhard, and Hyper Nova, and it was tight. I'm going to tell you right now, if you missed these games yesterday, and you can go back and watch the VOD, whether it's on YouTube, whether it's on Facebook, or whether it is on Twitch, you are not going to want to miss out on this, because when I say this was tight, literally less than a point difference between 12th and 13th position. This went down to the wire, Dobby, as we take a look at our first 6 players who are qualified here. Unique, Zeldins, T225, Chu Zhang, Pandaman, and Wang Liang. And then, of course, our top 6 are going to be WBG's Spider, AOW's Mike, J-Team's Action, DRG's Akuma, ELD's Frostivus, and GG Shaw.
Let's also bring up the fact that, like, the majority of this top 12 is also all CN. NA, Frostivus is our only NA, but there is no SEAs, and there is
no, there absolutely
Oh, there
are.
is. I'm sorry, there is one. I'm sorry, Unique.
We've got Zelda. We've got Unique.
There's no EU players. So there's no EU players, and there's one last player of each, one from NA, one from EU. Everywhere else is just nothing but CN players. Some of the top, the best of the best, and what we're used to casting over at NBPL. So to see them doing that it's pretty insane. So for Frostivus, it's him against the world, baby.
Look, Frostivus has got it, Dobby. I have all the faith in the world in him. He's such a good player. But you know what? We're going to talk about now. We're going to shift gears. We talked about yesterday. We talked about the solos. I think we've got to look at today's trios. We've got to talk about some of these teams. And if we're going to start talking about any of these teams, we got to talk about Team KLA. This is such a strong team coming through, Dobby. They absolutely come in. They know how to coordinate so well, lock teams down in ways that they just can't get away. And here we go. We're going to take a look at some of those replays, Dobby.
The timing in terms of how they really are able to get some stuff. I mean, Rosemary here with amazing grabs. And obviously, let's also focus on you here. Look at that right click, going to be able to absolutely shredder the rest of this shield while he actually had it in his hand. And obviously, the timing coming in from their Viper from CXC into this fight here really was able to catch this team slipping. IDC in a very tough position here, but KLA really did a great job of really being able to notice their advancements and what's going on, and really was able to muster up so many different advances here. I mean, look at this, even with the doubles here, and still trying to find it. I mean, obviously, look at the Dreadful Whale absolutely putting in work, the style, but the doubles making sure that if the Dreadful Whale doesn't get you eliminated, you will.
Taking a look here, yeah, KLA really cleaning things up here on the Team 521. Back inside here, this was such a strong fight for them here into XCG. That team currently sitting at the very tippity top of the leaderboard in trios, and KLA coming in and proving that you might be the top of the leaderboard, but we still know how to fight you guys. And there it is, as they pick up all 3 members of XCG. We can take a look here at their stats here. Their average kills per game, 8.8. Their average damage, 37,000 as a team, Dobby. Their total points right now sitting in 5th place currently with a 73.9 points. And their Realm of Yang victory rate, an 80%, Dobby.
That is a lot of wins in the Realm of Yang. That's a lot of good rewards, okay? That's a lot of Vermilion's Birds Mites. It's a lot of Mystic Mites. A lot of good rewards you can get out of that on top of all of your gold that you can probably receive.
We got to talk about these stats right here, because this is the average melee damage for every player thus far here in J-Cup. And both CXC, Peak, you are not only top 1, top 2, but top 3 all on the same team. So you best be watching out for KLA out on the battlefield today.
So they just took the top slots in general. Like, they were just like, no, nobody gets 2nd, nobody gets 3rd. Everybody can sit down and relax. Sadly, Rosemary's down at 53rd. That's kind of, you know, you didn't have to put his number in there, right? You leave me out of it. Rosemary's like, leave me out of it. Like, don't put my number. Why'd you have to put mine? What did I do? But on top of that here, even with a player, even with a team like KLA, their synergy is good, their timing is amazing. We got to talk about one other team that I think matches that same time.
Are you talking about Team BBE, Dobby?
Absolutely, I'm talking about Team BBE. BBE has been a team where when you talk about synergy, when you talk about those doubles, when you talk about those grabs, when you talk about really isolating teams, BBE has done such an amazing job of that. I'm talking about from Fat Milk, really creating that timing and capturing some of these players in these areas, and then obviously really being able to isolate when it really matters. If we saw this team coming in, and obviously seeing this from this final circle fight between them and TE.
Such a clean moment here. I've been utilizing the F-frame on that jump there for Temmie to just be able to break through that Viper ultimate. Doesn't get stunned, and then BBE just cleans up the lobby off the back of it. It's so clean. We talked a lot about that play when it went down the other day, W. You're going to see Ivan here with a super clean parry onto NTL's Hero as well. And Hero, look at this, the synergy between BBE here, where they just continue to dog Hero down, are able to come in, they get the Soul Bloom, and immediately turn things back on to the other members of NTL here. BBE really just a huge performance coming out of them on their day one, Dobby.
Absolutely decimating as much as possible here, especially in these early fights too. This is an early fight currently that you're actually watching here. Like straight out the gate, catches that first team slipping, and then obviously coming into this one still, that amount of synergy, them being able to bounce back and forth between two players, seeing the advantage, knowing that one player might be low and they both focus on one rather than trying to duke it out. This is definitely a team to be watching to see where they go throughout these games. As we look at each player's stats so far, average kills still within the 2s and the 3s. Average damage, obviously, Ivan's got to take that with 10,000 average damage, and very similarly with their assists as well. So in terms of teamwork, everybody's making sure everybody puts in.
Well, in terms of teamwork, you got to take a look here. All three of them play a support in each different composition that they're running, Dobby, which means that all three of them are capable of playing every single position on the team, and that's a level of confidence you don't see out of a lot of these other teams.
No, definitely, but they also are able to feed that as well, so they know their synergy is very, very strong coming into today, and they know that with that variety comes that comfortableness that they have what it takes. Obviously, the W key is going to be very aggressive. And I just have to say, even though we talked about how amazing their stats were, they're also one of the other non-MBL teams that won their match during the J-Cup. They're the first, by the way, so they broke history, but they're also the first people that got caught up by switching there at the end of that game. That was tough to watch, so that's unfortunate. But it doesn't matter about that because they still broke history.
Well, speaking of breaking history and switcheroos, if we're going to talk about breaking history, we have to talk about VNGC. We have to talk about Roy Hee, the only player in J-Cup history to do the lovely 1v3, not once, but twice. Speaking of our boy Roy Hee, here's the head-to-head between BBE's Ivan and VNGC's Roy Hee. The average kills going to our boy Ivan, the average damage just barely going to VNGC's Roy Hee. But unfortunately, the current points absolutely dominating and going to our boys of Team BBE.
I mean, Ivan definitely has really put in so much work for his team. I mean, seeing that average amount of damage, you know that he's coming in absolutely smooth. But Roy Hee definitely has some work to do. But know that he is capable of doing it. We know the opportunity is there, and we know what's coming up next.
Well, speaking of being able to do it, we're also going to be able to go to a video for VNGC before we come back, so don't go anywhere.
Sau khi giải trừ phong ấn thì có thể sử dụng full ren
C4 5 Sao lại
có thể nâng cao tối đa tấn công của bản thân là bao nhiêu?
50%.
Câu 13. Sau khi giải trừ đóng băng thì có thể kháng đóng băng trong vòng bao nhiêu lâu?
2 giây 10 giây
Sai, 6 giây. NARAKA có bao nhiêu vũ khí?
15 18 Đấy chứ không khó đấy.
Ai đã trộm ngựa của
Nhạc Sơn thậm
khi nâng cúp solo, Spider đã mặc áo màu gì?
màu đen.
Màu tóc của thành viên APF của đội Weibo Gaming là màu gì? 8.
Màu vàng ạ.
Nấm độc của NARAKA là ở đâu?
Trong lá cóc.
Sau khi Nhạc Sơn biến hình thì dùng tay nào cầm vũ khí?
Tay phải.
Đúng, đáp án đúng là tay phải.
Chưa biết hết câu hỏi vậy.
Sau World Cup 2022 thì khi nâng cúp solo, Spider đã dùng tay nào để nâng? A. Tay trái, B. Tay phải.
Theo tay phải. Tay trái.
Thì ai đã chém đứt kiếm
Takachi ạ.
giành vô địch chốt đã mặc áo màu gì?
Em ai màu hồng.
Takaji và Jaiji có quan hệ như thế nào?
Anh em.
Kurumi và Takeda có quan hệ như thế nào?
Thầy trò.
Câu 5 trong World Cup 2022 thì đội Weibo Gaming giành giải quán quân với tổng số điểm là bao nhiêu?
75. 75. Không nhớ.
Oh, we love us some good trivia here over at NARAKA BLADEPOINT. I will say though, Roy, he actually started to clutch up a little bit towards that end. He started to actually he was like, okay, hold on, let me cook now. At first I was confused. Now I'm finally starting to see it here. But obviously, Rune, hey, while we was doing this, Rune, you're really good with your trivia. You knew what you was talking about.
Look, I mean, I've been around with NARAKA for as long as you can possibly be around for NARAKA. So if I wasn't good at the NARAKA trivia...
I get that, but like the one where they said stole the horse, and you do that one, I was like, okay, all right, hold on. That's a little too specific.
You know what's something else I know, Dobby? We're looking at 4 teams right now here at this lovely bottom graphic who all have a chance to qualify. Of course, Team 521 right now sitting in that 12th position, and it is not a strong place for them to be in. But at the moment, all 4 of these teams from other regions stand a chance to qualify and head to Chengdu, Dobby, and that is absolutely wild. Because it's usually the opposite. Usually we see in solos teams from other regions, the solo players perform much better than the trios do. But here we are, especially these SEA teams, VNGC, BBE, these guys are really out here bringing the heat. They're actually defining some of the meta. One of the things we were talking about today was we were talking about that ice pick comp with Justina, Yue Shan, and Yodohime, and that was something that the CN players actually gleaned from the SEA region.
That's true, and on top of that here, at the 12th place points in average, by the way, is match per team is 5.21. So the average is 5.9, and the qualifying line is 7 points, which is a lot of points if you really think about it, especially going for the lower brackets, people that haven't qualified. They still have a decent little bit to climb and a ladder to really just go piece by piece by piece. They only had 6 games to hit that qualifying line and stay there. That's going to be the difference maker. Like I said, some of them are pushed to the corner. They're pushed to the side. They have a lot of pressure on them. There's a lot of hecticness. There's a lot of expectations coming into these teams. And this is going to be a good set of games. 6 games deep. Trios is starting just right now. See you guys in a moment.
11月末，上海的初冬并不算冷。滴水湖畔 ，NBPL 职业联赛比赛场馆内聚集了来自全球各地的18支豪强。无论是传奇老将，还是顶尖新秀， 目的只有一个：登上巅峰。
A European guy skilled in martial arts. That's probably how many players and fans see me. Although I can't continue my solo journey this time, I will still lead my teammates forwards.
时光飞逝，但我依然清晰地记得2年前捧起股神杯的瞬间。虽然仅剩我一人，但杰杯冠军之魂永不熄灭。
这是我们第3次来到杰杯的小组赛了。MVP 集合了多个亚服的强者，我们不打算这么轻易的回去。
I'm not like them. Although it's my first time here, I want everyone to remember the strength of the NA region.
对，高潮不起来呀，疯狂被对面 ADP。
还好能淘汰，注意时间啊！现在场上一个30秒左右。
做个龙王步，对面现在顶一波，被黑人魔推刀人马连斩，2段还是被盾。
我们是 NBPL 磨合时间最長嘅隊伍，要比經驗和配合，我們不輸任何人。
Chào các bạn, vua Việt Nam đã trở lại. 1 đánh 3 chỉ là điểm khởi đầu, nhưng mà điểm kết thúc của tôi là vô địch.
OK， 一到剑姬3打1，这一波震了2把刀，又震了，又震了，又1打3了吗？难不成罗伊给再骗阵？再出追接近中招没有用。
NBPL 夏季赛冠軍對我最大的意義是，差賽季的實力終於被肯定。這次傑杯我們勢在必得。
Chúng ta đã thống trị khu vực Việt Nam. Tôi hy vọng mình có thể cạnh tranh với kẻ mạnh thực sự ở Thượng Hải.
说到统治，没有人比我们更有话语权。我会让你们见识到什么是 NBPL T0级的战力。
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Here we are on the... Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Here we are in the lovely Shanghai. You just got to take a look at our incredible stage these players are going to be playing on today. You know what it is. I'm Rune. This is Dabi. And we are getting ready to lock in for our last group stages here. 4 trios. We're going to be finding out who's going to Chengdu and who's going to have to get on a little plane and go back home, Dabi.
I definitely do not want to be on that plane coming home, as obviously 6 games to go. We've already done a lot of games as it is so far with our trios, and we've seen some amazing stuff. So if you missed some of that, make sure to continue to go back to the VODs, or check us out on TikTok, Twitter, Twitch, YouTube. Live right now, we still have the drops. We got a lot of places that we're on
Facebook, we're on Kick, we're literally everywhere you could possibly be. Make sure you go follow us, especially if you head over to Twitter. Make sure you're not just following NARAKA the game on Twitter, but you're also following at NARAKA Esports for the most up-to-date, accurate information on everything J-Cup. And if you're following here on Twitch, you're watching right now, make sure you've got your lovely NARAKA accounts linked here with your Twitch account so that you guys can get those lovely drops. And don't forget to go check out our Discord as well. You can scan yourself a lovely little QR code right there, and if you head over to the support your team section in the Discord, you've got a chance to walk away with one of those 100 regular treasure choice gifts.
Woo! Regular treasure. Okay, 100? Crazy. Okay, I definitely make sure to hit that. That's all I'm saying. So, as we're gonna get ready here, and also, yes, we have also the giveaway links.
Yeah, that's what I just said, Dobby.
So, even with that, I mean, there's still a couple of different ways you can get some really good stuff.
Oh, yeah.
And we also have some questions, too, that we're going to be giving out, so make sure to pay attention to the games and what's going on, so that way when we do give you these questions, they're going to come in random times. You guys are ready to answer them accordingly. So, expectancy. What are we expecting? Actually, surprise! First question. Which of the following 2 teams will achieve the highest score in this first match? Is it going to be A's TE, or is it going to be B, Fun Plus Phoenix? I told you it was random. I told you.
Look, my money's going to be on Fun Plus Phoenix, Dobby.
Your money's on Fun Plus?
My money is on Fun Plus Phoenix. Fun Plus Phoenix is a team that, for whatever reason, they like to pop off in Game 1 and Game 6.
I'm gonna give you the devil's advocate. I'm gonna go TE on this, especially after that switcheroo that they did on DBE. It's one of the things I'm gonna continue to bring up. That switch, them being able to whoosh it on the backside. Sadly, they were on the outside, so obviously that circle tick definitely did hurt them a little bit, but that definitely did not hurt their chances on getting DBE out, because they did in that moment. Obviously, XCG coming through to clean up that kill at the very end of the game, but PE definitely coming with some tricks up their sleeve, and I cannot wait.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. As we take a look here at our schedule, that's right, it's December 3rd, ladies and gentlemen, which means groups A and C for trios are going head-to-head in our last day of group stages. And then our next 2 days, we're going to be heading into our pre-finals before we head over to Chengdu, where players will have a chance to compete to put some points on the board, where they will get to take 50% of those points over to Chengdu, where they will be competing for the title.
Oh, man. It's going to be a lot of fun once our finals start here and everybody's in Chengdu. It's going to be the best of the best, and that'll be the 16th and the 17th. So make sure to mark your calendars. Make sure to be ready, because that is going to be some of the greatest NARAKA fighting you will see.
Oh, absolutely. This year has shaped up to be the craziest J-Cup we have ever had. Probably one of the most important J-Cups we've ever had. Speaking of important, though, Game 1. Setting out to be the most important game of the day here, because it is Morrisile and it is nighttime. And that means fireflies, ladies and gentlemen. And things have been weird already in terms of trios. We never expect to see Transformers on a Firefly map. It's not a map they excel in. At day 1, that's all we saw was Transformers. So we came into day 2 and said, hey, maybe these players know something that we don't about these Firefly maps. And in day 2, we went back to exactly what I expected. All Viper comp, all Sand Siphon, all the time. So it's been a very, very interesting set of events here as we take a look at the participating teams today. Man, it's going to be wild to see what comes out.
So now the question is now that we're on the nighttime court, the first game, do you think they're going to be entirely switching to their comps for those Fireflies?
So here's the thing, is I want to say yes, right, Dobby?
Right.
But on day 1, we saw nothing but Transformers for Game 1, and we were heavily confused by it. It doesn't make sense, because on a Firefly map, you typically want to be running a composition that finds a lot of value early game out of their ultimates. And of course, Transformers scales into late game. So even if you get those ultimates early on, you're not doing a whole lot if you got white monk hands. You know what I'm saying? You got to get yourself on that legendary tier weapon, those purple weapons, so you can really pump out and maximize those ultimates and damage. That's why you typically see something like Sand Siphon or Viper do so well onto these Firefly maps, because they're going to find just as much value out of their ultimate as they did the other day.
Now, obviously, as we look at the standings here of some of these players, this is the list of players that are just out of contention. We have JL, we have MVP, we have IDK, we have TPCQ, and IDC. As we come up a little bit higher, we're going to be having the people that are qualified. They're going to try to get away from these players here that are trying to get in that qualifying. That is HLG, VNGC, 521, 47.1 points, leading at least in that top. Lobby is caught in the toughest situation right now. They're at 58.8, and obviously they are in the chopping block. TE and BBE are obviously fighting. They're doing a fantastic job. So honestly, I feel like they're going to be doing really well. Right now is going to be anybody that's 10th and under, and obviously paying attention to Lobby 28, as they're going to most likely move down. Now looking at the top 6, XCG in the lead with 212 points. GG coming through and finalizing that with another 200. They said, I will get you that 200, and we will make it a split. As also OUG and DRG in those 100s as well, 139.4 and 110.
Yeah, taking a look here, though, the two teams who haven't played 2 days, KLA and Fun Plus Phoenix rounding out 5th and 6th place. They get to come in and put some points on the board today and see if they can break through that 200-point margin like our top 2 teams has. If we take a look here, we can see our teams in the back getting prepped, ready to rock and roll, baby. HLG looking extra comfy. Dobby taking a look, MVP there. Of course, our boys of Team KLA, VNGC. Roy Hehe, man, there's something in his eyes, dude. When he looks at you, you like, man, there's a tiger in there ready to come out.
I mean, knowing that he did 2 3v1s, I mean, of course there's a tiger ready to roar. And of course that he is personified ACOS in the making. So obviously coming through into this, it's still going to be a very expected, but what is going to be the question of this first game is what picks are going to be locked in. Starting off at a night map, this is very unorthodox. We usually get them later on in the game, so it's very rare to see it on the first game. Now, if it's game 2, game 3, okay, maybe we can get some momentum. Maybe they can throw them out, you know, their usual picks for this. But they're starting off. Do they take the risk and go for the Fireflies and focus on this early elimination? Or do they focus more on late game?
You absolutely have to. Here's the thing. It doesn't make any sense to come into a Firefly map and play a scaling team like Transformers. You just don't find any value out of those early game Fireflies. Other teams that do find those Fireflies are going to look to come hunt you down because they know how much stronger they are going to be in the early game into a comp that doesn't scale well. So if you're going to come in, you might as well play a team that doesn't have to scale super hard into late game to find value out of those Fireflies. The more ultimates you get to put out, the more fights you get to take, the more aggressive you get to be, especially in the early game where you have that safety net, right, W? You have that early game resurrection. You want to be as aggressive as you can while you have that. I expect to see us go back to the Viper comps and Sand Siphon, but who knows? These players proved me wrong on day one. They literally came in and it was like a full Transformers lobby. I felt like we got transported back to the original J-Cup where it was nothing but big Monk Boy stomping around. So time's going to tell what these players lock in, what the strategy is here, but I really think Transformers as a composition for trios here is on its way out the door. After that first game, we basically saw no Transformers. We saw maybe one team play it once, and then on to second day, same thing. We saw Transformers twice, maybe 3 times, and it was one team playing it. It wasn't a full lobby. This is a composition that has slowly been falling further and further behind in the competitive scene, so I would not be surprised if it just completely falls out of favor, Dobby.
Definitely tough to see if the Transformers are particularly out of contention for these picks, as you know, it's been so long, but at the same time, things have to change. Things definitely have to change. They have to evolve in order for the game not only to improve, but to also keep evolving the game, keep evolving the players, evolving the entirety of NARAKA BLADEPOINT as a whole. So with change comes the love of the change and the fear of the change. All the old heads like you and I. As we're going to be able to come right back into this IDC, almost very bottom of the pack.
They are the very bottom of the pack right now.
They have a lot of work to do and a lot of catching up to. Like I said, the point margin for qualifying is 70 points. They need 60.
Oh, they need more than that. They're currently sitting at 6.8, Dobby. They need an 80-point plus day just to make sure that they have a chance at qualifying. IDC has got to come in and have the most explosive day they have ever had in a competitive season.
Absolutely insane. And with one of our lovely fellow casters, Raven, MPLC, he's going to be doing the coaching for their team. IDC is looking at HLGs in 10th place here. They're in a decent place here. They're at the top of the leaderboard for all of the teams playing today. So they are basically close to the margin as well, but as long as they keep playing their consistency and how they've been playing today, they have no doubts in their minds that they're going to Chen.
This is such an impressive team too. I cannot sell home the point enough that this was a team that came into the second season this year. They were a brand new organization to NARAKA. They picked up all brand new players. They did not take a single player from other NBPL teams. That means all of their players were forced to learn this new environment from the ground up.
The fresh meat.
The odds of them qualifying off of one season in a year that has 2 seasons of games that earn you points to qualify for the World Championship, slim to none, and they did it against all of the odds. They came in, they qualified for every single bi-weekly final, they put points on the board, they earned their spot here in the J-Cup group stages. I have no question that this team is going to be a team that qualifies to go to finals, and who knows, they might be the wild card, Dobby.
Meanwhile, VNGC, Roy Yeehee, average points 14.5 and a pick rate of 17% with those main picks. They still have some decent room to grow and to cover, but they're caught in the bottom of the pack of the qualifying line so far. So they are going to need to pop off. They're going to need to do some amazing, amazing work. But for a player with Roy Yeehee on their team, I think they definitely have a really good advantage here. Let's see if their team synergy locks it in so that way they can get away from risking getting disqualified and not making it to Chengdu for the finals, because this is it.
Well, speaking of logging it in, Dobby, we are logging it in for game 1 of 6 here today in our final day of group stages for trios, and we're getting ready to take a look here at those hero selections in just a moment, ladies and gentlemen. Here it is. Will it be another Transformers heavy map, or will it be, it's a complete split down the middle? Look at this. All right, there it is. TE will be running Cannonball. DPCQ going to be running the Viper comp. BBE on Viper comp. We're going to see another Cannonball. This is so interesting, Dobby. We've been seeing the Ice Pick variation of this comp where instead of running Feria Shen, they have been running Justina. Nobody has been confident in running this Feria Shen pick, and all of a sudden, here we go. TE and JL will be bringing out Cannonball.
Listen, if this is the time to do it, the time to do it is now, okay? You have 6 games to maximize as much coverage, as much eliminations, and as much things as possible here. So if you want to go for the wild card pick, now's the time to do it.
Here's the strange thing, though. Most of these teams still going to be running those traditional Transformer. We flip-flopped yet again. Day 1, it was all Transformer. Day 2, it was everything but Transformer in game 1, and now it's about half and half, Dobby. I would hate to be these Transformer teams in the early game, because these guys are going to get torn apart by something like Viper comp or that Cannonball comp.
Meanwhile, their landing is absolutely spread with everybody going in different areas, and obviously those places where those Fireflies are going to be is the reason why these spreads are so wide and in between. The NGC way on the right side of the main temple, and obviously going way back, BBE is going to be so far down where Shipwreck's expanse is that they won't even see barely any players. 5-2-1, at least a little bit more past this corner section, close to where Zest Winery is, but BBE is going to be one of the only players by themselves. Looks like Lobby 28 is going to be in the very center of Celestra, and it looks like they got another team that's landing there as well, but everybody else is going to be in that far back left section. So this is going to be an interesting fight as Water immediately gets ganged up on by Rosemary, and it looks like Fun Plus Phoenix's player is also going to come through with that support just to make sure, but Rosemary looked like he almost had a 1v1 by himself. And as we look back at the main stat protractor of the temple, JL and HLG immediately going at it. Looks like some nice hits though, beautiful bell timing though, but it's not going to be enough as AS is able to read it, and Han is sadly going to get eliminated by AS. The timing coming through, but those halberds are going to be able to get there and stretch. AS immediately coming through to get the shield swap from their already down player, immediately going to come through with the 1v3, capturing them. JL uses that momentum, uses that spread, spreads them around. Once they got one, the rest start to fall.
Yeah, we're going to take a look now back to Fun Plus Phoenix to the top of the order here, looking to pressure in potentially onto Team KLA here, just inside of Sunwing. Water wanting a little bit of revenge for Rosemary, taking some shots at him with those nunchucks earlier on, Dobby, as we see him starting to pressure on. The rest of his team is going to regroup with him. FBX playing very smart here, not wanting to get separated, going to find a purple weapon for Rosemary off of the rip here. This is absolutely huge for Transformers comp. This is going to give them a lot of power into this early game when they're able to find that ultimate, and they're just about to come online here for Fun Plus Phoenix. Those purple weapons going to be huge for them. Rosemary there starting to take some of the shots here at Fun Plus Phoenix's Water. Water going to try to utilize the scale rush here, waits for him to come through the backside. Rosemary going to take quite a bit of damage here. There it is. We're going to see Monk coming through for Team KLA. CXC on the backside here, looking for some grabs. Rosemary is able to find one. Can he find two? He's not going to find the second one. He will get the slam onto Dongqing. No re-grab, though. He now has to contend with Zhao Hui here. So Rosemary backing away here, looking for an optimal positioning to try to start throwing some of these hands yet again. Oh my goodness, you for Team KLA getting absolutely blitzed through, ladies and gentlemen. He's going to go down. Rosemary not able to cover for it. CXC miles away from this fight. Not here. Not giving damage reduction. Not giving healing to Rosemary. Rosemary is just left out to dry here, ladies and gentlemen. The Bane's Breath going to be coming through as KLA tries to make something happen here. CXC backed away to try to get that Bane in. The problem is it's going to be so hard. They do get the one resurrection. Can they get the second? Fun Plus Phoenix is going to try not to let them have it here. The Bane comes through. They're able to get one, but they might just lose Rosemary a second time here. The rain shots don't connect onto Rosemary. They're able to get away, and this early Bane's Breath will save KLA by the skin of their teeth.
Very, close at hand here, but also probably the best call to make here. Triple V ends up getting destroyed, or actually destroys Hong with the fan here. Nice bell timing here, trying to see if they can do it, but it's not going to be enough, as now the ulti comes out from TXJ, immediately getting some nice strikes. LYD eliminated as well, finding the hit onto LTZ, and now going to be able to hit that off the backstretch. BK trying to see if he can get some grabs here, but it looks like it's unsuccessful, as he already has TXJ on him though. Nice hits, beautiful strikes by his teammates, immediately getting thrown towards the landing zone, and now Triple V immediately trying to fight this out. This 1v3 not going well. Oh, but he does end up getting some amazing hits though, destroying LTC's shield, but the grab is going to be able to do enough. Already dangerously low, gets thrown down to the ground, and gets the finish. Meanwhile, Zhao Yue trying to get out of this tough contention here, obviously getting healed by the Karui. The spread being very helpful in this situation here, as the Terracotta Warrior is very dangerously low already here, as it looks like it's going to deplete immediately. Finding two people fighting this out, both Fun plus Phoenix and Water, trying to close it out. Beautiful hits, but it's not enough. He whiffs the opportunity to finish off you in this moment. This could be the worst situation to have here, as now he's forced to ulti. And now both of them is going to go for the chase, trying to see if they can separate themselves and get out of there. You got so lucky. He really could have been eliminated in that moment, but whiffs the opportunity to finish this off. Now here comes a parry off the inside. It looks like Dun Queen's gonna be able to finalize him inside the corner. You finally gets eliminated, and now it's just CXC by themselves. They're both gonna absolutely go through with the double team, the 2v1. Very hard to be able to do that. Only Roy Hehe can get in those situations and potentially win them, but sadly, that's not Roy Hehe.
No, it's not. Fun plus Phoenix here finally comes out on top of this fight that's been going on for quite a while here, and they get 5 eliminations out of it because they picked up 2 in the very beginning. We see KLA just barely recover with an early Bane's Breath, and then they end up losing the fight a second time to Fun plus Phoenix, and this time losing all 3 members, which means Fun plus Phoenix is going to be at 5 eliminations, Dobby. We saw earlier TE taking a fight as well, and hyper unfortunate, TXJ ends their Yodohime ultimate early because of the fear of being grabbed up by the monk, tries to go in and take their teammate's pillar from Feria so that they can get into the mech, and gets grabbed out of the pillar transformation into the mech, so they waste not 1 but 2 ultimates, Dobby, and TE gets sent back to the Soul Altar pretty early on. As we take a look here now, DPCQ doing a little bit of looting there. An extra set of purple armor there for Plan B when he rotates that direction. As we turn now to Team HLG, who lost an early fight, coming back in, looking to find something this time around, and this time it's on IDK's Ryumin, and Ryumin so separated from the team here, extremely low, no place he can go. Oh no, it's not Ryumin, it's Sachiko. I apologize. Sachiko gonna go down here to HLG, and the rest of IDK knows there's nothing they can do about it, unfortunately. They're gonna have to see if HLG will back away and give them the space they need to go pick up that resurrection. The bell gonna be invested onto here by HLG's Han with the cannon shot, as we see VNGC start to come in, but they're taking a fight with the members of Team BBE.
BBE, looks like Snack might potentially be able to get this first push onto Boom, and it looks like they do. The question is he potentially going to try to retreat off of this, and it doesn't look like as the ulti does get risked onto this moment here, as Roy Hehe is going to find the ulti to pop it with it, and let's see if he's going to be able to get some grabs here as the parry does start to come through. Asbun ends up getting eliminated off of this tough risk here, and it looks like they're all going to try to come through. Nice musket shots to get the hit, and it forces Loves to pop his ulti. Now both of them are in the ulti here. Ivan dangerously hit off of that throwdown immediately. Not looking good though, as the aerial coverage from those hits coming in from the musket is able to get the elimination on Roy Hehe, and the Wushin is able to get them out of dodge. But the question is, for how long? Ivan, it's like they might be able to, as HLG looking for them. Doesn't necessarily know where they're at. Might have lost visual, and it might have given them just enough time for them to be able to go for the heal and go for the reset.
Yeah, BBE holding onto the Wu Chen ult, playing very smart. As soon as the third party comes through, Wu Chen signals the back off, and they immediately get out of there. They find value out of the fight. They get 2 of 3 eliminations and say, cool, we're not going to take a fight at a disadvantage, and just get out of dodge. Speaking of somebody at a disadvantage right now, we turn our attention to IDC, and this is a team that has to pick it up no matter what they do. It looks like they're trying to set themselves up here for Realm of Yang. They are on Transformers comp. This is a comp that they are fairly good at, but they are behind in terms of gear as soon as they head into that Realm of Yang. So it's going to be interesting to see if they're able to overcome that deficit if they get into the Realm of Yang here. A couple of teams looking to come and pressure them away as well, as we do see that Rang getting ready to come through right now. IDC will get through it. Looks like all three members are able to come in, and they're going to be going head-to-head here with the members of 5-2-1.
Definitely going to be an interesting fight happening between these two teams here as the ulti timing comes through on each side here. Let's see who gets the grab first as the repeating crossbow immediately starts to go through. Pampy right in front of him goes for the nice hits off that side here. And now, sadly, Pampy does get grabbed in that moment. IDC going to try to see if maybe they can support him, but it's not going to be enough as the three-way team comes through and causes the loss for Zay. Meanwhile, Brandoro is going to try to see if they can do some work and some damage with the Terracotta Warrior. Beautiful grab coming in from Len. Or from Pampy, immediately is able to get the throw down here, tries to see if they can capture the finish here. They're able to do exactly what they need to here as Pampy is going to get healed though by the line being pulled on each side here, and each one of them has a little bit of a line pulled for the heals, and it keeps the game alive. Meanwhile, Zay is absolutely stuck just here, just trying to give out comms, trying to support their team in any which way they can. Nice defensive flanks coming in from IDC as well. Pampy just trying to keep the aggressiveness on each side. Nice hits to be able to capture the cover, and captures it just as well as they could, and 5-2-1 is going to secure the dub in the Realm of Yang. And the same thing with Fun plus Phoenix.
Yeah, 5-2-1 here, able to come out on top here. The repeating crossbow coming in absolutely massive for this team as they shred through IDC's Transformer Monk, who I do believe was Zay there. So 5-2-1 going to be walking away that Vermilion Bird's Might. We are going to see Fun plus Phoenix take it as well, and it looks like KLA was able to take a Morris Blessing and are going to be walking away with that Draco Storm for their buff as we turn our attention back here to Team BBE. Continuing to look for some more of these picks here, as well as continuing to scale up towards the late game here. They do have 2 eliminations under their belt here, but it's definitely not as many as they are hoping for. As we take a look at the scoreboard, we're going to see Team JL currently no, sorry, JL's not leading the lobby. They may have 7 eliminations, but Fun plus Phoenix with 8 eliminations under their belt, Dobby. Currently the kill leaders here in our game number 1 of the day. We are Zone 2 getting ready to collapse onto Zone 3 in the next 1 minute and 12 seconds. 29 players still remaining.
It'll be interesting to see as KLA has that Draco Storm. See if they're going to use it to their advantage here with that Vermilion Bird's Mites coming in from Fun plus Phoenix as 5-2-1 and TE immediately fighting this out. Nice call out from the ulti here, a nice parry as well as Pampy. Is going to be forced to pop the ulti, same with LYD, trying to see if they can capture some coverage here and maybe get some hits in as Akame is going to try to see if they can get some hits here. Oh, and TXJ is going to get a nice hit right in the front side of Pampy as well here. Trying to create some nice hits. It looks like the cannon and the ricochets are going to be able to come through as well here. Whoa, nice jump coming from around. I thought he was actually going to clear the bridge as he's able to get a grab. Gets the throw down onto Don Queen. Trying to see if maybe he can get one on another player as well, and immediately gets followed up by 2 slashes from the longsword, connecting it as well here. As sadly, it looks like they won't be able to successfully get that, but they do have that Vermilion's Burst Mic, so it is all right. They just wanted to try to see if they can get some eliminations, get some free picks, but sadly, it's not going to be enough for 5-2-1.
Very unfortunate for the members of 5-2-1 as Fun plus Phoenix goes from 8 eliminations to 12, Dobby. This team absolutely on fire. What did I tell you about this team, Dobby? Game 1 and Game 6, they really like to pop off hard, and here they are making it happen. They were able to find those 5 eliminations against KLA early, and because of that, instead of having to scale into late game, they were able to find so much gear so early on into this lobby for Transformer comp that they're able to overcome the fact that this is a Firefly map. They ran into the Mirror comp instead of running into a Viper comp or that Cannonball comp, which helped them immensely as well be able to come out on top of that fight with KLA. And because of that, now that we're in the mid game, they are in a much stronger position As we take a look, IDC here is going to see the member over here, KLA's U, off to the side here, and IDC really needs to start finding something here, some value. U going to land the Dragon's Rush into Nezha's might. Zay going to ult up here, but Rosemary immediately going to put him on the back foot. Zay will find a grab here. Doesn't look like he's going to be able to find the second. No, he's not going to get the slam. Rosemary able to just stay locked on to Zay here, and I've got to question, where's the Kurumi tether here to help Zay out? He's just out in the open here, just getting absolutely obliterated from this other Monk. Rosemary just chasing the back. He does find some value there in a slam. Lexan going to throw the ult out, but unfortunately, we're going to see there that IDC, nobody left. The transformations are over. Lexan gets picked out shortly after the ult goes through, and that's going to be it for the members of Team IDC as they get sent back to the lobby, and KLA finds some eliminations here to get themselves back into the game. They go to 3 eliminations and find themselves on the board.
Definitely tough to see coming in from IDC as they're still at the very, very bottom. And with 5 games left here, they're definitely, their time is ticking as MVP was able to get themselves a resurrection as well. As it looks like IDK is about to do the exact same thing here in picking up the rest of their teammates as BK ends up getting hit by some shots coming in from the cannons from Team Funfaults Phoenix. Funfaults Phoenix is on a roar right now as BK decides to pop their ulti.
They were going to time out there from Yang depletion no matter what, so they were just a little BM on the lobby, if you will, Dobby. Here, just let me show that I was holding the ulti back the whole time as we turn here. Fun plus Phoenix giving chase to the members of MVP. They do see the umbrella, but they're going to decide to turn to the other side because there we go. They're going to turn with water. They want to continue to move as a team. Extremely smart decisions coming out from Fun plus Phoenix here, but it does look like MVP has been able to fully break the ankles of our team Fun plus Phoenix. So Fun plus Phoenix needs to reprioritize what they're going to be doing here. We do have the second set of Realm of Yang getting ready to take place. Ladies and gentlemen, Team 5-2-1 going to head in here. Currently unchallenged. 30 seconds for another team to step inside that Realm of Yang and make something happen as JL on the outside here trying to prioritize this Morse Blessing coming forward. It's going to be a Draco Storm for the buff, but some much needed gear for the Team BBE coming in. AS going to use that F2 here on Yodo Hime to get some blockage coming in and trying to get their hands on it. Able to come in, get the tap dodge there on the Tesla ultimate. The F2 ends. AS commits. JL will get the second set of armor here and back them away from the pillar, and it's going to be 5-2-1 versus Fun plus Phoenix inside the Realm of Yang. Pampy does have the legendary weapon here, so they're looking to come in. They will find a grab onto Fun plus Phoenix. They're looking for the second one. They're not going to find it. They do get the slam, though, and Water literally disappears almost. He's so low. Somebody just needs to get a hand on him. He's one tick away from death. He gets the re-grab. He doesn't get the slam. He does have the opportunity to find it again, though. He almost gets it. No, he doesn't. Water is going to go down, though, as 5-2-1 takes control of this Realm of Yang. We're going to see them continue to put pressure on this team. The Monk transformation going to end here for Fun plus Phoenix. Dragons Roar coming through. The Monk so very low and will go down. Zhao Hui is gone, and it is just one player left alive. The Kurumi Donking not going to break this tether for any reason whatsoever. They don't care if they're being 3v1 right now.
No, they picked up their teammate.
Does get forced to go down. They do finally manage to get the tether off and get one teammate back up, but it's not going to matter at the end of the day here because now we're back at it again with a 3v1. The chase is on. They are just trying to survive. Water needs to hold on here. He just needs to last for 30 seconds, but that's not going to happen as 5-2-1 clip him out. 3v1, dog him down, and 5-2-1 will find a victory in the Realm of Yang. And now the lobby leader, Fun plus Phoenix, heading back out to the field with Yang depletion.
This is the great thing about NARAKA is how fast a game can turn for some of the leading teams. Just because you are the absolute dynasty of a team and you're doing really well in this game does not mean that you can't lose the Realm of Yang, and that also means that you can't be on the chopping block just like that. And now the top players are now in a contention, so now they have to force the fight. They got to get some eliminations, and they got to get some of those charms if they have the opportunity to keep this game alive for the rest of their team. This is now the time is ticking. 4 minutes on the clock for them, and this is where things get a little bit hectic for a team like Fun Plus
So
Phoenix.
if I'm not mistaken, Fun Plus Phoenix is heading back to an area where they took a fight
They
previously.
have some?
They
Oh
might
my
have some
goodness.
Soul Bloom stashed. I'm not 100% sure on
I haven't
that.
seen a full team full Bloom stash. I haven't seen that. Now that's interesting.
So we may see that coming through there for Fun Plus Phoenix. I mean, when you got 13 eliminations under your belt, you can kind of afford to stash some of those Soul Blooms, you know what I mean? They haven't come in and got that resurrection yet, so maybe they are going to be heading back into the zone and resurrecting and finding those Soul Blooms immediately, which means that Realm of Yang loss not going to set them back too far if that's the case. BBE here trying to give chase to MVP, a clean Tessa ult onto one of the members of MVP here. The Kurumi going to drop the ultimate there so that they are charmed out in the healing circle. Hong already just trying to give the business here to Iben here. Unfortunately, not able to keep them completely locked down. Will get some huge damage out though. Kurumi gonna remove that ultimate circle, and here we go. Viper ultimate coming in onto the members of MVP. If they can get a single one, this completely flips the fight on ahead, and there it is. MVP will lose BK. Hong now trying to get away, but the members of BBE continuing the chase down here. I'm not sure where LTZ is, but it looks like Hong is going to be the one prioritized by the members of BBE as they continue to give chase. Hong, no place to go. The ultimate has ended. There's nothing in the tank. The silence comes through, but now BBE needs to be careful. It's Kurumi who is still up. There it is. They have the opportunity.
Oh!
No! They miss it by mere seconds. Unfortunate for LTZ. They came back into the zone. They were looking to get the tether, try to get the teammate back up, but it just doesn't happen for them.
Oh, that's unfortunate. It was just a second earlier, and they would have had their teammate. That's just how close that was for them to be able to get that going. As we look at Fun Plus Phoenix here, and it looks like they're fighting it out. They sadly did not have anything stashed at all for their chance. Either that or somebody found it, stole it, and kept it moving, which is unfortunate, because then that means somebody just found your stash, and you're like, no, why? Which is unfortunate coming through as JL is just getting absolutely destroyed here from the backside of water here, as it looks like they still are going to try to see if they can crowd the space, trying to see if they can capture a decent elimination here, as it looks like one of them dangerously low, trying to see if they can get some heals, and obviously looks like that mech is going to try to see if they can get some nice rocket shots, though, and so is Water, trying to get as much hits off of that damage as possible here, as Zai immediately trying to see if they can keep that pressure onto him, hitting those shots here, then seeing what's next. Just got to be careful as the ulti comes through, trying to see if they can capture it onto Fun Plus Phoenix's Water, and maybe to Dongqueen as they are able to connect it, but they're not successful and able to getting that elimination. But it does, as Dongqueen does go down on the outskirts of the circle here. Definitely a tough Water and space to happen, but it's not going to be good as AS gets crowded, gets finished by AS here. Now, actually, I got a question. Can you pick up your teammates' soul if they're down?
No, not at all. And not only that, if you go down when you have Yang depletion, Dobby, you instantaneously die. You can't even be resurrected.
So there's
by
no
your
resurrection
teammate.
either.
No.
Wow. That I didn't know. I was actually curious on that. I was like, wait, can you take your teammates' soul blue charge? That'd be interesting. Obviously coming back to the top of the order here. Hong just being chased. Run, Hong, run! As BBE and the rest of the team absolutely pushing forward. The Terracotta Warrior is going to try to see if they can run. Their time is almost up when it comes to their Terracotta Warrior. One last massive jump. It's going to slow down their momentum immediately here. Now it's time to see if they can maneuver through these buildings to get away, but it's not going to be enough as he does end up getting stunned. The corner hit, the corner peek, and obviously the fans are going to do the rest of the work for them as BBE catches their 5th elimination, 7th place with 77 points.
Yeah, I mean, BBE absolutely crazy, doing a really good job here. As we take a look, Team 521 also on fire right now. They have 8 eliminations currently. They're set up really well. Gold weapon, gold armor on Pampy here for this Transformer comp. They're going to have a lot of power coming into this late game, Dobby. And this is exactly what we talked about. You know, these Transformer comps have to scale into that late game, which is why they typically don't do well on these Firefly maps. 521 here has been able to find a lot of eliminations in the mid game, though, once they were able to find some scale under them. So they're doing fairly well into this lobby at the moment. Unfortunately, Fun Plus Phoenix, another team that was doing very well, gets eliminated coming outside that realm of Yang. They went in, they were pretty cocky, they had 13 eliminations, they just couldn't take it to the late game though, Dobby. As we take a look here, JL moving across the map here, the team that actually eliminated Fun Plus Phoenix, and JL has been doing so well during these group stages, Dobby.
Absolutely really well here, but let's see if they can have that opportunity though, as we do have the Swarm coming through from AS, trying to see if maybe they can get some nice hits though, coming in from Total. Looks like he's just looking and just ready for it to happen, but KLA is definitely going to continue to create that distance, definitely making it harder for AS to try to see if they can hit anything. They do have those cannons as well, the Meteor doing a lot of distance as well. Meanwhile, Han and the rest of HLG doing the same thing. It's a fireworks show over here at the nighttime map. So much fire, so many sparks all over the place. I think I'm falling in love. As 5-2-1 fighting this out here. Nice fire coming through from all over. Cannonball! Cannonball! From every which way, shape, or form here. You got to be careful. You don't want that fire to hit you and ricochet. Don't want that burn tick, even if it's a little bit, as he ends up actually getting caught by it. It looks like KLA also said they want to join in on the party, and so does IDK as they come from the back, and now it's fireworks everywhere. This is like it's snowing, and there's snowballs, but instead of snowballs, it's cannons of fire. You got to be careful. Meanwhile, BBE also on the back stretch of MVP. I don't know why I just had a problem trying to say MVP. I was struggling there. Meanwhile, Ryumin looks like he's got an open area, a lot of people, and hopefully a lot of teams to maybe grab here if they decide to play it well. As it looks like Pampy thinking the exact same thing here, knowing they hear those loud footsteps for that opportunity here, as they do end up getting one grab from Ku, ends up getting thrown down. The teammate comes through, trying to see if they can get some nice burn ticks onto Han. It's got to be careful. Nice way to get some protective off of this as well, but it looks like they still could try to do it. As it looks like the bow getting hit from the back as well. Trying to see if they can get another grab, and maybe they can get lucky. Pampy throwing as many arms and grabs as possible here inside of this section. Ends up grabbing Ryumin, goes for the throwdown, but it's not going to be enough as he pops open the bell, and he loses his ulti just in the nick of time.
Oh my goodness, Ryumin there was in a bad spot, ladies and gentlemen. But he was on the reaction with the bell. He was ready for the slam to come through. He makes it anyway. We're going to see No Sense here and starting to push in here on to Team 5-2-1. Just trying to keep them at bay, trying to pump out that damage. Cannon shots and bow shots literally raining from every side of the map coming in. Like you said, an absolute fireworks display being put on as we see IDK just trying to move to the backside here. So many of these Transformers forced to use that Monk transformation now on the clock, trying to figure out how they're going to get that rage back so they can have that Transformer ult for the end game, because it is Zone 5 collapsing onto Zone 6 as we speak. 17 players left remaining in the lobby. BBE on the move, trying to use those Wu Chen Fs to buy them a little bit of protection as JL's AS continues to sit topside with the legendary Swarm trying to pump damage out here onto BBE. Snacks taking so much damage from cannon, bow shots, and Swarm alike. Tesla ult being invested, ladies and gentlemen, as well as the Wu Chen ult getting ready to come through. BBE finding a little bit of a reprieve on the backside here. Ivan trying to get a reset, but the cannon shots and bow shots continue to come out. Pampy with the ultimate there actually almost picks up the elimination, and we see the burn tick come through. It's going to be just enough. KLA will pick up Pampy. Rosemary here coming through, looking for some more of these grabs. 5-2-1's Akame holding on for dear life. Oh my goodness, Rosemary finds another grab onto 5-2-1 here. 5-2-1 starting to fall apart at the hands of KLA, but Rosemary's Monk transformation is going to end, ladies and gentlemen. JL's AS into the pillar for the transformation. Can't hold it for too long though, because KLA's Ku coming in on the UA Sean ultimate. We've got their ultimate coming in from the Kurumi as well. The double grab coming in from 5-2-1's Pampy. Pampy gets picked back up by their Kurumi, gets the transformation off, and is back in this game, ladies and gentlemen. 5-2-1 keeping the hopes and dreams alive here. HLG's BBY in the corner, but Pampy goes so low and he can't get out, ladies and gentlemen. 5-2-1's Pampy will go down.
How does it feel to have an OG lobby again? Did you ever think you'd see this again? On top of that, did you realize that BB Snack actually stole both those eliminations while he had it in his hand? He actually couldn't get that. BBE actually stole all of those eliminations as they were coming through dangerously low, and it looks like they still have another opportunity to get some more eliminations here. BBE with 10 eliminations, almost ready to match it, but let's not sleep on JL, who has 13 currently, as JL is going to try to corner the market and corner BBE, as the Wushin is going to be able to take them out, actually put them back in the same slot here, but now the ulti comes in through. The pressure starts to get put on. Ibin stuck in a tough situation, no shield, half heals, still trying to back out of this, not getting caught up, but no Viper stun connects on any of these players. Has to continue to keep the rotation going as JL in the Terracotta Warrior starts to form. Same with Rosemary in KLA's position. Immediately gonna pop open that Monk, and now they're both gonna try to see if they can throw some grabs. He has to get a little closer, maybe get into some more higher ground if they have the opportunity to get some grabs. This could be huge for them as it slowly starts to turn over into this slower section. BBE Snack trying to see if they can get some heals a little while longer. The Ibin putting some pressure onto JL is going to have to force the back off as now the ulti comes through from the robot. Immediately coming through as Ibin gets eliminated by Rosemary. Rosemary trying to hold it strong, but he's outside of the circle. He doesn't get stunned, unfortunately, but that still doesn't mean AS trying to see if he can get some hits right in front of everyone. Both cannon shots are going to hit some hits and ricochets on each side. Kuz trying to see if they can find anything on this side as well here. There's still so much happening, but JL is just trying to create a lot of diversion and just trying to capture some damage as much as possible so that way their teammates can come in and clean up the rest of these fights. Now, AS with no more of it, now it's just a straight bunger strike fight for both sides here as Rosemary is going to be on the outskirts, loses out on so much of their heals. They have to come back into the circle, and it's their last time left. Beautiful double grab coming in from AS as he does end up getting that throwdown towards the bottom. Is not able to get the regrab, but he does get one onto Ku. Does he find a second? Ends up getting hit by the stun. Beautiful throw down onto this one. The question is it going to be enough? No. He ends up getting stunned. He's slow. He's open. He has the opportunity. JL catches an elimination onto Cuckoo. He's going to try to see if he can get another grab. Maybe an elimination if he's lucky. No! Loses out on that moment here. And now Rosemary, by himself, needs to find maybe a shield swap if it's possible. Still trying to skim it down towards the very end as the ulti comes in from Xi. Finds another one. Goes for the meteor. Goes for the strike. Immediately trying to get Rosemary out of this game. It is so down to the wire. Snack is all the way up top, just trying to stay alive for as long as possible. Literally doesn't want to touch anyone. He has 1 HP and a dream as CXG gets eliminated. JL trying to keep it together. The 2-time trying to put it together, and JL is going to hold it all the way to the end. Max eliminations, gets the dub and the 4 points.
JL coming here on that cannonball comp, making it happen, Dobby. You know, there was some talk around the water cooler the last 2 days about this particular comp and why Ice Pick was being run over the cannonball version of the comp. There was some confidence lost in running that Fairy Shen in this particular composition, but clearly JL comes in and proves that, hey, cannonball works, baby.
Clearly works the way that they were able to use it with so much diversion happening in so many different sections of that circle. As slow as it was, they still was able to maintain some type of superiority. Somehow they were still able to stay in between each other. Meanwhile, BBE Snack's way up top here, just trying not to get clipped at all. And Rosemary is in the bottom, just trying to see if he can capture any damage whatsoever before that circle closes.
Look, I mean, BBE Snack did exactly what he needed to do. He was able to get that stun out onto KLA. He knew if those two players were eliminated, he got his team not 1, but 2 positions higher in the standings for all of their eliminations. And he was able to do that with a sliver of HP. He's grappling left, right, and center. Man out here looking like Spider, like, whoo, ha, ha, I gotta stay topside here. He's able to do it against all odds. He goes down immediately after KLA's Rosemary because he's like, my job is done here.
I've done a lot of work here, and that definitely was one of the better circles to end on here, especially as the monk. But you got your OG circle again. Like there was a lot of monks. There was a decent amount of areas, but there was a lot of monks. So if I were to look at that, I could see that being an OG circle. That was an OG circle.
I mean, absolutely. But I don't anticipate seeing too much more Transformer today, if I'm being quite honest, Dobby. I think they've got it out of their system. I mean, especially given the fact that Cannonball decimated that lobby, and Cannonball isn't even designed to be a counter pick for Transformers. This entire composition was put together to deal with Sand Siphon. So the fact that we see so many Transformers getting absolutely blitzed through by Team JL on that Cannonball comp, it really signifies the end of an era, Dobby. Transformer comp, your classic Kurumi Yueshon Monk, unfortunately, is on the way out the door. These teams have found bigger and better, greener pastures to move on to.
Well, we'll see what happens with more updates and obviously more patch notes. You never know. They might actually switch it up, or they might. That would be actually interesting to see if they can get another monk. What if the monk has a brother, huh?
Oh my goodness.
That'd be crazy.
Dobby wants double monks in a lobby that's already full of monks throwing hands.
Monks on top of monks, right? Now imagine if it wasn't a monk. What if it was something, right? But he's also a transformer. That'd be crazy. Anyway, I'm just spitballing here. Coming through here, still, teams like BBE holding strong at the very end. JL really seeing their advantages that they already had. They had a decent amount of elimination. They were actually leading that game for a long time, and I think towards that they almost lost it. And they just steadily just kept staying consistent. Obviously, they're keeping those skills, really being able to just maximize as much damage as possible, and then obviously able to just paddle, and just destroy these teams piece by piece, and using that coverage in order for them to have that layout down. Now they can just go, okay, let's focus on getting this kill. Now let's go get this kill. There was a point where they spread out, and then they came right back together.
Absolutely, as we get to take a look at the overall scoreboard here. There it is, ladies and gentlemen. JL with 19 eliminations and a first place finish, walk away with a game score of 30.6. A massive game for Team JL, but BBE off the back of Snack's performance in the end there. Again, remember, he eliminated two teams with that Tessa ultimate to buy him 2 more positions. So they take a second place finish with 11 eliminations for a game score of 17.9. And if I'm not mistaken, that moves them into the top 6, Dobby, and they still have 5 games to play.
Clearly, they can go celebrate now. They already are headed to Chengdu. They don't have to worry about too much now. As we look at the stat for each of the players here, I mean, 26,000 damage coming in from Zai, and of course, an insane amount of numbers coming in from AS with those 6 eliminations, 20,000 damage, but 11 eliminations for One Fang. I mean, the man himself went absolutely crazy. This whole team went crazy as a group. As this team looks good as a unit. As a unit, they look good, okay? And that is exactly how that looks. But let's check out the overall standings so far for these games. Now, obviously, MVP able to at least try to get something. 4.3 in their first game. At least they got something. Sadly, can't say much about these other teams. IDK's got 1 point, and IDC has 0.5. That placement is able to at least get them.
Yeah. You take a look here. VNGC has a 0-point game 1, but you've got to remember their day 1 is 42 points. They still have 5 games to play. I don't see them going anywhere anytime soon. They only have to beat a 58.8 from Lobby 28 to guarantee that they qualify. 100% VNGC can do that. As we take a look here, Team TE off to an okay start. They put 6 points on the board. Fun Plus Phoenix a 14.8, but JL 30.6. They already almost doubled their performance from day 1 in one game.
In one game, they did all of what they did in 6 games in one singular game. As you look at BBE, 5th place, 88.4. What a game coming in from them. And obviously that 12.4 is actually looking pretty good for KLA as well with that 86.3. So can't really count them out as well here. They're doing pretty good, but to be able to move up and get themselves in that top 5, 88.4, they are feeling really good.
Oh, absolutely. Team BBE here, man. They put on a show for us in day 1. They pulled the scoreline that some of these pro NBPL teams weren't able to pull on their day 1, and then they came back here in day 2. Game 1, they already put up a 17.9, and that's more points in a single game here for their last day in trios than some of these other teams have put together at all.
As we look back here for the replays here of our game number 1, beautifully timed from BK, able to do the surprise drop down here, gets that finish. Obviously the Monk trying to see if they can close in this gap here, is able to get the grab from TXJ immediately after demonking. Ends up getting some hits off the back, but BK and the rest of the team of MVP able to close that gap out and get that elimination. Meanwhile, Phoenix in this main fight here between them and 521. Akame stuck in a tough position here as those nunchucks are able to just turn around and put in work. Sends them back to go back for the reset here. Obviously, the 5-2-1 Pampy doing pretty well though, trying to see if they can hold defensively, but it's not enough as Phoenix with that confidence coming through. Now, this is the type of thing that we're talking about here. Rosemary grabbing from halfway across the map here to try to grab and get some decent finishes here. BBE also doing the exact same thing. Rosemary continuing to keep that same stretch. Beautiful slam throw. Is able to get the grab, but ends up getting pushed outside of the circle. Exile doing exactly what they needed to here. Creating enough damage. Being that turret that they needed to be in that circle. Forcing them outside of it early. And capturing those eliminations towards the end. And that's how a team like JL was able to successfully do just that. But the Terracotta Warrior is going to show up with his animation here. As we all know who was running that with this team for JL. And that is going to be in the hands of One Fang, who's going to be our MVP. His first MVP with a Storm Stride, Dragon's Rear, Soothing Boot, Nunchuck Sack, Velocity Untold, and a Slow Shot and Sunwing Shot, holding 11 eliminations and 60,000.
Oh my goodness, One Fang coming in here, absolutely knocking it out of the park here in game 1 for JL. But if you're watching from Twitch, we got a quick question for you. Which team had the highest score this match? Was it A, TE, B, KLA, C, JL, or D, BBE? If you can't get this one, you clearly were not here watching game number 1. You weren't watching 2 seconds ago.
You missed. Yes, yeah. 2 seconds ago. 2 seconds ago. You can clip it.
Yeah, exactly. Like, I don't know where you were, ladies and gentlemen. This is going to be an easy one. Get your answer in chat and make sure you're watching your whispers here on the lovely Twitch, because you're going to make sure you get an answer coming in. But we've got a quick video for you coming in from BB's Ivan.
Thì ở game 1 tụi em chết sớm thì tụi em khá là hụt hẫng. Và ngay game 2 thì bọn em được một cái glory và bọn em đã trở lại và đánh thì tự tin và con nhiệt huyết hơn. Thì như những dự tính của tụi em thì hôm nay tụi em đã đạt đủ chỉ tiêu và có khả năng vào chung kết rất là cao, nên ngày thi đấu tiếp theo thì tụi em vẫn cứ giữ phong độ và thi đấu từ từ để đủ điểm vào chung kết rồi. Là trước khi trận đấu chưa diễn ra thì bọn em không tính trước được, và sau khi được glory thì bọn em cũng khá là vui. Nhưng mà bọn em cũng phải hơi dè chừng vì bọn em cảm thấy được những đội tuyển Trung Quốc kiểu họ thật sự chưa đánh nghiêm túc hẳn, nên bọn họ còn khá là vui vẻ.
Shanghai looking absolutely amazing here as we're about to get ready to lock in for our game number 2. Game number 1 already started off very amazing. Uncoincidentally, surprised, I just fumbled that so hard. I couldn't even figure out the words to put together for that. But game number 1, very interesting, but also nighttime map done already. Usually that is a Game 5, Game 6 map. That is not something that you get a chance to see too often in our game number 1. So now switch is a little different because now we're going into during the day for
no, we're heading to Hollow Roth next, buddy.
We're headed to Hollow.
We still have some other Fireflies maps, but nighttime is going to be the map that has the most Fireflies.
Exactly.
So typically we see teams come in and look to tear it up in this game, but it was JL who was able to do it this time around in a lobby full of Transformers. They came in, they brought in that cannonball version of the comp that so many people were afraid to run, and showed us why it's such a scary comp. But here's a question for you guys. You want to make sure you either head on over to NARAKA and enter this into your browser, or you can head over to the client and do it there as well. Which of the following 2 teams do you think will achieve the most kills in the coming match? Is it going to be Team A, KLA, or Team B, JL?
I mean, it's definitely going to be interesting to see does. JL, I mean, obviously, absolutely popped off in game number 1. They could go back to back. KLA, though, definitely one of the teams to watch and pay attention to. They have popped off in these games. They have done some amazing work in really being able to capture the nations. So this is actually going to be a good one. I'm going to give it up to KLA. I think JL, I think they had their pop-off game. I don't know if Lightning's going to strike twice. I don't know.
You know, Dobby, JL is one of those teams. I'm gonna have to be the devil's advocate here and call for Team JL. And here's why: because JL is one of those teams that once they get locked into a day, they're really locked in. It does not happen often, but when it does happen, they really bring their A game. So this game could potentially lead into a dominant day here for them. Time will tell, though, ladies and gentlemen, as we get ready to lock in for game number 2. We still got a little time before we head in, but man, this game 1 really turning things on its head. I did not expect us to go back to a Transformer heavy lobby after day 2, and we saw like
I didn't either.
Nothing.
I didn't either, especially on the nighttime map. I'm thinking like, oh yeah, people are gonna probably do their Brave picks, probably the plays that they're used to, prioritize those Fireflies, but no, like barely any at all. And I was like, wow, okay, well, I guess, all right, here we go. Going back to the OGs, but now Fun Plus Phoenix in 7th place. They're doing, I mean, 7th place, top 7. That's definitely qualifying. Their confidence is definitely there. The expectancy of Fun Plus Phoenix so far has been very, very high. This is definitely one of those teams that has been favorited to win. And I mean like favored to win the whole thing, especially knowing that last season's champions is not here. So at this point, we're walking away with a new champion.
Oh, absolutely, Dobby. But here's the thing. Game 2 is going to be very, very interesting. Typically heading into Holoroth, we see a lot of Sand Siphon come out. This particular composition does very well onto Holoroth, right? But now we have seen confidently Team JL just run Cannonball comp, which is supposed to be designed to hard counter that Sand Siphon composition. I don't know what to expect out of the hero picks coming into this game, because a lot of teams haven't been running Sand Siphon or Ice Pick into these Sand Siphon heavy lobbies. Will we see an adjustment from these teams who go, oh, hey, oh, that comp is actually viable, let's turn around and drop it in here? You know, we were talking with one of the members, I do believe, of IDC coming into the day, and it's a composition that they feel like they just haven't had enough time to practice and run. So for them, they've already said they've kind of discounted it, right? They don't have the practice, they don't want to bring it forward, they don't want to run it. I wonder how many teams here are in a similar situation.
A lot of similar situations, I think, in terms of that, but it's, I feel like with some of these teams, especially in the lower bottom half here, I don't think aggression is really the name of the game. I think it's more of the synergy as well, to like how they, like, yes, aggression is definitely important, but like if you just go in aggressively and then you don't win, it's kind of like, okay, you guys need to at least switch it up.
Well, the problem is that for the teams that are in the bottom, they have to pop off.
Right.
They don't have a choice. So you can't go into a game and look to play for kind of an average to middling consistency game. It doesn't matter if you make it to the end of the lobby. If you've got no eliminations, you're not getting any you're 0 multiplied by anything, Dobby, is still 0. So these players who are sitting at the bottom, they are on desperation mode. They have to come in. They have to pop off. They have got to find big eliminations, and they've got to find eliminations in every phase of the game, which means they have to be aggressive from start to finish.
Going to be interesting to see if any of these bottom teams will have that golden moment, the golden era, to seize the opportunity for them to collect that #1 dub. Not only that, also getting multiplier and those points, but a team like DPCQ, they absolutely need it. All the way down in 17th place, 11,000 average damage, 1.3 average kills, and 0 top 5s. I mean, the damage numbers aren't too bad for the average, but just cannot secure any eliminations.
Yeah, I mean, DPCQ in a tight space, IDC in a very similar space. Here's the thing, though. We talk about aggression, right? This is why these teams really want to come in and play aggressive, Dobby, because if they can find one big pop-off game, if they can find a 30 bomb like JL just did in terms of total score, it puts them in a position where they can look to play comfortably. They don't have to go in and play hyper-aggressive and risk everything every single game. And that's exactly what they need right now. As we take a look here, we're going to see if those hero picks come in and surprise us, or if it's going to be more of the same, ladies and gentlemen. As we take a look, lots of Sand Siphon. Yo, is KLA running Tarka into their Viper comp? Okay, there's a Zai pick. Hello, this is still wild. Everything else, more exactly what I expected to see, Sand Siphon Viper comp. But
we
Viper
love the switch-ups.
With Zai?
Yes! Give me something different. Switch up the game, especially with a team like KLA as well here. They're doing pretty decent. So, like, they can afford to maybe throw out something random and maybe try something else, maybe do a little bit of experimentation into this game number 2. It's still somewhat early, and they do have that list. Now, meanwhile, everybody else is going to have to lock in something else. But let's go! Give me something different, baby.
I mean, this is hyper interesting. If they actually lock this, I'm very curious to see how this goes for them, Dobby.
Definitely interesting here, as we're going to see a very spread out circle here. But even though still seeing doubles in terms of where people are landing here, as we're going to see Fun Plus Phoenix inside of that Salvation podium. Meanwhile, way in the back of Imperial Village is going to be IDC and BBE. Then both of them going to be fighting for that territory. Looks like one player, that's the one team of JL, is going to be inside of that one station here in the Mecca. Meanwhile, far right side, we got at least 3 to 4 teams. So that's going to be the most of where this fighting is going to be. But everywhere else, Matab, there's one team that's TE. IDK is going to be kind of in the middle of those canyons. It looks like there's going to be some fun in the ice territory. HLG might be fighting that out. But overall, not a lot of people trying to force these fights, but those early eliminations are going to be very important, and it's going to be interesting to see how they're going to handle it as we immediately come through and see 5-2-1 VNGC and MVP fighting this out immediately. As Hong, it gets eliminated immediately. Roy Hehe is going to keep that same aggression. They're going to capture this moment. Tessa going through with the chain, going to try to see if they can go for the stun, and it looks like it is, as they are sadly stunned. It is a whirlwind of fighting happening inside of the stretch as Mushroom and BK ends up getting eliminated inside of this moment. VNGC, Aspen trying to see not to get caught up, but sadly he will by the Reza, and now the spread comes through. Right, he deciding to back off that fight, did not want any piece of that. Meanwhile, KLA trying to fight this out with Pampy. Pampy, beautiful hit's gonna send Rosemary and you back out the stretch, says back off this. I don't know what you're looking at, but it's not gonna be enough because Pampy doesn't get eliminated.
Do you remember how we talked about the level of aggression that was probably going to come out in this game?
Oh, absolutely.
It is nothing but fights already from start to finish here. MVP trying to come in, potentially pick one of their teammates up, and now going to be forced to take the fight here into KLA. KLA running that Zai here already with the V2 up and online. LTZ going to go down to it as well. The fan coming in to clean up there for Rosemary from Team KLA. KLA turning back around as VNGC comes in looking for the fourth party back onto the members of KLA. A massive Tessa ult going to be landed here, but unfortunately Roy Hehe just going to be blitzed through here. The Zai literally coming in like a truck, quite literally isekaiing our boys VNGC back to the soul altar here, Dobby. Maybe this pick isn't as crazy as I think it is.
Did you notice the moment Tessa popped it, everybody just full-blown focused on that one Tessa? Didn't even think about it, just immediately looked and said, wow. Didn't even take it to the next station. So obviously they're able to do exactly what they need to. Beautiful push, beautiful moment towards that as well here, and they're able to do exactly what they need to. It's been insane so far with some of these fights, and seeing the immediate fights. Some of the immediate fights has been super well documented, and obviously VNGC trying to see if they can hold together, but Roy he just gets triple teamed immediately.
Yeah, we're going to turn now to IDC here. Rumen Fat Milk now back over to BBE, looking to move across, and we're going to see if they're able to get themselves back into this game, ladies and gentlemen. Fat Milk on the backside here. A little bit of loot up here still in the top side of Imperial Village, just by Waterfall here. And things turning interesting as we will have this Zone 1 starting to collapse in the next 1 minute and 30 seconds. The aggression has been quite heavy as things slow down just a bit. We're going to see the Bell being invested here by DPCQ. coming onto the tower side here. But now heading back to Matop, we will see the fights continuing to break out. IDK turning on to the members of Team TE. A Viper ult being invested here by Sachiko, but they're not going to find any value out of it as they get stuck inside the Sand Siphon. TE turning back onto them as soon as the Viper ult comes to an end. BBV really trying to lock down onto these members of IDK, and the Wu Chen ult will come through.
Beautiful timing for that Wu Chen to come through. It's able to get the snag off of that, making sure that they can't do it as Zayu gets hit super, super hard with the parry and everything else on top of that as well. Trying to see if they can dish it out, and obviously Dunkwing is going to be able to get the elimination onto Zay. Both of them trying to back off this, not getting caught up, but Len ends up getting absolutely destroyed by the Takeda. Takeda comes and puts it right through him, and IFDC ends up getting destroyed. Fun plus Phoenix. It's just hard to keep up with a team like them as they end up getting their first 3 eliminations, and they are struggling to try to keep it together.
Oh my goodness, JL here on the outskirts as we turn, looking like they're trying to take a fight and potentially pressure onto the members of Fun Plus Phoenix here. JL, of course, are winners from game number 1. Massive MVP coming in from them on that cannonball comp as we see them sitting here on a no ult zone. Plenty of chance to pressure this space. It looked like Zai there for a second was actually going to walk onto the spike trap. Avoids it though, as we see Fun Plus Phoenix wanting nothing to do with this engagement is going to completely move away and continue on their loot pathing. BNGC here taking the reset as they did lose a fight early game and now trying to get back into the game by finding some loot, able to find at least 1 blue set of armor for themselves here. BBE taking a fight here immediately. DPCQ, we will see the Frost Moths actually popped here onto Fat Milk. Fat Milk caught inside the Temi ultimate here. The Bane's Breath coming down here from BBE, forcing the fight here onto DPCQ. Mushroom completely locked out here. They know he doesn't have the ultimate. They're trying to come in. We will see Plan B try to cover there for their Temi. It looks like they're not going to make it as they will now invest their own Temi ultimate on a 2 Plan B here. DPCQ will find a parry into a Dragon's Rush. Nejda's Might here, absolutely huge. Snack going to go low, going to be feeling forced to activate that ultimate. Another Dragon's Rush coming back in from the backside. Fat Milk able to find the R&B on the fan here on the Mushroom. He finds it once, he finds it twice. DPCQ going to lose one of their members. Mushroom going extremely low, and DPCQ will lose all of their members who are going to be forced back to the Soul Altar.
Unfortunate though to try to see if maybe they can get that one and get the finish, but BBE is just a little bit better in that moment here as we're going to be able to walk over to 5-2-1 here, seeing the no ult zone already getting called out here as Pampy's try to see if they can hit some shots here with the pistol. Maybe even the musket as well here. JL on the outskirts of that no ult zone. Looks like they're going to try to do some trades here as it looks like they do. Trying to see if they can maneuver. It looks like they could be maneuvering technically to the first round with Yang. That's going to be spawning in hopefully soon here. Seeing as though JL trying to see if they can get up top here. Maybe see if they can get some higher coverage here. Seeing what's going on. This space is so beautiful. This is definitely one of the beautiful, more prettier sections of the map here. All of these clouds definitely gives off a fall type vibe. And seeing as though JL ends up hiding inside of the bush here, and this could be a very dangerous find depending on who you're looking at, as Pampy is going to get caught up by JL's Fang. Nice coverage to capture it here. It looks like he's going to try to rotate this out, and Zai is going to pop the ulti. Akami stuck in the worst position possible here as he ends up getting stunned. The beautiful parry trying to disconnect here, but it's not enough as Akami does end up getting eliminated here in this moment here as JL's 5-2-1 fights it up with Yin. XI just trying to see if they can keep the same coverage and keeping the same pressure onto him, though, as he's going to push onwards here. Grapple, it's a grapple pull. Trying to see if they can rotate it, but it looks like he's just a little bit faster. He decides to treat back off. Realizes it's probably not the best time to do it here. As now, Yin caught up. KLA going to be able to capture 1 on the inserts here, and Yin sadly gets eliminated by the full team of KLA and their team.
Yeah, 5-2-1 there has 1 member who's capable of resurrecting. They need to do it fast, though. Zone 1 is almost fully collapsed down. On to Zone 2 here. KLA off to a very good start here in our Game 2 for the day. Realms of Yang getting ready to come through. It looks like BBE setting themselves up for 1. At DPCQ, looks like they were able to get both of their members back into the fight here, Dobby. So, or no, their entire team, actually. I apologize. But I don't think they're going to be heading towards that Realm of Yang anytime soon. They are fighting for scraps of loot. As we take a look, we do see the members of KLA heading towards the Realm of Yang. So a couple of these teams prepping to head on in. BBE knows they want to take one here on the Sand Siphon into Team TE here. And if I'm not mistaken, they are going to be going up against the mirror match here. Sand Siphon into Sand Siphon. Who's going to come out on top? Time will tell, because the Realm of Yang is about to kick off now. Here we go. BBE's Fat Milk misses the opportunity to come in. Will get grappled out. Is going to go ahead and pop the F1 there, but it's Dragon's Roar that comes back in onto them, not a blue focus. So Fat Milk going to take quite a bit of damage there from the meter dump there on the Dragon's Roar. TE's BBE able to find a ton of value there with the Furin. A massive parry coming through, though, will hit BBB quite hard. Furin continuing to keep BBB out of the fight. Another parry. BBB forced to use the Furin just to buy a little bit of space and protection to keep themselves from eating so much damage there. They have one Furin left on the side of BBE's Fat Milk here. He's going to throw it out, trying to find a little bit of value there, and now TXJ completely separated from the team, goes extremely low. The F1 being invested here. He just needs to walk into one of those blues. He's not able to force one just yet, but they are taking control of this fight as TE's TXJ goes down. VVV will take Iben down, though, and now it's a 2v2, ladies and gentlemen. The Wisps coming in, invested. TXJ, though, oh my goodness, he picks up Fat Milk there. Now it's a 1v2, but both of these players so low. Snack finds one. He needs to find the other one here. He's going to opt to go for the reset here. 32 seconds. Snack is going to have to figure out how to win this fight very quickly. He's going to take some huge hits from that Pulse Sword. TXJ coming in there with the Blistering Edge. Not able to connect onto it, though. The Clank coming through. Both of these players posturing. Oh. There it is. Blistering Edge going to make this very hard for Snack to come out on top. TXJ finds another hit. Another one, and there it is, ladies and gentlemen. Against all odds, TE comes out on top.
TE absolutely coming through. That was definitely probably the worst decision, was to allow him to heal with how low he was. He probably didn't realize how much health he had left, but he probably had enough realizing that he could have just W-keyed that and probably would have won that fight. He had more heals, he had more shield, he had the advantage, but he just decided to give the reset up, and sometimes that reset could be the worst decision. He had the better Soul Jades, he had the better advantage, and he had the Pulse Sword. Even though that fan is faster, that Pulse Sword definitely hidden. Woo!
Oh my goodness here, Davi. Take a look here. BBE already back on the respawn. I don't think they have any Soul Bloom stashed away here, so they are definitely gonna have to go out and find another team to take down.
With that here, let's see if that advantage does come through here as Fun Plus Phoenix's water ends up getting hit off of that one here and immediately coming through. Fun Plus Phoenix gonna be able to pop through here, both of them hitting the Sand Siphon, immediately catching Gundam Queen, trying to see if they can go for the exit, but TE is actually blocking them from being able to maneuver that on the outside here. Oh, beautiful throw and a pull coming through as Leo is going to try to see if maybe they can fight this out and keep this going. The Takeda's absolutely astonishing as the team synergy on both sides. TE is popping off, ladies and gentlemen. That is 7 eliminations, stacking it up and closing in the gap on PBE's 8 eliminations so far.
Oh my goodness. Fun Plus Phoenix here, just getting it completely run through as we see TE come in and, like you said, find their 7th elimination of the game. We turn our attention now to Team KLA and DPCQ going head-to-head here. Rosemary going to open things up with a massive parry onto one of the members of DPCQ, but it looks like KLA not really wanting to smoke, is going to back away here. BBE taking a fight now with the members of JL, and this is going to be a very important fight for them because they need to cleanse that Yang depletion, but the Viper Stun comes through. If Iben goes down here, they cannot resurrect him. The ultimate coming in from Zipping, going to save Iben ever so slightly. Fat Milk going very low there here with the Takeda ultimate available, and JL keeping the pressure up. They need to find some of these eliminations. A massive parry comes through. They're not going to find any value on the Repulsor. They're able to tap dodge away and get through there. JL's AS taking a ton of damage, investing the ultimate. Fat Milk able to cleanse, though, as we will see the Wu Chen ult invested. BBE has to keep the hunt going here. They do know where JL has gone. They have got to come in and clutch this out now that they are so low. Fat Milk looking for the full reset here, and it looks like a BBE doesn't want to continue to pressure the fight, and this is very unfortunate. They burned so many ultimates there, so much of that rage and abilities, and now they're going to have to look for another team and do it all over again.
Very, very impressive to come into this one and seeing how they've been able to put this one together. PBE is on the ticking clock here. It looks like they're rotating in. Same with an MVP and VNGC. Still trying to see if they can rotate this in here. MVP deciding to comp out of this here. Meanwhile, IDK in the middle of a fight with BBE, definitely stuck in a tough position here as the ulti comes through. Oh, nice hits as the Wushin is going to be able to take them out. Ibin was absolutely putting up so much damage though, but it looks like the Wushin was not able to take him too far. Beautiful parry onto no sense here. The ulti comes through, the Viper stun. Oh, that's the Tessa stun hits first, and then the Viper stun isn't able to do anything in that moment here. Ibin gonna try to see if maybe they can capture this. Hey, nice one is gonna be able to capture IDK. Sachiko on the outskirts is able to catch the 3v1, and now they're still able to skim through one. BBE fighting this out. It looks like TE wants a little bit of that payback as they're gonna start to close in the gap on Snack by himself, stuck on the outskirts. The
Takeda coming in, able to clutch it out there with the Fura and Ibin in them. Worst case scenario as well as Snack was the one who was able to cleanse that Yang depletion. They're going to lose another one here, and it's going to be Ibin, so BBE down to a single player left alive. Fat Milk actually did get the cleanse. I do apologize. They're going to buy Snack back here, and Snack and Fat Milk need to get out of here. They are down a man. They do not have the coins to buy somebody back here, so they need to work on figuring out how to get Ibin back into this game, Dobby.
Definitely have to figure this out. Time is of essence here, and obviously the closer that we get towards the end of these circles here, it's definitely going to be a lot harder for them to pick up their teammates here. I think they do have the income for it here, but the question is it going to be enough? This one plus Phoenix is going to secure that realm of Yang here. I don't think anybody else is most likely going to join it, especially knowing that Fun plus Phoenix is in there. Could be 5-2-1 that could potentially go in there here. They're going to be able to rotate this in. Maybe they're going to use it to their advantage here. Trying to decide actually opt out of not doing it. And it looks like Fun plus Phoenix is going to get a freebie from the realm of Yang. HLG. Looks like they're doing good practice as well here. Nothing like some quick practice in the middle of the game. Doing a little bit of some maneuvering, you know, getting ready for the final fight.
Speaking of final fight, we've got a fight breaking out here between Fun plus Phoenix and the members of JL. Fun plus Phoenix with that Mystic Might, meaning they've got that 25% damage reduction for this fight. The stun getting ready to come through. The Tessa going to guarantee the Viper stun connects onto the members of Fun plus Phoenix. But crucially, he's got the Furins. He's got the ultimate up. He's able to cover for the team. The damage reduction also playing a crucial factor here into this fight. JL going to use that Wushen ult to get away here. But Fun plus Phoenix is definitely going to keep the chase up here. They have already invested so much into this fight. They want to pick up these eliminations. They need to be careful, though, because Team TE waiting in the wings is looking to collapse onto the members of Team JL, and JL is walking straight into disaster, Dobby. They've got two teams, Fun plus Phoenix and TE, all trying to pressure onto them. AS here, trying to use a little bit of that meter dump to buy some space. Donkwing with the ultimate back online already coming in, will be able to throw the fan out, find some value, and connects with the Furin to pick up the elimination. Fun plus Phoenix finding another elimination to put under their belt. They are going to go to 7. I do believe, Dobby, as we take a look. HLG pushing up the backside of Plumed Castle here, and they have caught out Fat Milk here from Team BBE by himself. Not quite sure where the lovely Snack is, but Fat Milk desperately trying to break away from all of the action.
Desperately, as he's been so close to a few opportunities here to really be able to scale and get out of there. Obviously, the Tarago's able to do just enough to try to keep the game alive, but obviously not able to. Ow, wow! Even opting to even get scale rushed down. And Fat Milk just trying to maneuver this away. The rest of the team able to do so much. He's getting juggled. Oh my goodness! To the point where HLG actually steals the elimination away from them with a bow shot. I don't even know where HLG was.
HLG was the team that was chasing him the whole time, Dobby.
I thought that was another team. That was because I know VNGC was up top, because I know you saw that
VNGC was up top, but they was just taking range shots. HLG was the one chasing, and they were able to get it. Unfortunately, while that fight was going on, Snack also gets caught out by KLA and gets eliminated. So that is going to be it for Team BBE. They put 9 eliminations on the board. Unfortunately, they do not get to take them to late game, but they are still sitting pretty in 9th place currently, Davi.
9th place for real.
Or sorry, 5th place, not 9th place.
Meanwhile, TE is in 8th with 9 eliminations currently. KLA is in 6th with 8 eliminations. And it looks like Fun Plus Phoenix have 5 eliminations to their name so far. I actually thought they would have had more, knowing where they were at the time here. But obviously, XI actually getting pushed up there. Nice parry to be able to send Fun Plus Phoenix Dawn Queen back here. Nice read off of that as well here. It looks like they're going to try to see if they can separate themselves as well. XI trying not to get caught up in that 2v1 situation here. The Nunchuck's able to put in a decent amount of damage and work as Dawn Queen is going to be able to capture that elimination. And that goes up to 6. So they're slowly closing in this gap between the most kills between PE and KLA here. Meanwhile, BBE out with that 9 eliminations. But obviously, the more eliminations that these teams are going to have, we're going to have an explosive game. Could hit 20s. Could potentially hit 20s potentially.
Absolutely. As we take a look here, Zone 3 collapsing onto Zone 4. That means no more Realms of Yang. Ladies and gentlemen, KLA here still on the interesting pick here with the Zai. They've picked up quite a few eliminations this game already. I do believe they are currently sitting at 8, Dobby. And this is such an interesting take on the Viper comp to just come in and drop the Tessa out of that position and continue to play Wu Chen. You know, we were talking about some of the potential replacements for Wu Chen in this comp earlier today. Never did I think in a million years a team would opt to replace Tessa, much less with Zai.
And so far, it's been working for them. So far, it's actually been a very surprise, even for Rune. Rune is like, wow, okay, this is actually working. Hold on, let's actually let him cook. Let him cook. Let's see what he's cooking. Chef in the kitchen. Wait a minute.
Yeah, KLA really, again, very surprising with this particular comp. We're going to see here somebody with a huge bounty onto Team TE that, or they've picked up that Valiant Challenge. It looks like it is the Valiant Challenge coming through as we see. We do have a Moore's Blessing getting ready to come through on that side of the map as well. A couple of these teams still alive here. A couple of stragglers still alive for some of these teams as well. VNGC, top side here, they only have 3 eliminations, but they are trying to scale towards that late game here. TE more than happy to come through. They want to pick up this legendary set of armor so they can really scale the Sand Siphon comp out for the late game, Dobby. They're also sitting there on that no ult zone. They are going to immediately pop it so nobody even thinks about pressuring them and coming in for this Moore's Blessing that they're going to be coming in to take. VVV coming in already. TXJ going to burn the ultimate there because it's just on the outside edge of that no ult zone and guarantee that Team TE is able to get this. They're going to pick up a legendary Flame Breath as well as a legendary set of armor, Dobby.
Done a great job of getting those pickups here, and I don't think there's anybody really realistically nearby here, but still able to get a very big advantage up on the board here for this team. So now they're going to be going through some of their switches here, especially for some of their weapons and soul chains, dropping some, maybe doing some swaps as well. Maybe particularly could spend some. But everybody's got at least a little bit of something decent in their bag, but we'll see what happens. It's like we're also going to see the rotations come through by TE, BNGC as well. Out here, Ray trying to get some aerial coverage to see where some of these other teams are. TE is going to be on the rotation as well towards the side. It's not looking good. Asplon is kind of a little bit split from his team here. He's going to have to be careful as the shots do ring out. Looks like that's going to be from the bow. Looks like I'm hearing some cannon shots as well here as Aspen. He's going to stick to this team up top here. TE probably going to be nearby. That's going to be Fun Plus Phoenix as well. Aspen trying to see if maybe they can get some hits with the musket, but Zaiwei is going to get out of the way. TE down at the bottom, 5-2-1. Could it be interesting to see where they maneuver out of this one here? It looks like TE might be trying to catch them inside of this corner here, guys. It looks like they're going to push up and be a little bit aggressive. They might go for the low ground here. TXJ is going to catch him on the inside. Might actually have the free space to start fighting at least one, maybe, potentially, as 5-2-1's Pampy is going to decide to back off this. Meanwhile, Don Queen, the rest of Fun Plus Phoenix, finding out with JL1 Fang by himself. Does not want to get caught up. It's not going to be good, but it looks like it doesn't matter here, as they know he's the last player alive here. Captures him with the daggers, the shots coming from all over, and it looks like HLG is going to come in and snatch that elimination, and Fun Plus Phoenix looks to try to see if they can capture some other eliminations elsewhere.
Yeah, 18 players left alive. Zone 4 is collapsing onto Zone 5 as we speak, ladies and gentlemen. Currently leading the pack is TE with 9 eliminations. KLA just behind them with 8 elimination, and the boys of Fun Plus Phoenix right behind them with 6 eliminations, rounding out your kill leaders in the current lobby. Ladies and gentlemen, Fun Plus Phoenix holding the high ground. VNGC just down underneath the stairs there, holding on to some decent space as the zone continues to push deeper and deeper, Dobby. We're going to take a look at KLA, who are just big chilling here just to the side of Salvation Podium as we wait for the action to kick off. TE down here trying to push HLG away. Not sure if anybody's been able to secure that Moore's Blessing that's just come through. I don't see any armor or anything sitting over there. TE, of course, picked the first one that came up at the very beginning of round 4 here, which is why BBB has holding on to that legendary set of armor right now. Putting in work here with these cannons as well, really trying to get those shots out onto the members of HLG. Gonna need to find a place to go for a little repair here. As we take a look at Fun Plus Phoenix still sitting topside here. I do believe I just saw a swarm, which is going to answer my question of which team was able to open that other box there, Dobby. That swarm coming in and looking to pump some damage out. VNGC still just below them, sitting on 4 eliminations here. Team 5-2-1 also holding on to a building. Unfortunately for Team 5-2-1, it looks like they are all still on blues, Dobby, as we turn back to Team TE. Looks like TE was able to just open that new box and get the second set of legendary armor for their team, which is massive for them. 2 sets of gold armor is going to be huge for TE as we head into the late stages of this game. Zone 5 is collapsing onto Zone 6, so we're going to see the members of VNGC and Fun Plus Phoenix getting forced from their roosts all the way down here into this little town, and it looks like this town here just to the east side, sorry, the west side of Plumed Castle is where the final fight is going to take place.
Interesting circle, and especially with how this dynamic has changed. TE, 9 eliminations, KLA with 8, Fun Plus Phoenix with 6 so far. BNGC is in the chopping block, and 5-2-1 is also in the same position as well. We could see a dynamic switch just as fast as this game, particularly here, as VNGC decides to get a little bit aggressive. Pops that ulti, though, the Sand Siphon, to be able to block some of those. Meanwhile, they're getting ricocheted up top by one of those other teams all the way up there. And now, trying to see if they can have that advantage, though. 5-2-1 just trying to separate so that way they don't get caught up here, and they are getting hit from all angles. This is not good for them. They're going to have to rotate and get out of there as they are going to try to maneuver. The question is where to? They don't have much of a place to go, as Pampy is still going to be on the side of the wall, still alive, dangerously low, though, and in reality still able to keep this strong as TE has the high ground. They've got the weapons, they've got the cannons, they've got the muskets and the bows, and they are just causing problems for everyone else inside of this lobby. Now, obviously, TE definitely having the advantage currently here with the high ground, just dropping bombs on it, as now Fun Plus Phoenix just trying to rotate, maybe trying to see if they can give some of that same issues and some of those same explosions back onto them, and saying, hey, you're not the only one that also has some problems, but this building is getting absolutely ransacked here as KLA trying to see if they can just steady keep it. They have the Dreadful Whale on them as well. On the outskirts down below, that's 5-2-1. On that right side is going to be VNGC, and they're going to make sure that they have that corner slot here as the circle is slowly going to start to close in. And now here comes the fight style come through as Fun Plus Phoenix trying to get some hits onto TE. They're on the outskirts here as the circle's slowly going to start to come in right towards them here. They're going to have to either play smart, go back off, or play aggressive as Triple V is going to go on the outskirts of this circle here. Catches one, and that's going to be Don Queen. Very much open. The Ghost able to help them out as much as possible. Begin with that repeating crossbow is going to capture the elimination and gets the finish. Nice route on each side here as Triple V is going to capture one as well onto Zhao. And now even with that, TE deciding to pop off eliminations to their name. The Wushin's going to separate them off that outskirts. 5-2-1 popping off 5 eliminations. VNGC trying to see if they can capture an elimination as well. TXJ captures another onto 5-2-1's Pampy. They're going to start to come through with the corner. Ends up hitting the Takeda on Roy Hihi. The Volt ulti comes through on both sides. Everyone scatters. Viper trying to catch one. CXC gets absolutely destroyed by 5-2-1's Yin. And now they have 6 eliminations on their name as well. Lobby 28 dangerously close to getting eliminated out by 5-2-1 here as Fun plus Phoenix's Water and Rosemary get sent off the cliff. Obviously, the Zaichi trying to stay alive here. The only Zaichi inside of this realm, but it's not going to be enough as Cuckoo from HLG is going to capture the musket shot into the spread. And now the realm starts to push onwards here. 20 seconds left on the clock. TXJ popping off 13 eliminations. He's captured the last 5 eliminations for their team. They've been playing their absolute heart out. They have been so well synergized here towards this final circle. They had the positioning. They knew exactly what to do. And now it is absolutely being the priority for them as Leo is going to capture an elimination as well. They're trying to dip out of this as best as possible, trying to dive bomb out of this contention, but TE holding strong the flame breath, able to capture them inside of this corner here and just giving them so much of a barbecue. Hey, can I get my number 3 like always, baby? As now it's going to start to skim through. The Sand Siphon comes in. They're going to corner them off the outside. Roy Hihi trying to stay alive, but it's not going to be enough as TE is going to be victorious in your game number 2.
Yeah, TE, man, what a... We could write a textbook on this final circle and how they were able to come in and literally bully these teams out of the lobby. KLA coming from the top side here trying to hold on, but TE with the 20 bomb, they're gonna go to 21, ladies and gentlemen. The 3v1, you able to hold it out, able to get his team that second place finish for that extra multiplier, but unfortunately, it's not gonna be enough. TE here, 21 eliminations in a first place finish. And again, this final circle, literally, you could write a textbook on.
Did I or did I not say that this game could end up in a 20 bomb?
Yes,
That's
you did.
Crazy. I said that this was going to be one of those games where we could potentially see a 20 bomb with how many eliminations they have and what team decides to really pop off. And it really could have been any of them. Fun plus Phoenix was looking really good. We had TE that definitely had that synergy. We had one that was down, I think, in probably had at least 3 or 4 eliminations, but they started to slowly climb. I think they had 6 by the end, but even them, they could have had the opportunity to pop off and go crazy. But nonetheless, TE found their synergy, and obviously TXJ going off with 5 eliminations back to back to back to back to back before and beating the rest of their team. And after that, TXJ and the rest of TE started to lock in.
Look, TE was going absolutely crazy from the beginning. They took such a powerful position from the top. They bullied that entire lobby from Zone 4 till the very last. They clutch it out in the end. They pick up so many eliminations. The aggression was real from this team from start to finish. And what did I say, Dobby? This lobby, players were going to have to come in and they were going to have to bring that aggression. And sure enough, TE did exactly that. TXJ, like you said, absolutely popping off this game, coming in that final circle, like you said, 5 eliminations back to back to back to back to back. This man went crazy and he carried his team to victory, Dobby.
Absolutely insane, though, coming in from TE here at TXJ. Like I said, that definitely has to be the MVP. The way that he was able to get some of these solo teams to do what he needed to and to be able to separate, or maybe he wanted them to collide with this team. He was able to be the puppeteer for all of the enemy teams and going, if you guys want to get away from both, we're going to have to go this way, which puts right in the position I need to. So that way, it was just target practice. That was all it was for them. They just kept ricocheting shots after shots after shots and making everybody move out of the way. Now, whether or not are you going to move out of the way towards another team, or were you going to move away to another team? Because there was no openings. There was no free space. You couldn't really do anything. You just had to maneuver and say, hey, why don't you go over to this team, shoot them? Why do you keep continuing to shoot at us? That's really the name of the game at that time.
Look, I mean, the thing is they just have such a dominant positioning in that final circle, and this is something we've praised TE for in the past, is they understand how to take control of final zones. They were positioned to do it, they had the gear to do it, and they knew how to pressure these teams to keep them away from where they wanted them to be. So they come in, they do what Team TE does best. They take control of the final circle. They do exactly what they need to do to win the lobby out. And sure enough, nobody can stand in their way. Nobody can remove them from the position of power they put themselves into. And TE does the work and is rewarded for it, Dobby.
What a call, too, especially top of that building there as well. They only had a very small sliver of that place to do what they needed to. And it was just enough where they could see basically almost into some of the next buildings that's down below, first floor, even down towards the end of the canyons. They just had to make sure that it goes past them and tipping off the cliff, off that handle, just enough for them to be able to cause that diversion, forces them to move away. And then obviously once that circle really started to cascade in, they just decided to take the top of that cliff. They still were able to create some more synergy, cause those problems. By the time they landed, there was barely any resources for any of these teams to really do anything, as we look at it, and was able to clear the board. 21 eliminations, 33.4 points. They jump up from 8th to 5th in one singular game. Meanwhile, topping out the top 3, KLA's 8 eliminations with the 13.7, and BBE with 9 eliminations and a 10.
Yeah, BBE, so this is the thing that I called BBE out for last year, was they were consistently by mid-game having about 10 eliminations, but going out in the middle of the lobby. This year, they've been able to take some of those games to the late game and even find an MVP, and because of that, they're having a much better year here at the J Cup. They continue to put big points on the board. They continue to do very well. Taking a look here at our stats for the members of Team TE, though. 28,000 damage for TXJ, 27,000 for BVV.
I mean, it's really close in terms of both of their IGLs are in reality. Like, both of them really holding strong here. As we're going to look at the standings here, and obviously down the bottom, not much has changed, unfortunately.
Yeah.
MVP 7.8, 5.8 coming in from BNGC. A very big surprise coming in from BNGC. Really just struggling to try to find any which way to keep that momentum going. And it's been a struggle for them to try to close in this gap as much as possible here. And obviously looking at it a little bit differently here, SEA, Lobby 28, like I said, their game is done. But they are out. They are done. They're about to be done. If they keep up this momentum the way that it is right now, especially for SEA, I mean, it's really close. It's only a few eliminations, and just like that, they're out. Now, for HLG, 63.6, JL 68.8, OnePlus Phoenix 94.8. They are popping off, and the same with BBE. They're keeping that same rotation, just like what you said, keeping that same energy, getting those 10 eliminations. Once they get the top 3, that's all that matters. At this point, it's just about maintaining. You ain't got to do nothing crazy. It's just about maintaining and staying in the qualifications, clearly they are. Now, back to what I was talking about with TE, 105 points for TE. Like I said, they went from 8th to 5th, and it took one game to do.
Absolutely huge game for them. It's most of their score for the day as well. But taking a look here, KLA also breaks in to the triple digits with 100 points on the board for their collective 2 days. There are still 4 games left to play. This is still anybody's game to qualify for, Dobby. As we continue to take a look through these games, we have one more game for you and me today, Dobby, before we get ready to head in and hand things off to Duncan and Moxie. But we're going to take a look at these replays before we get ready to head into that space here. BBE coming in, man. Again, off the rip, this team just bringing the aggression here. And unfortunate for the members of IDC, they really try to clutch this out, and they just can't seem to make it happen. KLA, again, this pick so surprising. Zai coming in and really putting in work for this team. And you just don't expect to see it from Zai here in trios. IDC yet again in a rough situation here as FunPlus Phoenix turns on them after having just come outside of that realm of Yang. And so FunPlus Phoenix just trying to push back onto IDC, and sure enough, they are down to a single member here, and there's nothing they can really do about it. IDC gets sent back to the lobby yet again. BBE here on the outside, pushing on to DPCQ. Just such a clean fight from BBE here. DPCQ realistically couldn't do a whole lot. They fight it out to the very end, and unfortunately for them, it becomes a numbers game, Dobby.
Oh, absolutely here as we look in towards that final circle here, and TE is just absolutely going insane. Akame's just sitting there and just getting fired on. Okay, can I get my barbecue right? My number 3 with a what? Oh, with a drink? Absolutely. Thank you very much. As I mean, obviously able to put that one together here and able to do so much. I mean, look at Triple B absolutely playing that together and feeding it, but TXJ absolutely doesn't. I feel like I'm very confident in him. I can definitely probably say not only the amount of damage, but the amount of elimination. Mind you, it could very well be Triple B didn't have less damage. In reality, it really to be honest, it might be down the middle.
Oh, here it is, ladies and gentlemen. I think you are right, Dobby. We're going to see our boy coming in, TXJ, with 20,000 damage, 8 eliminations, and 12 assists is going to be your MVP here for TE in our second game of the day. Burst Arrow, Saskatchewan Sky Pillar, Merciless Havoc, Blistering Edge, Fire Arrows and Target Lock, and Advanced Heal coming in. What a stack of Soul Jades.
15,000 damage from the Pole Sword and almost 10k from the bow. What? That is a lot of damage. Listen, that's when they started to have some fun. The bow damage, that was just all fun, okay? That was just range for so
absolutely love
much
it.
of that. But we just got to give y'all another question though. What was the highest score in this match of A, 28 plus, B, 16 to 19, C, 22 to 25, D, 26 to 28. Make sure to lock your answer in your Twitch chat for your chance to win something nice. But overall, though, I mean, amazing game, amazing display, and a great change in reality. Like I said, even with some of the placements, it really could have been anyone's game, but TE definitely having that height advantage and having that placement where they're at, they and quickly they capitalize.
Look, again, this is TE's MO. If they are able to take control of a final circle, they will absolutely dominate games. And they took control of this final circle from zone 4. They positioned themselves to pick up not one, but both Moore's Blessings with little to no argument coming in from them. And because of that, they then are able to just take the power position. Speaking of taking power position, though, we're going to let you guys be taken to a video before we come back and lock in for our third game of the day.
We see the red flash actually getting whiffed from Alex H, but he doesn't whiff that parry. Sansi able to roll backwards to avoid any of the follow-up after the repulse, however, as we're going to see him still go down to the range distance that the staff is able to pick up onto him.
GG managing to take full advantage of the situation, but it looks as though they're turning their sights onto NTL immediately afterwards, but NTL is ready. They use that Viper ult, they're continuing to negate this pressure as well as they can, but it looks as though all three of them have just been caught up by this Tessa ultimate. It looks as though, and a Dodo, he was so close to avoiding it. Try hard as well, getting taken down in the zone. It looks as though NTL is sent back to the lobby, and there it is! He is pretty low. He's been forced to use that Yotohime ultimate, but it doesn't seem to matter for BBE. They managed to take down one. AS is already taken down. Fat Milk doing so much work with this Yueshan Ivan. He's getting healed for the moment. One Fang trying to keep himself alive. Uses that zipping ultimate. Ivan getting overheld here. One Fang getting taken down even lower. He's been popped. He has nowhere to go. The last remaining member on this team. It looks like it might be a GG here. BBE looking to clean this up, and there it is. And get taken down, get it grabbed multiple times. Unfortunate. But here we have TE up against Team 28. Oh, Tanoshi eating a bunch of damage there alongside D229 also getting taken down, and Gump is going to be short to follow. And there it is, TE picking up another.
Put BB into an area to be able to try and find this connection. He's going to use the V1. He's trying to turn it onto XCG. They turn the fight. They push the two teams into taking the engagement. The double jump has been used in the middle. T with an absolute huge heads-up play.
Shanghai looks absolutely amazing, and so does some of these games here for our trios as we're about to get ready to lock it in for our third game and our halftime for NARAKA BLADEPOINT for our J Cup. So far, these games have been explosive. They have been surprising. We have seen a Zaishian play. We had a nighttime map in our game number 1. What is going on?
Look, things are getting absolutely crazy, but you know what time it is, Dobby?
What's that?
It's time for us to hop on our little boat and paddle our way from Holoroth because we're heading back on over to Morsile. You know you and me love to get our paddle on, Dobby.
Gotta get our workout in.
Over. Things are going to get pretty interesting as we head back over to Morris Isle. I expect to see a lot of the same though, Dobby. This meta really has shifted into that sort of Sand Siphon, Viper sort of space, and a couple of teams either still trying to sit on that Transformer comp or trying to bring in that Ice Pick / Cannonball pick moving forward. But we've got a prediction question for you guys that you can answer either over on the website or you can find it in your client as well. Which of the following 2 teams do you think will achieve the highest rank in the coming match? Do you think it's going to be HLG? Or do you think it's going to be Team 521? Lock your answers in for a chance to walk away with some really great cosmetics, including a chance to get that very, very exclusive J-Cup Spear Banner skin.
Spear Banner skin is definitely insane here. But overall, in terms of the survival, I gotta give it up to, I'm gonna say it's 5-2-1.
I mean, look, 5-2-1 has a great opportunity. So does HLG, though. HLG proved in Game 1 that they can come in and make some noise happen. So I think it could realistically go either way, Dobby.
Let's see if they have the opportunity to. And right now, so far, it's been really split down the middle for some of these teams right now, though. But for a team like TE, like I said, they went from 8th place to 5th in one singular game. They now have over 100 points. They're at 105. Definitely that confidence is very much there for a team like IDK, Ryuman, Sachiko, No Sense. They are close to their end.
Yeah, absolutely. It's very unfortunate to see, but these teams just haven't been able to come in and perform the way they need to, Davi.
Definitely have not been able to here. It's like, try to see if they can work towards it there, but for a team like them, you said their aggression is definitely going to be important, but they need to switch up their comps.
I mean, the thing is they just have to know how to pilot their comps. They need to have stronger target acquisition. They feel like they're getting split up in fights, Davi, is the problem. They are not locking onto the same target. The communication is breaking down.
And that's definitely going to be a deciding factor, because obviously being able to get those 2v1s and spreading your team out, or spreading the enemy team out, should I say, is definitely the name of the game when it comes to trios, and making sure that they have a tough time really keeping that synergy together, even though they can be split in many different ways. And that obviously is going to cause them to struggle a little bit more here and there throughout this game.
Yeah, it's going to be very, very interesting to see if these teams sitting at the bottom are going to be able to change up how they're playing, or if they're just going to let it affect their mental and basically keep them from qualifying, Davi.
Absolutely, keep them from qualifying here as BBE, 7th place. Fat Milk, Snack, Ivan definitely have been playing so well so far. Check this out, 75% in their top 5. Second overall for that, and 8.4 average kills so far. So BBE definitely feeling the fight. They're hungry, and they are eating.
Look, BBE absolutely just putting the work in. This team has done such a phenomenal job here in the group stages for Jacob. They've been able to come in and really identify the win condition for their team. They know how to come in, they know how to be aggressive. And again, it was a team that last year I criticized because they would come in, they would put a ton of eliminations on the board, but they could not take it to late game. This year, much difference. They're finding those same eliminations heavily early on. There's a couple of games where they're not able to take it to late game, but almost every single game we see, Dobby, BBE is in the final circle.
Clearly, that has definitely been their top priority, and they're looking good at it. Meanwhile, HLG, tough position, 10th place. They're furthering their position into the qualification. Like, they are still qualified as of now, but they still have 4 more games to keep that momentum going. And that is going to be the name of the ticket, because any of these other lower teams do start to pop off. If they do start to feel it, they really do take advantage of certain moments here and could potentially win games here. HLG could be in the chopping block next.
You know, I'm not worried about HLG whatsoever. This is a team that's shown that they can find consistency, and as long as they continue to play consistently for the next 4 games, they're going to do very well. DPCQ here, another of the teams all the way at the very bottom here in 16th position. And I mean, these guys, realistically, man, they have got to figure out what it is they're doing wrong. It's hard to put a finger on it, but it seems like every time we cut to these guys, they are just not confident enough. They don't really confidently lead into fights. They kind of let the lobby force them into fights. So they're never taking a fight from an optimal position because they are always being forced into a fight. And I think that's a huge issue for the team. I think they need to come into these next couple of games and go, hey, look, we need to take fights so that we can find the fights we want to be in instead of constantly being forced into a corner.
Also, those third parties, too, they have to be able to read those moments when that does come, and whether or not is it worth it to still stay in the fight and maybe create the advantage or watch for the advantage to happen, or is it smarter to just back off and maybe take the time to maybe use some of your ranged weapons, maybe use some of your bows, some of your cannons to create some of those damages as well, and you can potentially get eliminations off of that as well. But sometimes even just the full committing isn't necessarily the best, as we're going to look at some of the plays from AS here. JL really has been a really amazing team, but for a player like AS, his improvement has been bar none. Definitely one of the top to witness here, as JL just continuously has been getting better and better over time here. It definitely was a team that at first we wasn't necessarily looking at and talking to, but now we're definitely paying attention to JL as a whole.
Yeah, I mean, look, JL came in today and had a really strong performance in Game 1. This is a team that usually, if they can find one, they're going to do pretty okay. The problem is that's usually where it ends for this team. They're usually able to find one. So JL really needs to come in. Right now, they're not super on the chopping block in terms of making sure that they qualify. They're in a pretty decent position when it comes to that, but they desperately need to use this opportunity as an opportunity to get some practice in and see if they can pop off more than once in a day, Dobby.
Meanwhile, our team over at IDC, Zabe, Brandoro, and LLE, all the way down at the very bottom here. I think it's very similar to Story 2, like DP, where, you know, they're being forced to take fights. They're not necessarily creating their own fights. They're not creating their own moments to where they can actually control the fight and control the neutral. They've just been getting caught in a neutral that's not in favor of them at all. And I don't even think I've really seen them get third party too much. I think they've been trying to get very abrasive and more W key focused in early games, but sometimes even then they're just not able to capture those moments when they need to.
The big problem with IDC right now is, like you said, is they are not taking fights. They are being forced into fights. Every time we cut to them, they are being grappled onto by another team. They are being chased. There is a fear to take a fight, right? And the problem is because
can't have that.
Because they aren't pressuring onto other teams, they don't get to create the space for the fight that they want, right? They are always forced to take somebody else's fight the way somebody else wants to take it to them. And unfortunately, they aren't able to come out on top in those situations like some of these other teams are. So they really need to go in. They need to aggressively lock onto some of these other players and look to pick up some eliminations and give their team the numbers advantage. We almost never see them in a situation where they're in a 3v2 with another team because they've eliminated another player. They are always the team to lose a player first, and they need to address what is happening there if they want to find any success whatsoever.
Will say I'm surprised, though, by the team of VNGC, as Ray Hehe, definitely one of the top players here. I mean, obviously his performance, bar none, overall is not that bad. For the rest of his team here, I mean, he's in that 10th place slot right now. They are steady, just trying to keep that momentum alive and keep it going. They are able to capture some eliminations, but they're not capitalizing on really big, important moments in some of these fights here. And to be honest with you, for a team like VNGC, it's surprising.
Well, you know, you can't win them all, Dobby. They had a really good, solid performance during their day one all together. They've had two kind of games thus far today. That doesn't stop them from popping off in these next 4 games and finding a lot more success. I have no question that VNGC is going to Chengdu, that they're going to qualify. This is a team that is 100% capable of it. They just need to lock it in for these next couple of games to make sure they don't end up dropping so low that they're in risk of being on the chopping block. Taking a look here at MVP as well, unfortunately, these guys are already below the line, so they have a lot of work to do if they want to move up into that top 12 and stand a chance at qualifying for the grand finals.
I think this is another team, too, that we talk about in terms of, like, you know, they're not taking the fights are taking them. I think this is one of those other teams that really, you can tell a lot of them have a very similar strategy, and that's why they're not doing well. That's why they're struggling in these moments when they can fight, whether or not it's a team that has the same amount of energy that they're bringing, or a teams that are heavily, heavily aggressive and super strong, like a team like any of these teams that's really doing well in the top 4, top 5, top 6, right? HLG, another team. I think they are kind of in the middle. They take fights, and sometimes they don't take fights. Sometimes the circles kind of force them to take fights. Sometimes other players are going to absolutely W key, and they have to take those fights. Other times they're able to end and leave triumphantly, and then sometimes they're not necessarily doing as well. I think it's both the back and forth. It could be, I say it's more of a mental thing for sure, especially for these lower players. I think coming into this, they definitely had a lot of high hopes and expectations, and then coming into this game realizing how either fast-paced, how aggressive this game is, and sometimes those bad calls on some of these play styles and these characters really can also really change the dynamic of their mental going into the game.
Well, one of the big things we don't talk about a lot, right, is these teams coming from these other regions are the best of the best in their region typically they're never playing from behind. They are always playing from ahead. They are always playing from a position of dominance. But when you come in here and you bring all of the best teams from every single region together, now you're not guaranteed to always be playing from that position of power. You're not always guaranteed to be playing from that place of aggression. You have got to make sure that you know how to play from behind. And I think that is the big struggle for a lot of these teams. They do not understand how to come back from a game where they are not in a position of power from start to finish.
Meanwhile, here seeing some of the replays from Zhao from Fun Plus Phoenix. FPX really has been doing a great job here as a team with their synergy, getting some of those grabs, getting some of those finishes. They're definitely one of the teams in terms of they really are starting to understand how powerful their W key is and what they can do as a team. They're synergized, their time, they're doing a fantastic job. But for a team like TE, we don't have to worry about any of that when it comes to a team like TE here. Like, obviously, they popped off in their last game. Like I said, they went from 8th place to 5th place. Their timing and what they've been doing, fantastic. Not only that, but they have also seen their moments, they have seized them, and they have realized that they are the top team, and they have that with a lot of confidence there. So even with that expectancy, they're doing not only an amazing job for a player like TXJ, definitely calling the shots, them shots are being fired.
Absolutely. I mean, TE came into this last game, and again, this is a team, I compliment them on it all the time, right? If they are able to take control of a final circle, almost no team is capable of taking that position of power away from them. And this particular game around, they were able to take control of it from zone 4. That's not even really a final circle, Dobby. They just were able to identify where they needed to be at all times. They were able to utilize things like the no ult zone, where they then immediately pop the Temi ult, guaranteeing that they get the Morris Blessing. They're able to come in and zone all the other teams off of the next Morris Blessing, so they got 2 sets of gold armor. Then they position immediately to the highest point that's going to be available in the next final circle, where they're able to just bombard teams and keep other teams fighting each other and keep the attention away from themselves.
Absolutely, as we're looking at Triple B and their playstyle as well here, trying to see if they can muster up some strength here, but Triple B definitely playing the game of their life so far here. They've done such an amazing job. TXJ being one of the top players here, as we're going to look in and see that massive play coming through towards BBE here, as they just absolutely decimated that lobby here. Obviously, sadly, getting eliminated by XCG towards the end of that game, but that play definitely shows the potential and what a team like TE can do overall. And obviously, seeing this last game and how they've been playing, they know it.
Oh yeah, absolutely. It is going to be interesting, though. We should be jumping into Game 3 here very, very shortly to see how these teams are going to perform. Of course, IDC here just chatting it up while we wait for the next game to start again. It's still sitting all the way down in that 18th position here. Zay, Branduro, Lexin. Unfortunately for these boys, I don't think there's any amount of work, even if they were to have 4 pop-off games back to back to back, that guarantees they qualify moving forward here. So this team looking
they would
for
have to drop
a
20
miracle,
bombs.
Dobby.
They would have to drop 20 bombs. They would have to drop at least probably 2 20 bombs.
And then
then stay in like top 3 with a decent amount of eliminations to like actually qualify. Not like middle of the pack. I mean, just qualify.
Yeah, it's a very unfortunate situation for these boys to be in. Similar situations, though, for TPCQ and a few other teams as well. It has not been their day. They have not been able to find any sort of momentum. And unfortunately for them, teams like JL and KLA and TE have all been able to find lots of momentum.
Oh, absolutely. That momentum has been consistent over time here. And for a team like JL here, like I said, we got a chance to see some of their replays from earlier here. JL, especially in their first game, really was able to seize a lot of these moments here. I mean, we had a full, like, kind of almost OG lobby, a lot of arms swinging from everywhere, a lot of monks trying to get some grabs, and JL kept up with everybody. They kept up with that momentum. They kept up with a lot of that insanity here. So let's see if they're going to be able to close it out. We should be starting up this game here very, very shortly here. It looks like there could have been some technical malfunction on one of the players here. And definitely see where this game goes to now that at least people have a little bit more time to conversate. Maybe there's a little bit more that they can do with their dynamic. Maybe their coach can give them some tips. Maybe there's something that could potentially help. But all of that time waiting is now over as we're about to get ready to lock in for our game number 3.
Here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, these hero picks, I'm expecting more of the same, honestly, Dobby. I'm expecting to see Viper. I'm expecting to see Sand Siphon. Maybe Cannonball comes back in. Maybe JL wants to run it back here, and we can finally see how it is actually going to do into the team that it's meant to counteract. But here it is, your hero picks getting ready to be locked in across the board, ladies and gentlemen. No surprises whatsoever here. A lot of Sand Siphon, a lot of Viper. DPCQ running a wild version of Ice Pick and Cannonball here, where they replace Yuashan with Matari. This is something we saw them experiment with the other day, and this was actually the best game that they had out of all of their lobbies. So maybe we'll get to see it perform well again. There we go. We're going to see the Ice Pick coming in from BBE.
Ice Pick coming through here, as it looks like it's going to be very similar in terms of some of these choices here. It looks like we're going to see at least one Monk. At least one. And that's going to be coming in from MVP. Kind of surprising, to be honest with you, to see the Monk come through in this game number 3. As realistically, Monk is definitely going to be the oddball out here and definitely could be a massive target for MVP, so they're going to have to play this a little bit carefully. Meanwhile, we have at least 2 to 3, 4 actually, Tessas in these games here. So let's see if that really becomes an advantage here. We're going to lock in back to the OG map of Forest Isle, as we're going to see TE and BBE fighting this out immediately. Looks like they could be heading straight towards the cave here for their opportunity maybe to get something, so we might be seeing them fight this out and duke it in immediately into this. Meanwhile, the NGC and IDC is going to be landing basically near or inside of Celestra, as we see LT as well, KLA, and a Fun Plus Phoenix on that far left side as well. Looks like 521 also going to be landing all the way on this far left side. Looks like it could, I don't actually know who's landing behind them too. Can't actually see, as it looks like we have one team way in the back. Way back there. Right on this right squares here, and obviously IDK is going to be landing in a place near tower. A lot of split open areas here, so this is going to be interesting. Definitely less immediate fighting and popping off, but we're going to see some nonetheless in this game number 3.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Game number 3 is about to start, as we've seen where the landing zones are going to be. 5-2-1 immediately after the rip here inside Sunwings, looking to do as much looting as humanly possible. Oh, no, sorry, this is not Sunwings. This is further off to the western side of the map here from Sunwing. But now we will cut to Sunwings, where Fun Plus Phoenix and Team KLA going at it immediately. KLA able to pick up 1 elimination, 2 eliminations, and here it is. They're looking to pick up Don Quing as well. The 3rd elimination will be coming through, but they need to be careful, as HLG coming in for the 3rd party onto this fight, and CXZ immediately drops you, completely locked down here by Han. The ult coming in there, gonna save on you here, gonna allow him to survive just a little while longer, but not too much longer, as HLG is completely able to lock down the 3rd member here for KLA. Pink just trying to stay alive, and it's not gonna work for them, as HLG finds a very clean 3rd party and finds 3 eliminations off of the rip. Like we talked about, Dobby, that team clearly coming in and able to find the fights that they wanted to take. 5-2-1 in this fight with MVP. MVP finally able to find a fight that they wanted to take early on as well. No ultimates come online, so they don't have to worry about the ult advantage coming against their favor here. So MVP will find an early 3 eliminations.
Definitely good for them to finally catch that synergy and be able to force a fight that they want to. And now let's see if the other 3 can also do the same thing. Talking about IDK, IDC, and DPC. Isn't that interesting that both of them have very similar names if you really think about it, right? Like DPC, IDC, IDK. Kind of crazy. I don't know, and I don't care. It's both of them at the same time, right? Either way, still, all the way down at the very bottom here, they still have some NGC also on the chopping block here with that 47.8 here. They're trying to see if they can get some open spacing here, but make sure to continue to follow suit here as our solo pre-finals are going to be December 4th, and then December 5th is going to be our trios pre-finals. The next 2 days are going to be back-to-back of the finals here. Who is going to make it all the way to Chengdu? And don't forget, grand finals are going to be the 16th for our solos, where Mike, Spider, and even our NA player Frostmas is going to be going at it, and the same thing for our teams, for our trios on the 6th, 17th. Exactly. So being able to come to that as well. We're going to see the Ballista come through here. The question is it going to hit anybody? A lot of mid-air people. Oh, ends up hitting a direct shot onto Snack right into their space here. Has to be careful, though, as they're going to be able to see a nice, could potentially get a nice pick here, as it looks like he's going to see Ivan here. The question is he going to move in the right space to be able to get that shot off? He might be able to here, as it looks like Ivan's going to be able to fall down. Oh, almost hits one. It looks like he does miss out on that opportunity here, and he has to be careful, though, as Leo might try to see if he can use that opportunity to hit it, as it looks like Ivan does get destroyed from that flame. It's going to have to be careful, though, as BP and the rest of the team is going to back off, but TXPTE, they know it. They know that he's hurt. He's dangerously hurt here, and they're going to try to see if they can maneuver this and try to capture this amount of more momentum as they do. BBE getting pushed into a corner. TE with that amount of confidence and that win from last game, they're going to use it to try to see if they can get it going, as Triple B trying to see if they can capture this moment here. Nice bell, to just try to see if there's anybody else that's going to be nearby, and it looks like they're able to at least capture one elimination from Team BBE.
Yeah, BBE down to 2 members right now. TE continuing to keep the pressure up here. Snack ended that ult just a little early, and now they are being pressured onto by all of the members of Team TE. BBE trying to hold it together here, but it realistically looks like they're going to trade a one for another here, as TE with the ultimate up. BBB trying to come in on this Takeda, make something happen. They will catch out Ivan. There is the Furin. The freeze trying to come through. They don't quite find it. BBB able to find that blue charge before the freeze connects onto them. BBB just trying to break away here now as VVV starts to look for a reset. JL coming in for the third party, will find the grab here, but AS going to be shoved completely away. Now the Furin's being invested as JL looks to try to pick up these eliminations onto Team TE. BBE will live to fight another day, ladies and gentlemen. AS is able to clean up the elimination onto VVV, and the rest of the members of Team TE now are turning in to the members of Team BBE, who have regrouped with one of their players. So BBE now going to have to take this fight here to Team JL. AS going to take quite a bit of damage there from those range shots. The ultimate being reinvested here by Snagga, just trying to find anybody as AS looks to break away. Fat Milk's trying to come in, will catch on to AS here. The Ice Pick starting to pick apart Sand Siphon here, and this is exactly what this team wants to do. They miss the opportunity to land on Fang. They will find the cancellation of the pot onto One Fang, though. One Fang just trying to move away here. Sorry, Fang, not One Fang, as they just continue to push through. BBE doing exactly what Ice Pick needs to do here, but now TE shows back up for yet another third party. A huge freeze will land, but BBE is going to lose one of their members yet again. 2 of their members, though, still have resurrections. They were able to come in and find 3 eliminations in the early game. They make use of those resurrections as a resource, so BBE still finding a lot of value out of that fight, Dobby.
Actually, they catch 5 there, as Leo was able to get the elimination onto AS here from JL's perspective. Both of them, and now Leo is getting caught by IDK. IDK trying to see if they can capture their moment here. Sadly, they were able to at least get 1, which is okay. At least they were able to find something. Meanwhile, IDC in a totally different situation here, as it looks like MVP is going to be able to use that, and there are already 8 eliminations going. Still was able to successfully get that finish here, and now HLG actually getting hit by that massive hit, though, from the Viper ulti. The stun comes through, shuts down the entire team, and now even a player like Fun Plus Phoenix can absolutely hit. PPY just trying to see if they can hold it together. Beautiful parry to connect that one. Dangerously low, but PPY does get eliminated by Fun Plus Phoenix's water and keeps the game alive for themselves. So far, 3 eliminations to their name. It's about to be a 4th right now. Nice stun from the Tesla, trying to see if they can hold it together. The Sand Siphon comes through, and it's a good time as well here to protect it off the side. Water gets hit by PPY, who gets actually resurrected inside, right in front of them, and Funplex Phoenix's Water is going to pop that Wushin and get out of dodge.
Yeah, HLG taking a risky run back here onto Fun Plus Phoenix. They've invested multiple ultimates here, and now Fun Plus Phoenix can just turn back in, for the third party. They still have the Viper ultimate. Here it is, ladies and gentlemen. Are they going to invest it? Time's going to tell. Water looking to come in. No, they say we don't even need the ultimate. Here it is. Water finally going to come back in here with the Viper ulti, looking to lock these players down, and they're going to find a double. HLG's Han going to get eliminated here. No, they will survive thanks to the back of their Zipping Yang. But they are now down to 1. There it is, ladies and gentlemen. They need another hit here on the Temi to make it happen. No, HLG has 2. I misread. They traded 1 for 1 here. Fun plus Phoenix trying to win this fight in even odds.
Beautiful parry to find the moment here as well here. Dangerously low, the Sand Siphon comes in for a desperate measure just so they can try to escape this. PPY trying to see if they can find the space to pop the shield as they are able to, but it's not going to be enough as HLG's Cuckoo does get eliminated. PPY by himself. Water ends up getting pushed up, has to be careful. The double gets him finished here, and it's a 1v1, ladies and gentlemen. PP could potentially clutch this. He was so dangerously low from earlier here. This could be the difference, and I take it all back as Zawiya going to hit a beautiful hit off of this one. The heal comes through in a fantastic way, and Fun plus Phoenix is going to be able to get them out of dodges here for a moment here, and now PPY has a chance maybe for a second chance here. So many moments, but it doesn't look like it's going to be enough as Fun plus Phoenix is going to be able to get that finish onto PPY.
What a fight there between our boys of HLG and the lovely Fun plus Phoenix. Oh my goodness, we turn back to MVP here, who's off to a tear this game with 8 eliminations under their belt as they look to take a fight into a Viper comp here from 5-1. They will find out BK getting completely stunned down by the Tessa and Viper. No place for them to go as 5-1 is able to find a ton of value in this fight by those 2 ultimates alone here. MVP LTZ here trying to make something happen, but unfortunately they just are not able to find any value with the staff. They are going to get picked up and eliminated as we head into our realm of Yang. It is going to be IDK versus the members of KLA. IDK in a strong position here, peak extremely low for the members of Team KLA. They need to find something here. You also extremely low. IDK though getting a little separated. They need to group up and pick up one of these eliminations. They're letting them have too much time here as the zipping ult comes through. The mirror match here, IDK really trying to lock on and make it happen. Yu goes extremely low. He's going to pop the F1 here, hoping somebody throws that blue onto him. Peak is going to go down. Yu is going to go down to a Clank. Sachiko comes in looking to make something happen, and against the odds here, IDK is going to come out on top in the realm of Yang versus our boys. No, the meter dump coming in from KLA CXZ. Looks like he's going to be able to pick up one. No, he doesn't. And there we go, ladies and gentlemen. IDK wins a fight inside the realm of Yang.
Not only that, but they take the control and the position. This is what we were just talking about how IDK needs to really maneuver this and get some of those fights. They can't wait. They can't be patient. They have to go. It is go time right now. So obviously, knowing that, I think they know that the time is of essence. It's upon them, and they have the advantage. They just have to force the fight. Now they have to force this fight against the team that just won last game. The Sand Siphon comes out. Both of them are going to be able to capture it. The ghost coming in from the Takeda comes through. Nice hits on each side here, but it looks like they're immediately going to get destroyed by TE as they immediately are going to rotate this out, and they barely get a chance to really successfully get any elimination as TE is going to be able to send them flying to go for the quick resurrection.
TE just has such good target acquisition there. The way they layered their ults on top of each other as well, coming in with the Temi ultimate, immediately following up with VVV to shove them into the zone before the other Temi can react so that it forces them to lose out on their stamina so that they cannot dodge. Absolutely huge, absolutely well played by TE. They just butcher the members of IDK. Turning over to VNGC here, who unfortunately have picked up no eliminations yet this game. They've got a little bit of loot under themselves here. Roy Hee with some purple weapons and purple armor to his name at least. MVP here going to pick up, DPCQ actually just picked up MVP's final remaining member, Hong, and that's unfortunate for MVP as they were off to a tear this game with 8 eliminations. HLG also eliminated from the lobby with 8 eliminations. So it's quite a disappointing sight to see MVP go out this early, given how much of a good game they were setting themselves up for and how badly they needed it.
Unfortunate to see them out. way that they did. Like you said, they were playing super well. They were forcing some of those fights, and that's one of the things you have to be careful of. You definitely do not want to get greedy either in these situations, and that also could have been the factor, but that also could have been the factor that maybe they decided to pull off the pedal, and that also could have been a deciding factor as well here, as we see IDC trying to rotate this out. Human trying not to get caught up by themselves. Same with Lennon and the rest of the team. Zay, as the Viper ulti does come out, gets a stun off of 2, gets a stun off of 3 potentially, and so does 5-2-1 coming through with that as well, but it's not going to be enough as they actually end up whooshing out of that area, though. Definitely a great call for that to happen here, as the Tesla does come through, is able to capture at least 2 here, and it looks like they're going to try to see if they can separate themselves as far as possible, but the stun still hits Asvon. Both of them ends up getting bodied, hit by both sides, as the Viper comes through, decides to say, all right, buddy, I could do the same thing, but sadly it does not matter, though, as he does get cornered into this moment, and 5-2-1 is going to capture that elimination. FunPlug finishes Dun Q, is going to end up catching one on KLA here, both trying to hold on together here. BNGC's Roy Hehe trying to keep it together as well, but it's not going to be enough, as they also get eliminated out of that game as well. Still have one player alive here. Actually, no, I take that back. BNGC is out.
Yeah, VNGC put out of the lobby here, unfortunately. It's just a bad situation to find themselves in general. JL here pushing into the zone, looking to do a little bit of looting. The ult activated here. They saw that fight go down. They kind of pressured from one of the other sides, and now AS just trying to get back to the rest of the team here. IDC down to a single member left remaining alive, and we're going to turn now to BBE, who are going to find DPCQ, one of the last remaining members there for DPCQ. Mushroom will go down, and BBE will find some footing in this game as they find their 6th elimination here, this lobby dobby. As we take a look, it is Zone 2 collapsing onto Zone 3 as we speak, and those Realms of Yang getting ready to come through. It looks like Team TE setting themselves up to take one. IDK looking to position to take another Realm of Yang. They're going to be going head-to-head with somebody else yet again. TE, of course, being the team that came out and immediately eliminated them. So it would be very interesting to see those two teams take it to the Realm of Yang with the run back here. BBE going to be on the stop here. Just take a little time to get a reset. Not sure if they're planning on heading to the Realm of Yang or not, but TE more than happy in a position of power to head into that Realm of Yang and fight anybody who comes through. IDK sitting nearby on one, thinking about it. 5-2-1 here, going to move across the map here, and it looks like they might be heading towards that Morris blessing that FunPlus is sitting on, and sure enough they are. So they're going to come here and look to force this team to take a fight so that they can try to get their hands on it. Dong Quing, so many bow shots and things coming out immediately here with another member of their team, though, completely separated. The silence coming in, the Tesla ult going to come in as well, as FunPlus starts to lose one of their members here. If they can get a Water eliminated, this is huge. Water doesn't get to use their ultimate inside this fight. Now Zhao Hui coming in there with the Merciless Havoc, trying to make something happen. The Viper stun being invested here. 5-2-1. They pick one of those members out. They pressure them too deep, and FunPlus is about to be sent back to the lobby because of poor decision making. Dong Quing trying not to let Akame get away here, and Akame more than happy to keep him baited down here. And there it is, ladies and gentlemen. FunPlus 9 eliminations, get sent back to the lobby by Team 5-2-1, and off the back of 7 eliminations, they now move into 11th place. And Lobby 28, who does not get to play today, is on the chopping block.
Absolutely insane timing coming in from 5-2-1, hitting that moment. Don Quinn getting destroyed by the repeating crossbow, sitting on the chest a little too long there, and risking a lot of heals. The Justina somehow separating from the rest of the squad, which really was neat. They needed that heal from the ZP in that moment, and literally just fell apart.
Oh my goodness, here as we cut back to Team TE looking to pressure this way as well. The Mystic Might popping, revealing Brandora, one of the stragglers here from IDC. And this is so unfortunate for IDC. Now all of TE looking to dog down the lone Brandora here. Brandora just trying to break away. They do have that ult charge available here. I do believe they're running the version where they can get 2 out. They're going to utilize the F to try to break away here. The parry comes through, though. There's nothing Brandora Zoro can do here. He's going to throw that ult charge out. I don't even think he's going to live long enough to build the second one. Sure enough, Leo cleans up the elimination. TE moves to 9 eliminations, and IDC gets sent back to the lobby.
They also moved up to 4th place now. They were in 5th when we started this. Now they pushed up another team down a little bit lower here, as TE is just going to slowly climb up for these next few games here. I mean, TE absolutely decided today's the day that we lock in, and clearly locking in is what they are doing. As so far, let's hear from the talk of Triple B.
反而其他阵容练的比较少，就所以可能有点不太会玩了，而且这个比赛的节奏有点快，就决赛圈就可能就只剩下3、4队人了。我们之所以用神庙、妖刀、加月山这个阵容，是因为一是为了防止不想用双变被红尘打，二是他打其实他目前主流的3个阵容都能打，所以说用这套阵容就正常发挥啊。因为我觉得我们积分已经进了嘛，所以后面就比赛再练吧。
Back to the action here. VVV giving us a little bit of insight into the comps that they're going to be running here in J-Cup. VVV once again on the move here, playing that Takeda currently with that legendary fan here in the back pocket. Going to utilize the fan to continue to look for teams. They do currently have 9 eliminations. There's 12 players left remaining in the lobby. Zone 3 is currently collapsing onto Zone 4, which means that first set of Morse Blessings with gold armor is getting ready to become available, Dobby, and this is exactly the MO they used last game. They were able to pressure those Morse Blessings to pick up those legendary sets of armors and set themselves up for success in the late game. So let's see if they can do it again.
Not only that too, but Triple B also said that we have enough points, we know we're good, so we're just going to use this as practice. At this point, this is scrims for them. This is literally just scrims. They're not even thinking about points. They're not thinking about trying to, they're like, we're good. So at this point, we're just going to use it as scrims. We're going to use it as a way to just practice, with, whether it's with movement, whether it's with team synergy, and even these next 3 games, they're just going to be looking at this as practice. So maybe we'll see different comps from them potentially. Maybe they'll try to strengthen a comp that maybe they're not used to. Maybe they'll try to also even get used to either strengthen a comp that they're already used to, that they already very confident in. Maybe they'll try something different. We'll never know, but we'll see how this next game goes for them. But for 5-2-1, shutting down a top team. I know that's a little bit of confidence booster.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. 5-2-1, very happy about that turn of events. They played that fight so well, Dobby. I mean, absolutely just a great engagement from start to finish. BBE up the hill here, I do believe, spotted out by the Bell. They also have a bounty onto another team that is nearby. So BBE trying to reposition here as they get spotted out by the Bell. They don't want to walk into that potential third party as we take a look here at Team JL. Again, this is Zone 3 collapsing onto Zone 4. There's Morse Blessings getting ready to come through. 15 players left remaining in the lobby with 9 minutes and 45 seconds to go. As we take a look back to the scoreboard here, Team TE with 9 eliminations, BBE with 6, and 5-2-1 with 7 eliminations to their name. IDK still in the lobby somehow. It looks like they were able to get one of their members back here. So they are going to be trying to push this to late game and make this game count for as much as humanly possible, Dobby.
Absolutely. They're going to have to, though, especially knowing that they do have 3 more games. They got to try to maximize as much as possible. Meanwhile, IDK officially has the most eliminations they've had on their team since we've gotten here into this whole J-Cup, which is unfortunate to say, but 4 eliminations, at least they have more to do, and they have more of a climb here, but at least they got something, that's all that matters. So now, even with this, they just have to play it towards the end of the circle here. Let's see if that really does become a thing, as now we're going to start going back to the fireworks here. Fireworks ricocheting as JL, trying to get some hits, though, from their ranged weapons, that cannon, trying to see if they can cause some damage on some of these players here. It looks like it's going to be TE and IDK nearby as well. They also have those weapons as well, so you got to be careful. You got to pay attention to all of your surroundings here. Definitely does not want to get caught. Looks like it's going to be the chase for the chest here. Let's see who's going to get lucky.
Look, TE definitely wants to set up for this chest here, but they're not going to risk too much for it. They definitely were able to take a position of power last game by being able to take both Moore's Blessings, but right now they're currently pinched between two teams on either side. JL also pushing from the other side, so it's going to be very hard for anybody to push in and really capitalize on this Moore's Blessing. TE has the potential to push in and just drop ultimate on it there for Temmie, but some of these other teams also running Sand Siphon make that a huge risk of spending an ultimate where you're going to get no value from it here. JL trying to pressure in on it. It looks like JL is going to be the team who's going to be able to lock this one down, get their hands on some goodies. A legendary set of armor here, a legendary staff as well. They're going to be very happy about what they get from the box. Going to do a little armor swap Rooney here so that they can put that legendary armor on to the Takeda, trying to keep him alive for as long as possible. They know they're going to need that ultimate to cover for them as we head into the late game here. Fang still on blue armor, unfortunately, but luckily on that zipping, so has that survivability. Doesn't have to worry too much about it. Would much rather have the purple and legendary on his two teammates. Taking a look here, Team 521 coming up top side here, looking to head towards the next circle as things continue to get tighter. Zone 4 is collapsing onto Zone 5 already.
What an insane and amazing finish here to try to find this is now. I'm going to try to see if they can rotate this around, go through the maneuvers, trying to see maybe what they can find here. As now they're going to take that next space here. Try to see if maybe they can rotate this one in here. It looks like AS and JL could be potentially fighting that out here into this fight. They definitely look like they were pushing up, being very aggressive into that moment here. Could be wrong. Definitely looked like they were like in that small vicinity. It looks like they're going to be heading towards the realm of Yang. It looks like BBE. Looks like they're waiting for the opportunity to, as IDK waiting for that opportunity for somebody to push up. TE is going to be nearby, throwing those bow shots, trying to see if they can connect some stuff. Same with the cannons. Looks like they're not really going to fully commit to it though, but interesting to see where that is. Looks like 521 getting straight for that chest here. Moore's Blessing. Let's see if we can get blessed today. Pray today. Looks like we're gonna be able to go right back towards the top of the order here. Looks like 521 is gonna be the one that gets it.
Yeah, IDC Sachiko here on the backside will get picked up by the Tesla ultimate, but is in such a great position. Does not really matter for them. 521 trying to come in here. They were able to secure that Moore's Blessing in with that legendary set of armor on the Viper. No surprises, you really want to keep Viper alive in this particular composition. No eliminations have been picked up in the last two zones. Things have been quite slow here for this Buccaneer phase. Nobody wanting to overcommit to a fight. 521 here, just looking to use that Merciless Havoc to zone some of these other teams and players off potentially here. We will see the Wuchen F, the Wind Walls being invested to come in and buy them a little bit of space to continue to look for a reset. IDK in the background as well. That's double Merciless Havocs that are online for these teams. Repeating Crossbow coming in, putting in work on Yin. I do believe that was a Venom tip as well, just draining some of the HP away here from 521's Yin as we continue to move forward. Tesla invested on the bot side here onto BBE as these players come in. A massive parry being landing, and the fight finally starting to take shape as IDC and a 521 pressure onto Team BBE. We're going to see the Wuchen ult invested by 521. They want to take that attention away from themselves and keep that fight going. BBE really trying to just spearhead their way through the members of IDK, find a little bit of time to get a reset here on the side of the cliff, and it leaves things open for IDK to start looking for something in the box here, and BBE will find the reset that they are looking for. Still no eliminations on the board, and Zone 5 is collapsed all the way down to Zone 6. This might be a record, Dobby. I don't think we've ever seen 3 zone collapses back-to-back without a single elimination in trios.
Definitely amazing to see here. Sometimes it's the first for everything here. A Snag is going to get absolutely shredded of their heals and shield as they have a free space to be able to pop the heals, though, as there's so much happening here. TX looks like TXJ is going to be the one causing problems on the outskirts of this circle. So many things. Even the Wuchen coming through, trying to see if they can get some hits. Takeda trying to see if they can capture some moments as well. Nice hits. The Viper comes through, causing some problems potentially. The ulti from the Tumult comes through as well. And it looks like the Sand Siphon is going to be their best friend at this moment here, trying not to get caught up in a bad situation. Yin's gonna come in with a lot of confidence and a lot of fire. The nunchucks gonna be able to capture Yin into a corner here. Has to be careful. The ultis come through, and so does the clean sweep as Yin is gonna capture an elimination on the Triple B. There's so much happening here, even with that, the staff trying to see if they can get them away from this building as much as possible here. DE deciding to dip out of there. Sadly, they do lose one of their players, but they do have the potentially have the advantage here as IDK and BBE fighting this out at the very bottom right, just trying to get so much hits of damage coming in from the cannons and the bows. There's just so much action happening from everywhere.
Look, we're in the Buccaneer phase. Everybody throwing those range shots, really trying to burn the resources of these other teams and keep people locked down here, ladies and gentlemen. TE, though, on the backside here, TXJ taking a lot of damage, 5-2-1, really in a strong position as they hold the only piece of cover here on the entirety of the map. They're able to use that Merciless Havoc. They're able to use that Blistering Edge just to threaten other teams away from the space. Ivan goes down. He's forced to throw the ult. Unfortunately, he gets no value out of it because he gets eliminated before it triggers onto the members of Team 5-2-1. The rest of JL, AS, all these other teams really trying to pressure Team 5-2-1. BBE has lost one, and of course TE have lost one, but no other eliminations have come through amidst all this chaos, and we're almost to Zone 7, Dobby. This is absolutely insane to see here. BBE's Fat Milk here on the UA-Shun, trying to go airborne, trying to look for some of these plays, trying to lock somebody down and find a little bit of value out of that ultimate, but hasn't been able to do so just yet. IDK here still holding strong in the space with double, count them, double Merciless Havocs on the team. 5-2-1. No. Oh my goodness.
What are they doing? Why would they do that outside of Circle? They just lost two of their players. One of their players at least was able to make it in, but what are you doing? There's still so much, there's a different level of area here in this moment, and that's not the time for you to be able to risk the entire team to get out of that tough situation here. Now, even with that, IDK still trying to hold it together here. Rehuman trying to lock it down here. Could IDK potentially close this game out?
Absolutely. They've got double Merciless Havoc, Dobby. They're in such a strong position. IDK, no sense, going to pick up their 10th elimination of the lobby. Sorry, 9th elimination of the lobby here. They will go to 10 as they pick up AS as well. Ryuman and them, double Merciless Havoc, really putting in work for this team. Sachiko here on the Flame Breath, 5-2-1, going to put into the blender as well. This is going to be it. IDK might find an MVP today, Dobby, as they come in. This could be the hope for EU.
Absolutely could be the hope, though, as Sachiko is going to go on the outskirts here. Rehuman, I mean, the Merciless Havoc coming through here, being a massive advantage for them, though. Leo just getting pushed off the outskirts of the circle, barely can do anything and maneuver it, gets the eliminations. They finally pop off. EU finally finds it.
IDK finds a game, ladies and gentlemen, and a big one at that. I do believe 12 eliminations and a first place finish for them. This puts them in distance.
They're close
have
now.
to come in for the next 3 games and continue to make things happen, but they are in distance, Dobby.
You're like me right now. We're struggling here in this one. Listen, the last one of the trios, there's a lot of expectancies, a little bit of some worries happening from certain things, and you just have to be careful with a lot of these types of games. But when it comes to IDK, they held strong for a minute here. They were very all over the place, and they still was able to find some Merciless Havocs. They found double. Do you know how hard it is to find 2, let alone 1? They was able to find double, and just like that, they used it to their advantage. They had a great placement. They was able to keep everyone away. None of these teams really wanted to push IDK, and IDK was able to hold strong, and they controlled that circle. What happened to 5-2-1? Huh? 5-2-1 out of nowhere just was like, they were playing so decent. They had a decent run. They were up top. They had the command. Yeah, they were getting squaddled in that section where two sides were steady trying to do something, but all of a sudden, they decided to back out, and then they just lost it. They just lost that opportunity, and then just out of nowhere, they just couldn't find it. They ended up whooshing out of the circle, and it cost them the game.
This is what I think happened, man. It's sometimes on Wushen, trying to throw that orb from a position, I think he ends up over-clicking. He hits way too deep into the zone. It ends up costing them, and it's why Wu Chen is one of the hardest heroes to pilot, Dobby.
It's definitely not that easy. in these situations here, but clearly they were able to find it in Ryumin. Sachiko, and one of the other players was able to lock it down. EU is not out of the game yet. They have steadily found their opportunity. They have found it. There is a space for them, and they're trying to make way for it. They're trying to go to Chengdu, and I feel the passion. I feel it, and I look to see it coming through from IDK.
They still got a lot of work to do, Dobby, but you're right. This game is going to put them in distance to qualify. And that's why I said the hope of EU is not dead yet, because if they had walked away from this game realistically in a position where they didn't put any points on the board, there was no hope of them being able to qualify. But this game alone puts them in spitting distance. They now have to capitalize on their performance in this game and continue to make things happen. I know right now, if I'm their coach, I'm getting in their ear and I'm like, hey, look, this is a good game, but I need you to stay locked in for these next three. You got to put some kills on the board. You got to go to late game. You got to make something happen if you expect to continue to represent EU here at the J Cup. Well, I want to go to Chengdu. I would know y'all want to go to Chengdu, especially after that game. So I need you to lock it in.
Lock it in is the name of the game for a team like IDK. Was able to pop off, and they got a decent amount of eliminations. Not only that, but #1 placement. Definitely going to be helpful for them, closing out that gap and getting them closer and closer. But on top of that, potentially pushing Lobby 28 out.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Because they're in 12th right now. They are one team away from getting knocked out of this. So I know Lobby 28 is like sitting there like this.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, right? Is like IDK, this is going to be a strong game for them. It's going to be at least a 20-point game. But they were all the way down at 17th, Dobby.
Right.
This is going to put them in the 30-point range. They need to be in the 60-point range. So they are
one more game like this.
Yeah, they are not out of the woods yet. You know what I'm saying? They're happy right now. They found a machete in the woods. They started cutting some of that underbrush out of the way.
Now
but
there's vision. They got a little vision now.
There's a little light at the end of the tunnel, but they still got a lot of work to do.
Yeah, they got a lot of work to do, but that's the great thing about NARAKA. It's built off dreams and it's built off hard work. So hopefully with IDK, they will be able to work themselves to a good score to where they can qualify. But for a team like TE, 9 eliminations. I mean, they're consistent. They know exactly what they're doing. 15.1, S521, 9 eliminations as well. That's a 3-way 9 elimination tie coming in from 521 and Fun Plus Phoenix, 13.7 for SEA, and of course our scan reasons, Fun Plus Phoenix with a 10.9.
Yeah, this is heartbreaking for MVP, by the way. They had 8 eliminations on the board, and they looked like they might be able to start clawing their way out. If they had been able to take those 8 eliminations to late game and find a couple more in a first place finish, this team would have locked out Lobby 28, and they would have moved into those 12th place positions and been on their way to Chengdu, but they didn't do it, Dobby.
Can I say this?
Absolutely.
IDK just got their first double-digit elimination
game.
And not only that, but they also got their first dub. 20.8 points to finally get themselves to the very top. EU has to be at least a little ecstatic, knowing that now their dreams are still alive. It's not over yet. It's not dead yet. They still have a shot. With 20.8, that is a great score to at least get something going here. And obviously, looking at the tables right now, 5 eliminations in the lead with Ryumin with that 9K, but obviously Sachiko with those 4 eliminations and 14,000 damage and 7 assists, tying it up with their other teammate, No Sense.
Yeah, absolutely coming in. That's almost 99% kill participation there for Sachiko, for the team coming in and making it happen here. IDK putting it on the board for EU. This is going to be the first EU MVP of J Cup. So these boys are pretty happy. Look at this. They moved from 17th to 15th, but again, they're 35.4. They need to be in that 60-point range. There's still a lot of work to do, baby.
Yeah, they got a lot of work to do, and definitely a lot of synergy, especially if they're going to have to go up against a team like BNGC and MVP. They're still ahead, and they still have an opportunity, especially BNGC. They got barely any points last time. BNGC, Roy Hehe, it's actually surprised to see how they're struggling right now. This is the team that had a lot of high expectancy going into trio. So to see them this far down and being this far down is a shocker and a half.
Yeah, absolutely. VNGC, you know, again, their first 2 games, I was like, all right, cool. Hey, it happens. Realistically, you're going to have 1 or bad 2 games across 12 games. But for them to be 3 bad games back to back to back, VNGC really has to lock it in for these next 3 games. Lobby 28 right now, by the way, watching from their hotel rooms or watching from the stands, wherever they may be. Y'all boys have got to be sweating bullets. I would not want to be in your position right now.
They still got 3 games.
Look, good luck to you is all I got to say,
Good
Lobby
luck.
28. As we take a look here at the very tippy top of the leaderboards, BBE moves back up into 6th place. We see DRG still holding on to 5th, but TE moving up into that 4th place position over DRG, 120.1 points as they continue to climb the leaderboard, Dobby.
What a game TE is playing right now. What an absolute game. They are absolutely feeling it. And you can tell with their amount of momentum and what they're doing, they are absolutely feeling it right now. So GG so far to TE. We still have more games left, but let's look back at the replays here for our game number 3. As we're going to see MVP fighting this out with Pampi in 5-2-1. This is the first stretch of really being able to see MVP really starting to pop off. That confidence was really starting to show. They listened to us in this broadcast. They were like, you're right. We need to absolutely create these fights and cause these problems. That's exactly what they did. Meanwhile, TE was doing exactly what they did last game and causing problems. You see a double elimination onto BBE as TE comes through here, catches IDK actually earlier in the game and actually eliminates them when they had their Vermilion Birds Bite.
Yeah, that was such a rough situation for them. They just really engaged in that fight so well. IDK thankfully had the Vermilion Bird's Mind. They stick around, and because of that, they're able to find the MVP. They put in the work. They earned it. Taking a look here, BBE picking out Plan B here from DPCQ. This team, unfortunately, again, just being forced into fights they really did not want to take all game here as we cut back. And then again, double Merciless Havoc on top of Flame Breath. Like, what do you even do into this wildness, Dobby?
My question is, how do you even find it? Okay? Listen, you get lucky with the Flame Breath, right? All right, that's fine. You get lucky with a Merciless Havoc. All right. You find 2? All right, buddy. What y'all doing? Who'd y'all pay? Huh?
Here we go. Sachiko going to be coming in here on the Takeda MVP. His first MVP of Jacob. Sachiko with 14,000 damage, 4 eliminations, and 7 assists coming through with the Wild Wind Spiral, Advanced Heal, Overlord, Dual Ring, Twin Shot, and Bounce Shell, and Venom Tip, and Barbed Bolts.
Said someone had the Venom Tip. Said somebody had that Venom Tip, and that is coming from Sachiko with that 14,000 damage and those 4 eliminations. The staff and the fans still holding a lot of that damage, though, for 5,200 and a 4,800 plus 5K.
Yeah, absolutely. A stellar performance coming from Sachiko. And you've got to remember, Sachiko walks away with the MVP here, and he's the only one of his 3 teammates who doesn't have Merciless Havoc. Don't get me wrong, he's got Tornadoes on the fan.
Oh my goodness,
so
you're right!
He's still got a strong Soul Jade in the back pocket, but he doesn't have that Merciless Havoc. So against even those odds, he comes out on top and proves to be the MVP for his team, Dobby.
That's amazing, being able to see that, especially reaching IDK able to lock it down and finally get themselves not only on the board, it's their first double digits, their first dub, their first MVP. It's a lot of first times for this team right now.
Yeah, absolutely. Super proud of the members of IDK, but again, these boys need to stay on lock. They have to. They want to be celebrating right now. We saw smiles on their faces after this game. Smiles well earned, but they have got so much work to do if they want to qualify and head to Chengdu, and that's what it's all about. If you don't qualify, you go home.
Time to lock in. It's time to absolutely lock in with all this coming through here. They got to be able to like this, like 007, and then just absolutely handle it just exactly the way that they need. They need to be smooth with it, and that's what they need to do. Especially like for you, man, that's a smooth cat. You had a conversation with him. I had a conversation with him. That's a smooth man. It's got to be just as smooth when it's talking, the way that he is with his gameplay. And clearly, with this game, hopefully it opens the door for the rest of them to absolutely start to pop off. Let alone the fact that the one that got the MVP didn't even have Merciless Havoc.
Look, absolutely. This is huge. And I know everybody watching from home is excited to see one of the EU teams get to pop off, but we are still here for 3 more games for the group stages here. You do not want to go anywhere, I promise you, because these next 3 games are going to be wild. Not only are they going to be wild, they are going to determine who's going to be heading to Chengdu, who's going to have a shot at fighting for the title, who's going to have a shot at walking away with the crown. And it goes to somebody new this year, no matter what, because the defending champion, the twice defending champion, J-Team, not here, didn't qualify, don't get an opportunity to battle it out, so they've got to watch somebody else take that crown away from them.
New winners entirely here, and that's the thing, and it's anybody's game. And that's the fun part too. It is anybody's game, so that means we're going to get a new champion, but the question is, it's going to be the team that hoists that crown. Not only that too, but it's a solo player that's also going to be hoisting that crown too. Are we going to see the same team? Are we going to see the same player, or is it going to be somebody entirely different? There is a lot riding on it as well, so it's going to be very exciting. But upon then, me and you are done, and you guys are going to be accompanied by Duncan and Foxy for the rest of our game.
But first, we're going to throw things over to Jaeger for an interview.
Hi everyone, this is Jaeger and welcome to post-game interview. And now I'm standing here with our player and let him say hello to our audience. So say hello.
Hello.
Yeah, and you can just do a self-introduction.
Hello, I'm Nosen from EU.
Yeah.
I'm Sachiko, I'm from EU.
Okay. Welcome. A little bit closer.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, okay. And first question, I would like to know for Sachiko, because in Game 3, you guys really aggressive, and I would like to know after the matches, so how you just adjust and have really perfect performance.
So how did we...
Yeah, in the Game 3.
The reason why we managed to win the Game 3 was mainly because we won the first Portal of Yang. So from winning that portal, we managed to get in good soldiers and enough gear and loot to play a good end of the circle. We also got lucky with double Merciless Havoc. So that's about it. We got some good soldiers and we managed to use them.
Yeah, I see. And I would like to know, because you guys just got the MVP, so what's meaningful to you, No Sense? Did you have the more confidence that can qualify for the grand final?
Yeah, after this game, we have more chance to qualify. So we're gonna do. Last weekend we do better than this one.
Yeah, okay, I see, and really improve a lot, and we would like to say congratulations again. Okay, it's time for us to move on to next part, answer for treasure. So you guys can see the question on screen, and if you know the answer, just type them in the chat box. After our player counting 3, 2, 1, we will take a screenshot, and the lucky guy will be whispered. So let's see today's question. Which region does the team IDK come from? Okay, I know that you know the answer. So my question for you is, so this time in the J Cup, you can compare with the players from the other regions. So how's the feeling in J Cup?
The feeling is that we are very strong and we keep learning from them. From the first day we came here, we kept learning until the last game here.
I think it's an interesting journey for you, right?
It's very interesting.
Yeah, interesting journey. And I think all players prepare, and let's start counting.
3, 2, 1.
Screenshot. Okay, lucky guy will be whispered, so please pay attention. And let's find out the correct answer, please. The correct answer is...
B.
Yeah, the correct answer is B. Thank you. And still we have a very interesting for you, because I know IDC is mean I don't care. So I would like to know what means IDK and who just imagined this name for the team.
IDK means I don't know. It was a joke name we decided at the start of this year. We are the first that decided the name. IDC made the joke after us because they are our friends.
Yeah, I see. And for No Sense, because I know you know how to speak Mandarin, and I would like to know, so this time come to Jacob, so how's the feeling for China?
Good. We learned so much from Chinese team.
Yeah.
And we're gonna do better next week games. Yeah.
Yeah, I see. And maybe you can teach your teammate a Mandarin. 欢迎来到捷杯. Is that alright? You can teach him one Mandarin.
欢迎来到捷杯。欢迎 来到
来到
杰杯
Yeah.
Well,
Can speak to the camera.
皇帝
来
来到这杯
Oh,
What does it mean?
excellent performance.
Okay.
Thank you for our two players. Thank you and congratulations again. And for the rest of the matches, I can just only say cheer up. Okay, and good luck to you. Thank you for today's interview, and we will take a break and be right back later.
I'm Ryoman, I'm 24 years old. I'm playing a World Championship in solos and trios for the team IDK. I never come to China, but the first time is really good. I'm really enjoying it, we all enjoy it, and yeah, we're happy to stay here. I look forward to fight TE because they're in our group and we need to fight them in the start. Shanghai is my most played character and the Pulse one, because I play Shanghai in the first season already, and yeah. It takes a lot of practice and a lot of communication with my teammates, and we try our best to do it. The only thing is what I want to say, you're the challenger.
Hello everybody and welcome back to the NARAKA BLADEPOINT official 2023 J-Cup, and Duncan, you and me, buddy, we were both watching, we were both in that waiting room looking at that screen, getting to see the EU boys doing their region proud. IDK walking away with their first MVP, hopefully not their last, because they've still got, well, a pretty rough job ahead of them if they want to be able to break into that top 12.
No, you're absolutely right. An amazing performance from the IDK boys. It is lovely to see them finally get a little bit of traction coming in to these group stage games. But as you said, they are going to, it's just the beginning. They're gonna have to try and secure at least, I mean, if they get one more game like that, I think it's very, very possible that they manage to qualify based off of that. However, there's 3 games, so they could get some consistency games in, you know, nothing doesn't have to be crazy MVP level, but if they manage to secure another 2 10-15 point games and then maybe another similar, you know, just ease their way through the rest of the 3 games, they could definitely be looking at a qualification into our grand finals in Chengdu, and I'm so excited. Woo!
I know.
I want to see it. I want to see it. I want to see what they bring out for us. Yeah.
But you know what I also want to see? I want to see you at home going and supporting NARAKA, whether it's following us on Kick, following us on Twitch, or following us on all of those other social media pages. I also want to see you supporting your team, even if they don't make the cut, even if they're not in top 12. You can still, you know, put a smile on some of those players' faces, lift their spirits, because a lot of these players, when they go into like these interviews, it makes me so sad when they say, I don't think anyone is cheering for me. But now they can see, if we show them the support rates, if they see those percentages, they know there's people at home who love and adore them just as much as we do.
Absolutely. You know, it happens. You know, you're showing support, you know, for all those players who are doing really, really well, and then all of a sudden when they don't start performing, or they don't continue performing at the same level, they just don't get focused on all that much, and then it can be very, very easy to just sort of all of a sudden feel, oh, no one's supporting me, or I'm not playing well. I need to play better to to like support my fans, because it feels like it's a back and forth relationship. It's not just one way, so they definitely feel it. So I'm sure if any of you just support anybody in these games who've come and started to participate in J-Cup this year, show some love, because they would appreciate it, and they're doing their very best to put on an excellent show for all of you at home. And speaking of excellent show, it's about to get oogly boogly, baby. Today, I don't know what we're gonna be saying.
Yeah.
There's a little bit of spice thrown in earlier with a bit of Zai. Yes, a little bit of Zai earlier, but we'll touch more on that in a moment. You know what time it is. If you've been watching the group stages leading up to this point, you know what the drill is. Go over to the website. You can access it through the client as well. Send you to the website to put in your predictions for this next game. Which of the following two teams will achieve the most kills in this match? If identical, the one with the most damage dealt will win. Will it be A, MVP, or B, DPCQ? Make sure to get your predictions in to have a chance at winning some very nice cosmetics to take into game with you. You don't want to miss out. You might be the lucky winner, you might guess correctly, and plus it's only 50-50.
Yeah, and also it doesn't cost anything to enter.
Exactly.
Except time.
Exactly, you know, exactly. And hey, we're all dedicating our time to NARAKA right now, watching all of these amazing games unfold. But yes, back to what we were talking about. A little bit of Zai was sprinkled in earlier, you know, a little something. Are we gonna see anything else? You know, we've seen the Feria Yueshan Yotohime. We've seen the Justina variation as opposed to taking Feria. We even saw a little bit of ACOS Viper Wuchen the other day.
We got Matari.
Yes, we've been seeing a little bit of Matari from DPCQ, an interesting pick that we don't see in these environments typically, but they've definitely been putting in work on that Matari composition back in NA and finding some very good success with it. So potentially they might bring it out again. Not too sure, it's hard to say. What do you think we're going to be seeing?
I mean, I think the Matari variation can actually be really strong into a lot of these Tessa compositions with the Viper, because we're seeing that Viper ultimate, it's not just the Viper ult you take the hit of, it's also the Tessa ult you take the hit of too, right? It is just one window of CC immediately into a second window of CC, and it means that you're not able to dodge and dislodge both of them. And for those Attack on Titan Tessa variations of them, they don't have the sustainability to be able to live through all of that, right? If it's the Sun Siphon team composition, you're Gucci, you're absolutely fine. You know that you're going to be able to use things like that Zip and Sustain, and you use your Takeda shoves as well if it's not the V2, if it's the V1, where you go for the 5-second stun and forego the silence, which means there's a little bit more counter ability coming on through. But if it's the Wu Chen version, and you're locked down into one form of CC, so you can't immediately use that Wu Chen ultimate and teleport away from the fight, disengage it, and then look to be able to come back in and rubber band with the Tessa 55% rage cast, you're just gonna die straight up. There's no sustainability on that team except the Wu Chen Wind Walls, and even that, very, very little. You only get a little bit of shielding off of the back of it. It is not going to be enough to be able to stand up to not just one Tessa stun, but potentially two as well.
No, you are right. It's definitely a difficult comp to execute. One thing I would like to see, HLG hovering, what was it again? It was Hardy Tarka dipping. Never gonna happen. It's never gonna happen. But who knows? Who knows? It's the final day of the group stage. Woo, might have something a little bit interesting. We have these teams sitting at the top of the leaderboards currently, who are relatively comfortable. Obviously, they don't want to take their foot off the gas, as it's still, you know, they still want to win, still want to get those MVPs. But they might look to experiment with something I'm hoping for. We talked about it before, just MVP3. I think it definitely has value. I'm interested to see if we see any V3 from Tessa. I think that could potentially be utilized somewhat. It's a little bit, it doesn't work in the same way. It doesn't work in the same way as your V1 and V2. As V1 and V2, you're able to use at 55%, which then allows you to go in and out of skirmishes and get quite a lot of value. V3 is very committal. However, it allows for it's almost unreact. I'd say it's pretty much unreactive. It's not dodgeable. If you're in that range, you are going to get hit by that charm, and you are going to be forced to try and take your soul back from that lantern. So, as a sort of full committal confirmation kind of play style, that could potentially see some play. It's hard to say. It's hard to say. I don't know. I don't know what else we could potentially see. It's hard to really say. You know, we might see a little bit of an aggressive composition coming out from with ACOS. I think ACOS definitely has some value. It's just that one of the things that he has, he uses all of his ult charge when he ults.
Yeah.
You know, and sometimes you're not actually going to be able to make full use out of that ultimate. It applies a considerable amount of pressure throughout the duration, but sometimes if your teammates are down, it's not always going to be possible.
We do see a lot of value though in solos from ACOS as being able to use the amount of gold plus the damage reduction he gets off of the F1 to be able to try and challenge things like Takeda inside Realm of Yang. So maybe we do see that ACOS come through so that these teams have a counter to Sun Siphon inside the Realm of Yang, other than just trying to go Yoto Yue Shen and popping both of those ultimates and trying to pop that Zip V2 as quickly as possible. I think some of these players are still going to be holding on to strategies. I don't think we're going to see the full meta properly develop until we hit grand finals, not even pre-finals, because that gives these teams way too much time to be able to adapt on the fly. Because we do have to say, these coaches, these analysts, it's not just the players that are the absolute MVPs and the best of the best on this stage. Behind the scenes, all of the staff attached to every single one of these orgs is sitting down, is watching every single VOD, is looking at every single other team and figuring out their strategies. And as a result, no one is going to want to give everything immediately up. There are going to be cards held in the sleeve. We saw it from so many other teams in solos last year, in trios last year even. It's going to happen, and I think for now, as a result, we're just going to be seeing what's already being explored as meta.
I do agree with you. I think it's hard to say that we're going to see all that much different coming today. But as I say that, we are about to be heading in to our fourth game of the day, of our final day of Trios group stage of this year's J-Cup, ladies and gentlemen. And what have they cooked up for us?
Cannonball!
Much of the same. Yeah, exactly.
We have two cannonballs, BVE and TE.
TE definitely has been one of these teams that has been utilizing this composition quite a fair bit.
Well, when you have the TXJ Yodo, I mean, are you really going to leave that one on the back burner, Duncan? TXJ, one of the best Yodos, back even when T were using F1. This is why it's actually really good coming through from T that they're using this Yoto variation composition coming on through, because they are so rehearsed and being able to engage off of that Yodo F1 lockdown into just an immediate kill. It's going to be absolutely enjoyable to see how they actually pilot this new composition with the F2 change up instead of the F1 with how strong it currently is, as everyone else in the lobby is either going to be running Sand Siphon or the Tessa variation of that Viper and Wu Chen. A lot of disengagement potential coming on through, as we can have a look and see where all of these teams are going to be dropping. Two of those teams heading over towards Shadow Jade. Everybody else except that looks like BBE, who are going to be prioritizing picking up those Fireflies in Secret Tunnel. And here's the thing, Duncan, they're uncontested.
Yes, indeed. However, I'm not sure if they're going to be able to make full use out of the fact that they are going uncontested, as there's just nobody there. Because although it's nice to have Fireflies off the rip, if you don't have a team to actually look to fight, or a third-party opportunity available to you, you potentially lose out on some of the value of having gotten those Fireflies.
Because there's no one even anywhere near them.
No.
That they can potentially run into. Like, KLA are going to be pretty close to some of those other teams. They can hop up into Shipwreck, they can loot around there and then push on forward. However, we are going to be seeing two teams dropping on Money Sport. Artisans going to be seeing immediate action. IDC and HOD as well as FPX now drawn in. All of these teams wanting to control this area for the money, as we're going to see the skirmish from Lexan actually interrupted. Cuckoo coming in with an absolutely gorgeous engagement. Lexan now feeling pressured, having to utilize that Zip sustainability, holding on to the katana, wanting to see whether or not he's going to be pressured into the spacing. Goes for that red whiff to push HOG's hand further away, but here's FPX showing up to the party. MVP have been able to find 2 kills, but FPX with the better engagement coming in off of the back of that Tesla V1. We're going to see the enchantment hit onto HOG's hand, so he's not able to dodge away from the follow-up of the R&B on the halberds. FPX making this composition look absolutely natural.
Very nicely done by FPX here. This is the timing attack that I love to talk about. Being able to come in at the exact right time, the timings that are so unbelievably tight to be able to hit this third party and be able to come away with as much value as possible. IDC did manage to pick up a kill for themselves, but unfortunately they did end up going down. But JL, they're looking to get aggressive here. They're chopping down with the Viper ult. They get the stun onto MVP LTZ, and he's locked up by not only the Viper stun, but the Tessa ultimate as well. And it looks as though MVP, they've been ready, they've been farming that money. They managed to buy themselves up a Moonbane charm, and it looks as though JL may have just been hit with a bit of a surprise. They lose 2 members, and MVP, although they were in a really rough situation, it looks as though they're going to come away with this with all of the kills, all of the money. BK though eats a lot of damage from those dual halberds and gets overheld twice in a row, and JL XI absolutely obliterating him, and a huge parry coming out from LTZ, but it doesn't look... Oh, no, XI trying to salvage the situation, but doesn't look as though he's going to be able to do anything about that. Very nicely done by MVP.
That Bane's Breath, unfortunately, just meaning that those kills immediately turned against them, as we're going to see 5-2-1 losing Yin as the fight begins. Pampy coming with the horizontal, trying to just space these players away from being able to interact with that Tessa V1. It's immediately actually going to be the Wu Chen teleport out from 5-2-1 side to be able to try and pick up this revive, as yet again we're going to see that potential third party come on through from FPX. Like we've said, these players are absolute professionals at being able to come in and pilot this third party, and they've been able to catch on to DPCQ. As a result, that Wu Chen is going to be going down immediately. Plan B taken to absolute town, as we're going to now see the 1v1. Water getting the reset shield from his Wu Chen, going to be able to use that to pick up the revive onto Dongqing, as now the 1v1 turns into Xiaohu versus Deng Zai. We're going to see the F2 connect onto, allowing the Viper to try to move away, using the Greatsword Focus Strike to try and find the spacing to push him far enough back, but he's still going to go down. Again, we see the R&B on the halberds off of the CC from Water. FPX finding kill after kill, locking down these players. Water finding a parry onto Pampy. They drop the Bane's Breath just to get insurance that they don't have to worry about being interrupted by another team, as they were going pretty low and they had invested a lot of those ultimates. FPX playing smart.
Very, very nice. They managed to take down DPCQ. They have that Moonbane in the back pocket, ready to go for the potential third party. And what do you know? 5-2-1 coming in, trying to get that timing attack, as I talked about. But they are ready for it. They are not going to be put in a bad situation. No, sir. And they have that Moonbane. They drop it down, and they come away with even more kills, taking them up to 9 eliminations so far in this game.
And we haven't even had the first round of Yang.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy. FPX has been doing so well so far this tournament. I mean, they're sitting at the top with, or in 5th place total with 114 points. Excellent showing from FPX. I love to see FPX perform well. They've been one of those teams that have done very, very well in the previous splits, but occasionally just not been able to close it out, not been able to secure those wins when it comes to the bi-weeklies. But here we are going on over to IDK versus MVP. Sachiko taking a decent amount of, a little bit more than a decent amount, quite a substantial amount of damage getting taken down, forcing Ryoman to have to send out that Wu Chen port, take his teammate to safety. Our MVPs from the previous match getting cooked by MVP here. MVP Hong, BK, and LTZ sitting on 7 kills as well. They've been doing really well so far this game. That very nice Moonbane to counteract 521's aggression initially. Very nicely done. They're pretty stacked up as well. They're looking pretty stacked. They're going to be heading over into the realm of Yang.
Yeah,
as
they've
well,
got
I'd
2
imagine.
ults.
Yep.
They only had to invest that Tumultuous ultimate in that fight. They've still got the Takeda, and crucially, they've still got the Zip V2 as well. Like, honestly, you're probably feeling a little on the fence if you've only got the Takeda, but having that Zip, nah, you don't have to worry. You're going to be able to have that sustainability to be able to just base tank through all of the ultimates coming through from the other team. That's the problem with Zip V2, right? You have to have a way of forcing it to pop as soon as possible, but then you also have to have another ultimate in the back pocket to be able to actually translate into kills. It's so hard for a lot of these compositions that rely on just having one burst window. It's why Transformers really has struggled historically up against Sand Siphon, because they have their initial burst window of the Tianhai, and then it goes into just trying to protect the Tianhai once he drops out of the ultimate with the Yushan. In fact, it's the reason why we see when Transformers go up against Sand Siphon, they double ult. They drop both the Yushan and the Tianhai ultimate a lot of the time at the exact same time to try and pressure that Zip down as quickly as possible, as TE slowly but surely working their way through Shadow Jade. Not a lot of loot has been picked up here. Oh, what did they get?
Gold Soul Jade for them. It looks as though that was probably either...
It could have been Armor Piercer.
It could have been Armor Pierce.
Yeah.
It's one of those ranged weapon legendary Jades. Because of the shape, you can always tell that it's a ranged weapon Jade.
Was it VVV who picked it up?
I'm not too sure.
If it was VVV who picked it up, it could have been Burst Hour, because he does have that purple bow in the back pocket. As it does look like TE gonna be starting to maneuver away. Do we have a Realm of Yang spawn in that? We do. It's covered by IDC's giant red circle. Yes. A little bit larger than the Realm of Yang entrance, but it's definitely not going to be dissuading all of these players from gravitating towards that area. KLA, VNGC, and TE all wanting a slice of that pie, as Realm of Yang is going to be spawning up directly in the middle of them. Are we going to see a Grief attempt coming on through? Do BBE know that MVP are waiting inside that purple bush? Has someone grapple hovered over to see whether or not there's a player there? JL also going to be rolling on up towards Sunwing to try to pick that one up too. We're going to see the Yodo blade come through to try and make sure that everyone's going to be able to get through unimpeded. It does look, however, like there is going to be a little bit of a fight going on down. However, we do know that there's definitely going to be a fight between TE and VNGC.
And it looks as though the other Realm of Yang had IDC versus KLA as well. Interesting matchup. We are looking at VNGC versus TE. Roy using a longsword wind slash from the back. Oh! TXJ with a huge F2 from the Yoto, transitioning that right into the slash from the ultimate. Roy zipping ultimate has been popped here. He does, he does manage to make a considerable amount of space though. He's not, the Yueshan, he keeps slamming him next to these pillars. He's trying to find a moment to heal.
There's no more
to get a reset, but it doesn't look like he's gonna be able to do so. Loves does get taken down as well. Roy he's under a lot of pressure. The turret from TXJ, it's just so much damage. Roy he's been taken down, and Asbon, he's in a 1v3 situation, and it's looking pretty good.
There is no more ults. There were no more ults available for VNGC. Cannonball punching through Sand Siphon. And the way that they do it is they apply so much pressure. They get to play off of the fact that that Yushan ultimate and the Ferrier ultimate outlast the Zip V2. They overlap the Yodo and the Yushan ultimate to pressure the Zip into using the V2 as quickly as possible, even using the V3 drop, but the Ferry doesn't get into mech until she sees that that sedated soul is going to be removed from VNGC's side. They don't have the Tumultuous ultimate either to be able to block the ranged projectiles coming on through when the Ferry gets into the mech and is able to use those cannons. And the second that Takeda doesn't have that Zip keeping him up with the ultimate, he is absolutely wiped from the face of Ram, as now we're going to be seeing TXJ coming in with that Yoda ultimate, trying to catch on to these players that are looking from KLA to push onto LYD. The zoning potential is good. The V3 Fairy Mech comes on down. We're going to see the Tumultuous ultimate now being invested as we're actually going to see TXJ outside of the Yoda ultimate. Knows he's vulnerable, hops into the V3. He's on the other side of the wind wall and as a result is able to find these shots and keep the players of KLA pressured away. KLA not able to utilize that Tumultuous ultimate to isolate TE. In fact, it's the absolute opposite that occurs. TE is such a smart team. TXJ is such a good Yodo. I love the fact that they're using the V3 to set up the Yodo to be able to reposition once her ultimate runs on out and she potentially becomes vulnerable without that teleport as KLA's Peak backs into a corner, backs up against the wall against two players from TE, tries to find the disengage, but T is able to chase them down. And Duncan, that is a very short Vermilion Bird's Might. Those wings whip right off of KLA's back.
Absolutely. Did you see that damage coming through from the F2 on TXJ? F2 Yotohime has just recently, it's received buffs. It is now, quite frankly, just extremely good. It tracks you so unbelievably well. It's as if you lunge across the terrain, across the entire.
You start the animation on Morris, you end up on Holleroff.
Just zoom. It's literally so fast, and it's really, really hard to dodge. And which I mean, in trios you don't have as much stamina as you would in solos. In trios, it just becomes even harder, not having as much stamina to work with, and then because it gives you such a long amount of time to actually use it, you throw down the blade, you have 8 or 9 seconds to use it. It's a lot. It provides so much pressure throughout that timer.
I mean, there is a trade-off though, right? You don't immediately get the golden focus.
That is true.
There is a window. It is very similar to the Takeda F, where you have to utilize the first catch of the F and then have that timing in the threat. Know that you're going to be proactive with the F2 and sort of anticipate how your opponent is going to play around it. But TXJ is a very smart player who knows the movements of a lot of his opponents. He was running F1 when all of our other Yodos and MVPL were running F3. As we're going to have a look and see, does TE realize one of these things is not on that team? Roy he is in a world of danger, yet he rotates the camera. He knows that the full squad of T are there, but so too are we going to see IDC and BBE now try to run away. Zay trapped inside the zone, taking so much damage. Zay forced to drop the Tumultuous ultimate. BBE's not going to use the Yoda ultimate to work around it, as we even see the investment of the V3. BBE popping every single ult that they have available to be able to track down that Tumultuous, and they do manage to dunk Zay down. Now it's just going to be Brandoro Lexan, the next two for Brandoro going inside that zone. He knows the gig is up, trying to find the scale rush, but he's unfortunately going to be interrupted before he can even find the first charge of focus to carry him off the wall. That Yushan Spear Stagger, the absolute bane of every player trying to disengage.
Yes, indeed, that was very unfortunate. I was about to start talking about IDC and IDK. IDK, unfortunately, they've been taken down relatively early in this match. And then IDC was actually sitting on 5 kills. Although they've gone down in the realm of Yang, it appeared as though they've managed to get 2 soul blooms for both Lexan and Zay, but Brandoro was still missing one, and I think that's why they opted to try and take this fight against BBE. And it just didn't go in their favor, unfortunately. Brandoro didn't have any grapples. It didn't look as though he had any means of actually following up and trying to actually make something happen. But, well, it is what it is. 5 kills, not too bad. Perhaps they can transition this into some absolutely pop-off games going into the 5th and 6th as we're on the 4th game of the day. But you know what time it is, ladies and gentlemen. It is time yet again for the realms of Yang. It looks as though KLA is lurking outside.
Hello, jabbing.
Yes, the jabbing.
We know you so well. It's time for Realm of Yang, but here's the thing. FPX, they're fine with not taking Realm of Yang. It's time for them to put their next strategy into play, and that's get a flamer from one of these Morris Blessings. FPX immediately, every single time we see them, they will take the first realm of Yang and then they'll try and just posture up to be able to control one of these Morris Blessings and pick up that Flamer to bring with them into late game. FPX and TE always have the same strategy. Go for those Flamers, pick them up, use them to zone all of the players into that Corruption Tick damage. This time, however, it's not free. They're having to fight for it. 5-2-1, wanting the armor upgrade. Yin trying to come in with a huge stun. Were they able to pick it up? No. The pressure coming through from FPX. Pampy, unfortunately, going to be without that that purple armor, going to have to just back on off, as it does look like TE were able to get their Realm of Yang for absolute free because of the focus going down on top of the Morris Blessing. BBE Snack, does he manage to get the full Yoda ult? Or did it get cancelled by the Tesla V1? That's really unfortunate, as BBE Snack now inside that Farrier mech, the V3, allowing the Yodo to be able to try and find a safe disengagement. Exide going for the double jump over to avoid that initial damage coming through from the pulse. Going to go down to the V3 cannon coming on through. LMB on that fan, pushing all of these players, scooping them into position a little bit closer. AS trying to push Fat Milk into where the Farrier mech is going to be able to have that line of sight on them, as we're going to see the attempted jump parry come through from Fat Milk. JL going for the red flash back to back, no one throwing a focus, and as a result, BBE are going to be able to come in with reinforcements. Snack fully recovered, joining his player, and we're going to see BBE come out on top. This is, again, another time we see BBE take a fight incredibly close with their backs to that Corruption Tick damage. They are playing to try and be as silent as possible. The problem is, a lot of other teams also have that same idea. If you didn't go for that Realm of Yang, you want to try and play as far away from where you think everyone else is going to be as possible, because that second Realm of Yang, it has Mystic Might.
You're absolutely right. But one thing that we see, or one of the reasons why a considerable number of these teams opt to not go for that second Realm of Yang is not only because of the team composition that they're running. You know, your Viper team comms don't typically opt to go in as they have more power and more potential outside. They can come in and skirmish, they can assassinate certain players from different teams, etc. But another main reason is that as the game has progressed, the second gate of Yang, there aren't as many players left on the map.
Yeah, there's also not as much room, so the odds of being third party rise exponentially.
Exactly, so you don't want to be caught in a Yang depletion situation when there's fewer fights going on the map and there's fewer players to actually take down and get those soul boosts. But speaking of fights, we've got TE versus BBE just back-to-back fighting. It doesn't look as though they really want to. They keep getting forced into fights, but they keep doing really well. But it looks as though they're doing the same here, taking a considerable amount of shield and health off of that Yueshun. But he's forced to use his ultimate. Ibin, he's so unbelievably low coming out of that Farrier mech. He's trying his best to stay on the move. He did have that multi-defiance, it seems, but it's not going to be enough. And Ibin gets taken down. The Yoto F2 doing work yet again. Thankfully, though, Fat Milk and Snack are both going to be able to disengage and potentially look to try and find that rebirth charm out of the shop. It looks as though he was heading straight over to the shop. TE aren't opting to try and chase them down. They're not looking for it. They're happy with that one kill that they picked up, and they're going to be going into that end game pretty set, pretty ready to go. MVP as well, not looking to be in all that bad of a situation. They have 7 kills to their name. Could be better on the armor front. Having 2 blue armors isn't the best. Going into endgame, we call them blueberries, but we'll have to see if they manage to pick something up. This is a quick replay on IDK's fight, the fight that knocked them out of this game. Sachiko getting locked up by this Tessa, and it looks as though that was all she wrote. They get taken down there by 5-2-1. Very nicely done. 8 kills to their name as well. So aggressive, 5-2-1. We've been talking about them as a pretty solid, pretty aggressive team. They're from the Southeast Asian region, the SEA region, and we all know SEA. They love to get aggressive. They go 100 miles an hour all the time, just going in and out of every single fight. And they are no strangers. They are no strangers to fighting with their backs against the wall. And they've been doing pretty well. They obviously haven't been sitting atop the leaderboards, but they've definitely been putting the points up there. HLG Han got not all that many kills for HLG so far, but look at these Soul Jades. 4 golden Soul Jades for Han, and then 2 for Cuckoo and PPY respectively. Pretty stacked up. You've got that purple fan. Unfortunately, Han hasn't been able to get that gold ultimate status just yet, only on purple for the moment. Hopefully they're going to be able to level that up all the way to gold, as it enhances the Takeda's V3 ultimate a considerable amount once you do get it to that stage, as it widens the hitbox and lengthens it as well. And not only that, but once it gets to that max range, if you get caught in it, it doesn't just push you back, it pushes you back and then hooks you and pulls you back towards it.
Ooh, FPX.
Oh no.
What a no! He's going for it. He's getting into position. He's going to try and use the F2.
He's trying his best to get as much money as he can. He does get this golden armor. Water's bound to be pretty happy about that. He's dropping Soul Jade. He's trying to go in and get the Soul Jades from the box and deny them from other players as well. As I don't know what that was. Ooh, it may have been the Mortal Defiance. Mortal Defiance for Water. Definitely, I'm not sure if you'd want to have it on FBX Water. Potentially putting it on to Wu Chen might be the better option. And then as the zone starts to close, closer and closer, getting closer quarters, would then swap it over to your Viper or to your Tessa, as at that point in the game, Chen's ultimate loses a considerable amount of value the closer the zone.
MVP trying to come in now, taking a lot of pressure coming on through. We're going to see the cannon try.
Taking a lot of cannon damage here. Hong, only a blue cannon to his name for the moment, but he's still going to be able to make a considerable amount of use out of it, I'd imagine. Even if it's blue, you're still chilling. You're still going to be able to do a lot of damage. You see Don King up there with the white cannon. He's just throwing those cannon shots from afar, trying to pop these purple mushrooms. He is not bothered. He doesn't need a purple cannon. He's happy with just the white cannon, especially if you manage to get Flame Breath and Rupture Gale. Just being able to apply that fire tick onto the health bar is enough. You don't actually need the cannonball itself to do all that much damage. You just need to apply that fire tick. Not only does it do damage directly to the health bar, but it will also cut that healing a considerable amount. Healing being so important in these endgames. Healing from characters, from your zippings, for example, being able to heal yourself up without actually committing resources is always very, very valuable, as you not having resources in endgame can very easily kill you, can be at the end of you. If you don't have those resources, you are going to be in for a nasty.
Speaking about nasty surprises, this final zone is it's going to be absolutely killer for all of these teams. With that Viper composition, plenty of high ground for everyone to be able to drop down from. We're going to see MVP now trying to come on through and trade blows with BBE on the hot opposite. Everyone now going to be trying to incite as many fights as possible to be able to burn through all of those resources, as we are going to see that Morris Blessing start to come into play, protected by the Wu Chen Wind Wall. Oh, someone popped one of those poison mushrooms, as we're going to potentially see that poison tick start to push on through these players, ignoring that shield, going straight for the health bar. Who's going to be able to walk away with it intact? In fact, it looks like a little bit of range pressure was there, but not a lot of melee, as everyone now is just trying to posture on up, find themselves a safe spot, and just make sure to hold on to those ultimates as long as possible, as it does seem, Duncan, like we're in for a little bit of bully phase. No one wanting to outright find that approach, but when the zone pushes on forward, someone's going to be the team that everyone turns on to. No one, as a result, wanting to paint themselves too vulnerable, too easy a target to be chunked down on. FPX on the low ground. That is an incredibly risky position. Looks like they're just trying
to play as quietly and out of sight as possible. TE, I tell you, these two teams, incredibly similar in terms of how they approach these final zones, having the exact same idea. They know that everyone on the high ground are going to be taking pressure, and they're going to hold on to as many resources as possible.
Indeed, absolutely right. You know, speaking of high ground, we've got BB here, right at the very, very top. They don't have, they only have those blue armor. They have one purple on Snag, but they've been managing to stay pretty healthy atop that treehouse. But ooh,
KLA
this is getting a little bit aggressive down here. FPX, KLA. Looks as though KLA forced out, or was forced to use that Tumult ultimate to try and keep them safe, try and keep them healthy.
But this is smart, because FPX turned the attention on KLA and then used the Wuchen teleport. No one's looking for FPX, everyone's looking at KLA. That being said, Xiaohu actually going incredibly low, water force into using that V1 to be able to peel and create the space for his Wuchen to be able to recover. HLG, in the meantime, going to be taking a lot of pressure coming through from BBE. Hong with the right click on that pulse hold, looking to try and lock down Fat Milk, but he's able to pull off the Yushan transformation before he goes down, instantly getting that re-heal, as we're going to see Hong actually having to back on off and try and take a reset opportunity. Has to be careful though, because if he backs too far out, he's going to go into a different team entirely. 5-2-1, see the lone Takeda, go, hold on a second, we're not running Sand Siphon, and immediately turn onto him instead as TE VVV inside the Ferrier mech. HLG's Han playing up into the trees to try to run away and find that reset opportunity. VVV knows one of those players is low. He goes aerial with the primary to be able to lock it down. TE hit double digits. Actually, no, that's their 11th kill. They were already on double digits, as we're going to see the Yodo F2 being invested over the Ferrier mech for VVV to cover with all of the block of that damage coming on through as he drops outside of the mech. MVP finding a purple invisibility bush, everyone crouching inside. FPX now trying to come off of that high ground. Dongqing showing the hand of Hepta. Yin able to find an absolutely huge parry coming on through, but we're going to be able to see the Tessa step in front and utilize the F1 to be able to cover, and it's actually 5-2-1 who are forced into using the Wuchen teleport to put themselves onto the high ground and escape FPX's sight.
That was rather risky though. They could have potentially gotten caught in the zone, but thankfully they've managed to heal up. Speaking of getting caught though, MVP getting a little bit spicy over here. Hong, he does get he eats a huge amount of damage from that Yotohime and gets caught by the Tessa ultimate. It looks as though there might be a little bit of follow-up. You get a little bit of range shot, and another one coming in from Akame with that musket, taking him down. Hong is back to the lobby. For the moment, we have Fat Milk still alive. KLA getting really aggressive at the edge of the zone. 5-2-1 getting shoved in over and over and over again. But then it's KLA's turn. KLA getting shoved into the zone. Water now with that Viper ultimate managing to lock up PPY, but he's not looking to actually capitalize off of this stun. He's just going to try and heal up, trying to get that armor all the way back to the tippity top so that he can look to stay alive as long as possible for his team to try and multiply these 14 kills that they've managed to accumulate into as many points as possible. BK though on MVP, he's desperately going up and down this tree. He sends out 2 blue focus attacks into Snag, and Snag, oh, he eats the brunt of that damage, but thankfully BK didn't opt to try and continue it. For both of their sakes, I'd imagine that BK probably would have immediately gotten collapsed on by the remaining members of BBE.
VVV and Water are just doing the exact same thing right now.
Literally.
By the way, I tell you, both of these teams, they must have played under the same coach at one point, because they both have the same strategy. Just play off of the low ground, play for survival. Yeah, everyone now is turning on top of each other. BBE going to go down to the Merciless Havoc knockback coming on through from PPY. Now we're going to see Snag and PPY go head to head. This is the opportunity that both T and FPX were looking for. Snag coming into the Yodo ultimate. Everyone tap dodging around it. Snag having to utilize one of those last teleports to be able to put himself on top and try and find the connection onto the players below. PPY goes down. Snag able to find the heal reset as a result. VVV, however, with the cannon, knocks him into the corruption tick damage. Now it's just going to be FPX's Water standing tall. FPX TE. Both of these teams were so absolutely incredibly close to each other in terms of game score that they were coming in with, in terms of kills that they were coming into that final zone with, in terms of game plan that they were coming into that final zone with. But it looks like FPX's Water was able to do enough to be able to give the team the MVP. And I tell you what, Duncan, that's got to frustrate TE.
No, absolutely, but hats off to Water, a lone Viper in that kind of zone, managing to stay alive till the very, very, very end.
It's not his first time.
No, it's not.
I still remember the MVPL game where it's Water, we're on Holarov, and he's Tumulch. He's Tumulch and he wins. He wins the MVP.
Oh, I think I remember. Wasn't it in a 1v3 situation?
It was
with
a
the
1v3 with the nunchucks.
The nunchuck sap. I remember casting that.
Yeah, we were.
That was, oh, you just took me back. That was nuts. Oh, and this is why I love FPX. They've got that clutch factor. I've been a big fan of...
Well, they rise from the ashes.
Yeah,
it's in the name.
Exactly. FPX popping off, getting... I'm not sure if they managed to take 14 kills up to 15, but they definitely come away with a juicy number of points off the back of that 4th game of the day, ladies and gentlemen.
I mean, FPX, when we saw them and they were already coming in with double-digit kills before that final zone collapsed, FPX and TE, again, like, they literally both have the exact same game plan. They're like, okay, we're on over 10 kills. We're just going to sit on the low ground. We're going to play out of attention. Everyone else is going to be sitting on the high ground. They're all going to be exchanging cannon shots. They're all going to be jumping on top of each other when the zone collapse pushes everyone off of the roof and it becomes an absolute free-for-all. So what do TE and FPX do? They make sure they carve a space out before that happens. And it's really smart.
No, absolutely. It's exactly what you want to be looking to do. Try and secure yourself a nice little bit of land, a nice little bit of real estate, just to call home for the moment, as you don't want all of these different teams coming in and trying to steal your garden gnomes. You don't want that. You don't want them to just come in.
What?
Steal your little garden gnomes. You know, you got the little garden gnomes on the lawn. You know, your nice little house, little condo or something. You know, you set up. You're just out there having a barbecue. You don't. You just get off my lawn.
You're just an angry old man being like, get off my lawn!
Get off my lawn!
Oh, it's so interesting, like FPX and TE, like the overlap between both of these teams' game plans in terms of how they approach the final zone, in terms of what compositions they really do find a lot of value with. Like it's neck and neck, literally. Like you stand here and I would like be here. that's FPX and TE's interactions, and it's so interesting. If you haven't been following the FPX and TE, we have so many amazing stories in the NARAKA esports. FPX and TE are one of my favorites because, you know, these two orgs, they have been not at each other's throats, but they've had the same players.
Yeah.
We've had different players come along and play under, you know, former labels, and then FPX had to go away and recreate that team and come back in, and they came back in and they were a little bit peeved that TE had taken all of their teams, and they'd be like, you know what, we're gonna come here and we're gonna field a very, very good roster. Yeah. And they picked up such insane players that literally, like, the first week that they came into MVPL Season 2, last year they broke the record for most amount of points picked up in one day, and ever since they've just been getting better and better, where they kept falling apart, unfortunately, like TE, funnily enough, was consistency. We would see regular weeks, they'd go absolutely amazingly, and then we'd hit bi-weekly finals and things would all fall apart. But definitely things did not fall apart for both FPX and TE. In fact, you could say it all came together.
Exactly right. But yeah, as you said, that is one of the reasons why I applaud FPX for having, like, being here and doing so well, is that at the very beginning of this NPL season, they were a brand new team. It wasn't they were brand new players, it's that they hadn't played.
Yeah.
And then they came in and they set records, and they did an amazing job, having only been together as a team for not all that much time. And that truly is very impressive. As trios, you know the name of the game. It is
synergy and coordination.
Coordination, team communication and trust. And being able to trust your teammates that you've never played with before is very, very big. So hats off to them, and hats off to them for doing an amazing job this game and coming away with the MVP with 15 eliminations. They did manage to pick up one more at the very end. Water clutching it up and staying alive for as long as he could, and taking home the dub for him.
Yeah, and I mean, the storyline between FPX and TE does not end there either. Remember when Tessa first started being used in MVPL? It was TE who were actually the ones that first found the MVP, and I remember FPX did an interview. In fact, I think it was Water specifically did an interview, and they got asked, like, how strong do you think Tessa is? And he said, like, yeah, I think she's really strong. I think she's going to be really good in trios. However, you're not going to see us use her until we see, like, teams like TE figure it out for us.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
You guys do the legwork. We'll pick up the train afterwards. You know, we're just here to play. Yeah. We'll just copy you guys. It's all good.
It's like, you know, when you're sitting next to the kid in class, it's like, okay, can I see your homework? Sure, just don't make it look up.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, I love the interactions between the two. I love when the two are in the same lobby. I'm so happy that they're in the same lobby, although unfortunately this is going to be potentially the last time that we see some of these players and teams in the same lobby, as this is the last day of play in the group stages of the official 2023 J-Cup for trios, and everyone who is not currently in the top 12 is on the block pretty soon, actually off the block and on a plane home.
Yes, indeed. And speaking of, unfortunately, neither IDC or IDK were able to do all that well in that game. I don't think DPCQ were able to do all that much either in that game. But we've still got another 2 games.
Yeah.
And now it's make or break. So game 5, game 6 are always the most important. Game 5 sets up your game 6. So game 5, if you're in that position where you need to get quite a few points, you need to actually have a really good game 5 so that you can set up for the clutch in the final game of the day. You don't want to be going into game 6 having not done well in game 5, because not only is it going to be more difficult having less points, but at the same time, mentally, it's going to be more difficult. This was very nicely done by MVP, managing to get that Moonbane down and turning this bad situation into a beneficial one. Here we are with FPX. Exactly the same thing. We have the Moonbane coming in. It would have been really bad if they didn't have that Moonbane, didn't have the foresight to get it dropped down when they did. And they come away with even more kills under their belt. TE over here with those gold weapons, just absolutely obliterating KLA. Oh my!
That F2!
It's like zoom. It's just like a magnet.
It's a magic trick.
Exactly.
It's
just fly
the worst
across.
kind of magic trick. One that probably requires a health waiver to be signed beforehand.
Oh my god.
As we can have a look at FPX's water, this is how he did it. Tap dodge, roll, cannon, F2 connection. So it's as often as he can. He tries to stay and play to the safety of that zone. In fact, he even steps directly in front of the neck from the ferry because he knows he's not going to be the point of focus.
Yeah.
TE is purely just looking at that one player sitting inside the corruption because he knows he doesn't need to find the dead-on cannon connection for all of that damage.
Exactly.
He just needs to find the AoE knockback.
No, having that cannon from Water with the flame breath did so much for him. He was just aiming at the floor as well.
Yeah.
The Rupture Gale doing all the work for him.
Fire tick, you name it.
Exactly.
That cannon is absolutely devastating, especially since he has Repair Roll, which is another iframe on being able
And he
to
also had
repair
Mortal
it.
Defiance.
And Mortal Defiance, that's
He
another.
was chilling. He was absolutely vibing.
Oh, and explosive armor as well. This is a Soul Jade stack that literally just screams survival and lost
with
zone.
the Phantom Step, Repair Roll. Oh,
Like I
my
said,
goodness.
FPX are a very smart team, especially because it's the Viper that they put all of this on. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if Water goes through all of the bodies around him when he's the last player on his team. because he disappears from the minimap for a bit. Like, we don't really see where he goes. We know that he's definitely hiding and playing safe because he's the last one on his team and he's also a Viper. And that means that everyone is going to try and track him down, even if he had 2 full teammates to be able to peel for him, because what they're going to essentially do is push him so low that he has to panic pop his ultimate, and then everyone's just going to be like, oh sweet, cool, your armor's already gone, what are you going to do?
Yeah.
You have absolutely no damage reduction in this, we're just going to phase tank and kill you before that V1 can pop. And as a result, he plays incredibly smartly and slyly. Stealthy Viper coming on through. So he was probably going to all of those bodies being like, I can see Phantom Step here, and I'll take a little bit of, Model Defiance there. Do you know what I'll take? I'll take an answer for question. Which hero did this match's MVP use? Was it Zeeping? Was it Viper? Was it Tumult? Or was it Yodo? Get your answers into Twitch chat as quickly as you can. One lucky viewer will be chosen to walk away with some of those cosmetic goodies.
Indeed, not that person who goes AFK and misses out on the message telling them that they have won. You should be sat down nice and comfy with your popcorn, watching these amazing games unfold. And speaking of amazing games unfold, we have game number 5 and 6 coming up pretty soon. And we're going back to Holoroth.
We're not going to Starry Night though, but we are going back to Holoroth, and I do love Holoroth. I mean, I've had a checklist of things that I want to see this J-Cup. A couple of them have already been crossed off, you know, Thorny roll a kill, Thorny roll a kill again, Thorny roll a kill again, Ballista shots coming on through. 2 players using Ballista on Salvation Podium at the same time, that got checked off. That was incredibly fun to get to watch all of the mind games on, especially because one of those Ballistas, I think it's XEG, they're on the right side of Ballista, and everyone just decides to grief him out of being able to sit there. Meanwhile, the team on the left, like, Ballista, they're fine. Like, no one turns and looks at them. They still get to have all of that pressure. But speaking about chilling, you guys should not be chilling. You guys should be answering this question in chat and also in your game client. This is our prediction. Which of the following 2 teams do you believe will achieve the highest score in this coming match? Is it going to be BBE or is it going to be VNGC? That's a little bit of a toughie because BBE impressed, right? Every single time we saw them, they're back quite literally up against that zone. They still did incredibly good. In fact, they almost took down FPX.
No, they've been doing an amazing job coming in to this tournament. I remember when they got their MVP, their first MVP. Let's go, BBE! After having it come to J-Cup last year and not managing to qualify, and now coming in this year, they've come to play and they're doing an amazing job of it. They're not even close to not qualifying. They are fully up there. I think the last time I saw them, they were on 70-something points. That is more than enough. They're definitely up above that now. And it's lovely to see a Southeast Asian team, an SEA team, coming in and doing so well. I mean, need I say more?
You know, who has Roy Hehe?
VNGC, yeah.
And you don't go up against VNGC and expect to win if Roy Hehe is on something like that. Monk, he is such a good player, and honestly the team as well have really impressed. Last year it really did feel like Roy Hehe was like the star of the show, but this year VNGC, they've been keeping up with him. They've been able to not just protect him but also play off of a lot of the opportunities and also experience that he provides. This is a very strong VNGC team.
No, you're absolutely right. Also, Roy Hehe did play solos last year as well, I think. This year
trios.
Yeah, he's only been playing trios. I'm not sure if he attempted to qualify for solos as well or not, but he has been coming in for trios. He's been putting a lot of work in, and unfortunately they haven't had the best performance so far today, but they're definitely still in contention for qualification, and I hope that they do, because they are as well SEA team, and they like to get
I mean, all of the SEA teams are very aggressive.
Yes, all of them are. It is always fun to see. I still remember Roy Hehe because I did a little bit of... I analyzed some of his games after last year's J-Cup in solos predominantly. I remember one of his games, he was playing
Taka.
And he had like 10 plus kills in
Yeah.
a game.
That was Morris,
was
right?
insane. It
and
was
he
a
landed
Morris
near
game.
Winery and he absolutely smoked
He just
everybody.
turned it up. He was popping. So I mean, hey, he's come to play, and I hope that they manage to pick it up in these next couple of games. But I mean, we're sitting at the top. We've got all these teams sitting at the top. You know, they're all very comfortable at the moment. You have TE, KLA, you know, like all the rest. It's just, I mean, for them, they're all very comfortable. They're still looking to get big game MVPs. They want to show what's up. They want to set the tone going into finals. But for all these teams lurking at the bottom, they need to pick it up.
Yeah, there is a lot of pressure. In fact, there is a pressure cooker now starting to tick down. We are in the last 2 games of the day, and like you said, for those teams that are a little bit lower than where they would like to be, they do not want to have it all up to game number 6. Not only is that going to be even more pressure, but that's also going to mean that you are fighting against that voice in the back of your head that goes, is this a good decision? Do we really want to do this? And if you have that hesitation in NARAKA, it's not going to end well. You cannot do things by half, so you have to fully commit. If one of your players is going super aggressively forward and trying to take a fight and confirm a kill on one of those high priority targets, and you have another player who is in another realm entirely, it's going to fall apart. In the past, Trio's teams used to be able to, you know, pull rabbits out of hats, would be able to win those 1v3s, but with the sustain meta that we are currently deep within, even if you don't have Sand Siphon, advanced heal and group heal are still absolute MVPs. You cannot possibly afford to not have that vein of communication open.
No, you're right. You need to be on the ball. MVP. They've been doing pretty well. They showed us that they were ready. They were ready to pull the trigger. They did a really good job last game of negating that pressure from that Viper coming down that Moon Day, that very nicely timed. Hopefully they can continue to do more, but they're not.
It's not safe.
There's a lot of work to be done. There's a lot of NARAKA to be played, and speaking of, we are about to jump right in to our 5th game of the day. Ladies and gentlemen, what are we going to be seeing? Going on to the sandy map of Colorado, the deserts, the dry deserts. Are they going to be bringing in something a little spicy? Are they going to be cranking it up a notch, or are we going to see a little bit more of the same, a little bit of sand blending in? And that
DPCQ.
is not too surprising. DPCQ, what are they rocking? Ooh, the Tumulk, Weishan, Tianhai. Now this is a composition that we have not seen very much of for a while now. A lot of teams used to run this at times, but then quite a few teams decided that there were plenty of counters, or essentially too many ways to deal with this composition.
Well,
and
also discounted them from Realm of Yang fights, right? We had a stat in the past where Transformer teams with Karumis and Transformer teams with Tumultuous, Karumi teams had an 86% win rate in Realm of Yang against the Tumult and also against Sand Siphon. Because if the Karumi got locked down, you would be able to teleport away from your team. DPCQ, if they decide to field this Tumult version of Transformers, I don't want to see them take a Realm of Yang, I want to see them go for the Morris Blessings. Take advantage of the fact that you're going to have that Tumult, you're going to have the ultimate to be able to drop on top of that box. Problem is, they're going to be playing into a heavily dominated Sand Siphon composition in Lobby 2. And that means that there are going to be so many more Tumultuous, and Tumult Ultimate loses value the more Tumultuous there are on the field, because other Tumultuous can go through your own ultimate and drop their ultimate, and then it just cancels out the effect.
Yeah, it just gets very sandy and very hard to see with all of those Tumult ults being dropped onto each other. But speaking of dropping, we've got BB, HLG, and I think it's MVP all the way up in the village. We have IDK on the west side of the map, seemingly rather isolated. It looks as though they could be going for a timing attack going up to the Imperial Village, but we'll have to see. We've got BBE and MVP off the rip. Neither team have any armor to their name so far. heading on over to try and loot this little spot here. Decent amount of loot there. But over in the Metab, the BCQ has already lost a member. The hands of BNGC. Asbon getting pressured though by 521. 521 fully exploding onto Asbon. Oh, a huge F3 from that Ferrier on BNGC to try and peel away some of that pressure, but it was not enough. He does get taken down. 521 Pampy does just, he almost misses Mines passing him, but he does start chasing him down. He's getting his ankles rather broken. He's trying to do the exact same thing, but he just gets released on the 0.9 from the dual blades, catching him. No overhold for you, Mr. Roy. He takes him down. 521 still on the chase. It looks like they're still trying to catch this Yota Kime, but they're not finding all that much success. Mines does have that.
Oh, he's going for the revive. He's using the Bane's Breath as a smoke screen.
That's why he stopped by his teammate's body to go and pick up that Moonbane, but it looks as though 521 are ready for it. They know there's still a decent amount of time before the Moonbane starts to throw down those lightning circles, those pillars.
Well, even if it starts, they've got Zip, so Zip just throws an F1 on the player who gets stuck in the middle of it, and they're perfectly fine as MVP gonna actually be able to loot Waterfall before HLG, who'd wanted to move in onto that territory. Waterfall being one of those key loot paths for these players dropping near Imperial. If you did not know, it has so much good loot where you're going to be able to back on out, pick those all up, and then potentially push in the middle of Yurt to the team that tried to take over the high ground. As Hong looking for that engagement, does have the F2. We're going to the Tesla V1 immediately being used. Hong finding a huge parry. Takeda F over the shoulder. The Viper does go LTZ also, throwing out the RMB on that fan. Hong trying to come through with the LMB on the dagger. Takes so much damage though off of the misread, and Takeda is able to take advantage of the window that opens. Cuckoo coming in, absolutely gorgeous. Going to be dropping that Smolch ultimate to stop them from being able to find that clean disengagement. HLG really impressing in that fight. Are they going to take the Soul Bloom, or are they going to leave them? It does indeed look like they decide to leave them and prioritize as having for the Realm of Yang. Waterfall is one of those areas of the map that doesn't see a lot of players run into it once we see everyone move away from their original loot pathing. As a result, it's much more likely that the Soulbin will be able to say that if you do lose that Yang depletion and need to be able to backtrack. As FPX, we're going to be seeing Xiaohu backing on out. Has to be careful he doesn't go into that blue from JL's One Feng. Luckily for him, he was able to cancel out of the grapple before the corny roller moved on through. There it is. Zip F1 emboldening Xiaohu into holding his stance. FPX grouping on up, targeting the isolated JL's One Feng, finding the kill and forcing JL's One Feng to go back to the Soul Altar.
That was rather unfortunate for JL. He's caught out, unable to really do all that much. He did take him down relatively low, but it just wasn't enough. He was looking to stall, wait for his team to turn up, and just take him down in 3-1. No stress here. BNGC chilling on the outskirts, managing to pick up one kill so far. Looking to loot up for the moment. IDC though, so that's been scrapping it out with a 5-2-1. I think that's not sure who that is. One of them has been taken down. I think it's Lexon, perhaps. Lexon has been taken down on that Viper, unfortunately. So now it's a try and disengage. Maybe look for res, maybe not. We will see. But we'll have to wait for that. Ooh, Bad Mill with a nice little bow shot onto KLAP. Catching him out. Doing a decent amount of damage. Not really in a position to fully follow up. Oh, there's the follow-up. Fat Milk jumps right in, using that F1 on the Takeda. Now forced to use that ultimate, trying to continue to apply the pressure onto the XZ. Oh, huge parry coming out from Fat Milk, absolutely obliterating the enemy Takeda, and then followed up on by the fan damage, just absolutely melting his entire health bar. But there you are, yes, exactly, the third party coming in. VNGC, they were lurking in the wings, ready to pull the trigger, and they've done exactly that. They're trying to find as many kills in this third party as they can. Pick up the one onto Peak after parried Ibin. Now looking to take down Ibin himself. Did manage to go into the sky with that Tomolkev, but it is simply not going to be enough. He has no backup, and VNGC take full advantage of the situation.
They're going to be incredibly happy with that. It puts them up to 5 kills, and this is the game that they needed to be more confident moving into game number 6. IDK also going to need a big game. DPCQ, there it is, deciding to use those ultimates. They're not going to be able to try to pressure one of those Realm of Yang tanks, like getting a little bit, having to cancel the ultimate out early. IDK putting themselves in towards Village. Sachiko unfortunately getting grabbed out. We're going to see the repeating crossbow start to come on through, and yeah, it does enough damage that Sachiko does now fall. Here's the problem for IDK. When one of your players goes down because they get crapped by a monk, they are out of position, and you are not going to be able to slip on over there and find that revive easily, especially if you're running Sand Siphon, because Riemann does not get that tether that allows for that ranged revive like the Karumi. As a result, it's just going to be Riemann now trying to kite these players of TE behind him for as long as possible. The RMB on the dual halberd catching on to Leo. Riemann trying to find the most damage as possible. It's a 1v3 now with Riemann. Oh, the RMB on the fan just unfortunately leaves them too vulnerable to all of the follow-up damage coming through from TE. That's another thing that we have to talk about. The fact that if you get hit with that original stagger of the cast of RMB, it's essentially a miniature Dreadful Whale where you get held in that position, can't do a whole lot of anything, and immediately in the team comms, you're going to hear that you've got that player locked down, and everyone is going to join in on the parties. We can have a look and see where these Realm of Yangs are going to be starting to spawn on up. One right in the middle of City of Tang is probably going to be one of the most contested. VNGC, FPX, and MVP all in the area. BBE and KLA also might decide to drift their way on over. IDC, do they try and take a Realm of Yang? Surely not. They're going to be...
I think they have to. I think if they have any... Like, at this point in the tournament, at this point in the group stage, yeah.
Yeah.
If you still have any like desires and any ambition to truly try and qualify and get to the grand finals, you need to just take any potential risk, all the risks possible, as long as they're not too crazy. You know, you need to take the run for the game.
Yeah.
Try and accelerate and have the biggest possible game. Fine.
Well, VNGC are into one. Who exactly are they going to be up against? I would love to see IDK use this opportunity of Realm of Yang to try and get their players back in. Like, get on top of one of those Morris Blessings, or try and find a shop where it has the Rebirth Charms. Take advantage of the fact that, I mean, in about a minute or 2 minutes or so, we're going to see players have to go to Soul Altars, so it's going to be really careful. Yeah, because
they had reses. They had reses still. So
oh,
they're
very
chilling.
nice, very nice.
Thankfully, yeah, they still had their reses available.
VNGC Mines now going aerial, has the fan on out, does take a couple of hits. We're going to see the F2 immediately being invested. He's still going to be able to throw it out again, using it now to be able to throw out onto FPX. The Yoda ultimate coming on through the Farrier mech already being dropped from Roy Hee for Mines to be able to retreat into if he feels pressured. We're going to see the Takeda ultimate start to come on through. Mines sent isolated away from his team, grabbed into position. The Tumult trying to lock him down doesn't stop him from being able to get into that Farrier mech. Mines looking to find the reposition. Roy Hee, however, in the meantime does go down. Mines incredibly low, tries to get away, gets caught out once again by how fast that fan goes, and now it's just going to be cleanup. FPX making sure to play split so not all of them get staggered by the Yushan and take too much damage at the same time. We're going to see 50 seconds left, but it's not going to be enough. VNGC's Asbon going to fall to FPX, who show Cannonball may be strong against Sand Siphon, but there's still a couple of things to learn, and I think the biggest problem is the fact that the Farrier, if she wants to utilize that V3 to keep the Yoda safe after the ultimate, becomes such an easier target to take down.
No, they definitely overextended Roy. They just, I think the Yoda ult was just a little bit too early. They panicked a little bit, and it just ruined the rotations of their ultimate. So here we have TE fighting it out versus HLG. Going back and forth for the moment. Leo having taken a considerable amount of damage, slowly healing up. BBB though, he is getting worked by this fan. He's managing to respond though. The 1-2-3 coming in with the Takeda ult to cover. Now running out of his ultimate, he's having to try and make use of the F1, and he does exactly that, and there it is. Oh, a huge amount of damage. Unfortunately, he's unable to close it out. He does get taken down in the end by Han. But, it's a 2v2 situation. TE in the winning position. PPY desperately trying to stall for his teammate to heal up just a little bit more, and he gets overheld and obliterated by these dual halberds. Han is going to be following suit. Leo full HP. There's very little that he can actually do in this situation. And TE come away with another 3 eliminations. Very nice to see. Heading on over to Bloom Castle, we have IDC, but it doesn't look like it's a good situation for boys. IDC already losing 2 members, 5-1. They've come out of the realm of Yang, having been taken down, and they have no mercy. They need to get those soul blooms, and they do exactly that.
Yeah, unfortunately this stage of the game, like you said, is incredibly unforgiving. Those teams who go through the realm of Yangs and lose that fight, they have to take the fight that they see. It doesn't matter what competition they run into. They need to take that fight so that if it goes south, they have the time still on that 4 minutes to be able to try and back on off and find a better target. As VNGC are going to be in that state of panic. 2 minutes left. They're already sitting on 5 kills. They do not want to go out of this lobby early. This is meant to be that pop-off game. Cannonball gets stronger as the game goes on because of that CC connection. As BBE, are they going to be able to continue? IDK Sachiko has been found. We're going to see the staff 1-2 light confirm come on through from that Takeda. Shoves still being held. Fat Milk trying to find the opening lockdown. We're going to see No Sense able to try and peel for the rest of his team. Fat Milk now trying to hold all of these players in at the zone. Ryman looking to get interrupted. Unfortunately gets pressured away from the rest of his team. We see IDK try and peel for him with the last of those Takeda shoves. Does not manage to save No Sense. And now it's just going to be Riemann on an absolute sliver of health trying to break away. Fat Milk not able to find the connection of the repeater crossbow off of that weapon swap. Sachiko having to just back on off. Unfortunately, it does look like they have to sacrifice that 3rd player and just prioritize outright survival of everybody else in the team. As VNGC, they've got to be running out of time. In fact, you can see it, that under a minute, 50 seconds, they've still got all of their ultimates. This is the first team that they've run into. Immediately, we see the investment of that Farrier V3. Mine's getting into position, throws out the F2, throws out the 2nd version to be able to get the golden focus and push Akami airborne. He's going to be able to force the Zip V2, and the Yoda ultimate is still going to be in the pocket. Roy Hee now trying to come through and find that opening for his Yushan to be able to lock one of these players down and pop that sedated soul as quickly as possible. Pampy, the choice of target. Mine's out of that Yoda ultimate now, looking to try and find this locked in. Tumultuous ultimate, however, has been held in the back pocket for 5-2-1 to be able to rally around and stop any of this potential threat coming through from the cannon shots of the Farrier mech when it's going to be utilized. VNGC's Mind and Asbon trying to hold them in position. We're going to see Unique actually go down. Akame also been picked up. Now it's just Pampy. They're going to be able to pick up 2 of those soul blooms. One of these players hasn't been cleansed. Do they make it in time? I think they do.
But unfortunately, Roy Hee got taken down before he managed to pick up that soul bloom.
No.
So now it's going to be a matter of whether or not BNGC has the money and can actually buy the rebirth charm. But are there any left in the shop?
That is the problem.
That's
there are only a
question.
finite amount of those rebirth charms available on map, and once they are gone, they're gone.
Yeah. But jumping into the realm of Yang here, we have FBX versus the PPCQ. Donking dropping down with that aerial horizontal onto Mushroom. Get a little bit of chip damage. The focus light coming in. Donking getting all of his armor stripped off. Getting caught in that F1 animation though. DPCQ in a really rough position, and Mushroom gets taken down before he even uses his Tumult ultimate. That is not what you want to see. The Monk though, Dengzai, he's doing a decent amount of damage with that Monk grab, but unfortunately it doesn't look like it's going to be enough. He's just getting absolutely shredded by this repeating crossbow from afar. Water, he's just sitting all the way at the back. He doesn't need to commit, he doesn't need to get close. Just doing all the damage necessary to negate the pressure from that Monk, and there it is. FPX take down DPCQ in the realm of Yang. And they're looking to pick up another purple armor.
Oh, legendary
and a
longsword.
gold longsword.
Legendary longsword and purple flamer. That's huge for FPX.
That is so huge.
Because now they have a free flamer. They don't have to pressure one of those Morse Blessings. I mean, if they do decide to pressure Morse Blessing, potentially they walk away with 2. And honestly, FPX wouldn't say no to that. I've seen in the past them try and lock in free flamers. Which
I mean, the more the better. You know, you can either have them give everybody, each member on the team have a little Kuker, the Flamebringer, you know, or you can just have somebody triple wielding.
Well,
them,
it shuts down so much more space, right?
Yeah.
Because essentially what you're doing is not only are you forcing those players further into the corruption tick damage, you would then have 2 different angles that you're not going to be approached on. Which is huge. It means that you're not going to get third partied. It means when we head into those final zones where everyone's posturing up and trying to figure out who is the weakest to jump on, as the weakest to jump on at the moment is VNGC. Unfortunately, Mines throughout the F2 knew that he was being tailed. Ooh, buddy boy, we almost had that checklist filled in a third time as Mines does not go down to the Thorny Roller, but unfortunately still is going to lose his life. Hello, Dunkwing. That is not the right moment to be rooting through that body. However, Mines gave his life so that Asbon may survive in his place. The problem is, Plumed is always an absolute hive of activity when it is around this late in the game. A lot of these players love to kite into this area because of the ease of being able to disappear amongst those anti-gravity rocks, and as a result, DPCQ, who'd lost that realm of Yang and needed the Soul Blooms, were in the area to try to find some of those isolated players easily to jump on and find kills without having to invest those ultimates. Transformers, even if you have a Karumi, you know, running that traditional variation, absolutely awful into third party. As a result, DPCQ wanted to be able to try and find these isolated, easier to pick off targets so that they could save those ultimates for when a fight properly broke out afterwards, and they're going to have them to try to take down JL. 2 minutes in the pocket. Dengzai gonna be going for the Tian High transformation, try and grab some of these players into his hands. We're going to see double Tumult ultimate being invested as JL look to reposition, move away from the threat of being grabbed out with the building as cover. AS unfortunately not able to break away. The Zip V2 instantly going to be popping off, allowing them to be able to survive that slam and subsequent damage coming on through. Mushroom not able to help the rest of his team. Incredibly low. Plan B already down. We said it would be tough to run Transformers when you don't have the traditional support, nor the Karumi with the new invigorated F3. And unfortunately, Duncan, history repeats itself. Tian High with Tumult does not mix.
No, it did not seem to be. It didn't seem as though it was doing all that much, unfortunately. They do take down a member of IDK earlier on, but other than that, it just wasn't enough. It wasn't enough to deal with the Sand Siphon, and neither was it enough to deal with that Draco Storm. Them having Draco Storm was pretty huge for them. So yes, Hong actually coming in clutch with the res onto his teammate.
Oh, but TE is sitting on Xian's body.
And the anti-heal debuff is it's already pretty stacked up, and we have no Vitalia to work with.
Goodbye, Hong.
Hong is about to get taken down to the zone, but unfortunately, I think they will be able to juggle the resurrection. They do have quite a distance to go, though.
Yeah, and
Quite
Hong's
a long
instantly
way.
gonna go down again, surely. Yep.
Yeah.
And LTZ has no Vitalia. TE, oh no, T spotted up.
Him. Yeah, it's over. It's
Jabbing comes on out. LTZ has no choice but to commit to the blue. And unfortunately for him, that staff gets immediately parried out of his hand. No more jabbing. It's now going to be in the hands of TE's Liu, who's going to be incredibly happy because that's jabbing with a legendary staff.
Indeed, that is very unfortunate for that team. As speaking of unfortunate, IDK Ryoman getting caught out, having been hiding away in these little tents as he is missing a teammate. Not too sure where Sachiko is. Sachiko also is alive, but they were not together. It's split up.
That is survival.
Yeah, exactly. Not to consolidate all of their remaining players in the same place. Don't put all of your eggs in one basket.
Oh, they are going for the triple and double flamer. No way. I mean, FPX have a tumult.
Yeah,
so
no, I mean,
may as well try it.
Yeah, I mean, Flamebringers, if the more you have of them, the better. Because you can get through that charge of it very, very quickly.
Yeah, and it's a Holoroth game. They know that there's going to be a lot of other zips. They want that fire tick to give that heal cut. There's no way they get this for free. Okay, we are going to be seeing pressure. Xiaohu taking a lot of pressure actually coming through from the cannon shots above, which look to be originating from Team JL. Sitting up on the high ground, as we're going to see Dongqing actually stand his ground and try and engage. Flame Breath coming on through on that cannon as Xiaohu look to try and use the distraction to get a little bit closer and find the connection onto JL as AS drops down. Decides to think better of it, repositions with the rest of his team. No one's still able to open the Morris Blessing. Unlike in solos, it doesn't insta-open. In trios, there is a load bar in Immortal War. It's the reason why we see tumultuous and things like that Yoda back in the day, F3 being utilized alongside the Wuxian Wind Walls to be able to give yourself the time and uninterruption to be able to pick it up. There it is, Yahoo! He got the armor. What's the weapon?
He's just waddling into it.
It's a flamer, no!
Another one, a golden Flamebringer. And Mortal Defiance again. I swear we've seen so many Mortal Defiance. So many of them.
Well, JL at least know to expect it. As, there's Dragonlight coming on through from those dual halberds. FPX absolutely loaded when it comes to just setup for Final Zone. We thought we saw a setup for Final Zone last time with Water's MVP stack. This is 3 times as worse because all 3 players are alive and everyone is going to be kitted to the absolute teeth with such good loot. You're going to see any of those. Like, if you see a team that are low, FPX, not only are they running Sand Siphon, so they're not going to be low for long, they have the Flamebringers to dissuade a team from actually trying to engage in, as we're going to have a look. HLG's Cuckoo coming in. There it is, yeah. They stashed those Soul Blooms in Waterfall, but doesn't mean that Cuckoo's going to go down to the zone tick. Oh, no.
No.
And then PPY is going to potentially... There is no way that TE get another kill on a player caught in zone. No, TE off in the distance, don't see him. Cutting back, however, to TE, who are very much not in the distance any longer. Right in the middle, they're going for a flamer themselves. Like I said, FPX and TE are 2 sides of the same coin. The problem is that TE on the low ground have to deal now with 2 other teams. BBE, TXJ already with the flamer. Coming on forward, gets hit into the stone form of that pole sword. Decides actually to back on off. One team drops the Tumultuous ultimate. It's not TE. They've backed on off fully. They've given it up. They're going to allow BBE and JL, who not getting the opportunity to pick up 1 Morris Blessing, denied it by FPX, turn up to the next spawning, and are going to be able to walk away with that one. Legendary armor going on to Xi to be able to get into position and use it with the combo breaker of that Tumult, giving him the confidence to be able to hold that forward position. TE, however, now looking to move on forward in sight and engagement between themselves and BBE, as we're going to see VVV come in with that Takeda ultimate, trying to find the shelves. BBE too close to the zone, are going to be shoulder tackled immediately into it by the Furin, and they're going to do it again. The Flamer comes on out. BBE's Fat Milk, nowhere to run. Flamer in front, corruption damage behind. Just go straight down.
Nowhere to go for BBE, unfortunately. We've talked about them playing with their backs to the wall, and that's exactly what just happened. But unfortunately, they weren't able to continue to stand tall and hold their ground. They just get absolutely melted. They get all the... nice and crispy up against the grill, and it's just over for them, unfortunately, in this match. Speaking of, look who's still alive. Sachiko is still alive, still chugging away. Only blue armor, but he is on the Takeda. So if Sachiko manages to remain as inconspicuous as possible, stay hidden, stay inside that bush. There he is.
Sachiko.
Okay, bro, you having a good time?
It's like playing Where's Wally?
Yeah, he's just reading a good book in the bush. He's just, oh, is it time to move yet? Are we going?
I mean, FPX are definitely going. In fact, FPX and TE have found each other because, yet again, very similar game plans. There's Sachiko. Unfortunately for him, he's going to have to stealth past FPX. Do they notice him? He's going for the crouch walk to try and mask his steps. He can't go for the sprint, otherwise FPX will directly hear him. He's got his head directly into those cliffs. There's JLAS coming in with that cavalry bloom. KLA seeing it attached to the dual blades, knowing now to expect it. AS moving into position, going to prematurely pop the F ability so that they can move on to that spot. No alt zone also coming into play. TE utilizing it so that some of these other teams do not feel the confidence to try to pressure in onto them. Yet again, we've seen both FPX and TE try to make themselves as little a target as possible, as Donkwing taking a lot of damage, actually having to drop underneath that arch, break away from line of sight and try and find the reset. KLA see it, however, they can't go to that right, they go into the flamer, and that no ult zone! You is so close to being shoved into that no ult zone and losing all of the Takeda shoves, and he decides to give it up. They take too much pressure, they don't want to get caught in the middle. They know if there's the one stuck inside that middle, every single team turns on them instead when every single bit of action kicks on off. FPX climbing themselves onto the top. There's that flamer strategy being used to oust these teams' locations. JL, the one that FPX want to try and push away. We're going to see Xiaohu, however, go incredibly low. The zip heal kicking on through the ultimate, keeping him alive. Sedated Soul instantly going to be popping. There's the Mortal Defiance. Xiaohu looking to skirmish his way back into the zone, but he's held away by TE, who are looking to try to find this kill. Ripple and Phantom Step doing so
armor swap.
much work. The armor swap into that purple means that Xiaohu has been able to make it back to the mid-level and re-engage with his team.
Oh my, that armor swap was so unbelievably well timed. His teammate drops it down so that he's able to pick it up the moment he gets close enough. Beautifully done, beautiful teamwork coming out from FPX, and here we are with TE, BBB and TXJ both getting taken down extremely low. They do find a moment to heal and respond in this skirmish. Tumult getting taken down extremely low as well. Now being forced to try and heal. CXZ barely with a sliver of health left. Does manage to find that reset. Xiaohu, he's still fighting for his life. He's lost all of his armor yet again, and he jumps right in to KLA. And he's so low. How is he alive? He's still going. There it is. That took its sweet time. He does finally get taken down. Unfortunately, KLA is cleaning up. They only have 2 kills, but they might come away with the MVP if they manage to pick up the rest of these kills. No, actually, TE and FPX, they have 11 and 15 kills to their name. My bad. That is way too many kills to make up for. But KLA still trying their best to pick up as many kills as they can, but it doesn't look as though JL is going to let them. JL just dominating the low ground here with that Merciless Havoc. Just the blender at the bottom of the cliff, waiting for anybody to come down and just absolutely get shredded.
TXJ is back!
TXJ is back in the mix. He does get rezzed. Lovely to see, but CXZ, he just gets sent into the zone, absolutely obliterated by TE here. Leo as well picking up FPX water. Unfortunately, FPX has been taken down. They are not able to convert their 15-kill game into a bigger game for them with that multiplier. Unfortunately, TE using that uppercut on the fan into the Flamebringer and just cooking the remaining members of Team JL in the zone, and they take home the MVP at the very end of game number 5.
TE are absolute magicians because they disappear for a full fight. Like, it's so funny because I see all of these other teams. I see KLA, I see FPX, I see everybody. You know how I don't see TE? And then I take like a look at the very, very top of the clip.
Yeah, you had to point them out to me. I didn't see
like,
them.
Yeah, because what they'd essentially done, it's so smart. It really is so incredibly smart. Leo is taken incredibly low. Like, incredibly low. He gets caught up in a Tumult Wisp. And TXJ decides, okay, I'm going to make the sacrificial play, and steps in front of him. So when another team sends a Tumult Wisp, TXJ is the one that actually goes down to the damage on the Wisp. But because Leo has been prioritized by T, because they understand all of those other teams, not only are they going to be fighting on the low ground and they're going to get lost in all of that noise and distraction as the zone collapses, TE understand they're going to be able to get TXJ back up as a result. And as a result, they're able to not only get their third player up, they still have control of the high ground because everyone's dropped down, prioritizing the kill and forgetting about TE's presence entirely. And what ends up happening, we see yet again, Flamebringer is such a huge aspect of these teams. TE and FPX, they both use it incredibly similarly. Right, where they sit like on a rock or a high ground position where you're not going to be able to touch them. You can't punish the fact that you can't parry with a flamer, so they're going to be out of range of all of that entirely. And they make sure that you are forced into that lose-lose situation between a rock and a very, not hard, but hot place.
Yes, very
where you
hot.
essentially have to be like, I either go into zone corruption tick damage or I go into the flamer. And what's worse, you don't want to go into the corruption tick damage because that just, it ignores your shield, it eats straight through your health. It doesn't matter if you have purple or legendary, you're going to go down within seconds if you don't have that vein of support, so you're going to panic and go directly into the flamer, but then you have the fire tick cutting on in, and that means that your zip sustainability absolutely tanks to the floor, and not only are they able to utilize the fact that everyone is fighting to hold onto their ultimates, to get all of their resources back online, to have all of the weapons to be able to punish when that zone properly collapses, they're also able to make sure that TXJ has the position to be able to push those players into a place where they're not going to be able to recover from. They have no choice but to go, okay, we're definitely going to go down. Do we just try and deny a kill going to TE?
Yeah, no, it is definitely a tough situation to be in. Another thing that not all that many people know is that with your Flamebringer, the closer you are to the person or to an opponent, for example, you're firing that Flamebringer at, you know, the closer you are to them, the more damage it's going to do. So in those tight knit, those very close quarter situations, you can do so much with even an epic or like legendary Flamebringer. Just does so much work, so much value. As you said, the fire tick negating a lot of that healing against all of the zippings on the Holoroth, with the Sand Cypher being one of the most popular and highest pick rate compositions on this map. It's invaluable, really. But yeah, that Merciless Havoc definitely came in pretty clutch as well, being able to maintain that ultimate low ground situation and have that entire bottom part sectioned off for you, being able to dictate the pace of that sort of thing was very nice. But TE, having picked up that res, very nice for them. Yeah. They managed to hide away nice.
They're so smart. They are so smart at just, you know, like pressuring some of these teams enough that a humongous fight just kicks on up. We see it time and time and time again. T are able to utilize the fact it's essentially, like I said, a smokescreen, right? You think this fight is going down, you think it's the last fight, everyone's going to be committing those ultimates, but it's all sleight of hand, it's all misdirection, and as a result, TE are able to walk away with that revive, because that revive, not only was it incredibly close to the corruption tick damage, it was incredibly close to where the zone was actually at the very edge of. If any person had turned on to TE and noticed that revive going off, that strategy is done. And TE, both of their players double stacked on the body, because the longer in the game you are, the less time you have to be able to pull those revives off.
Yeah, because you're just going to get spotted out by all of these different players ready to pull the trigger.
But they double stack.
Vulnerable
They are so
situation.
confident that they're not going to get spotted. They double stack to be able to pull the res off fast enough, and as a result, look at the kills.
I think they also have to run the risk of double stacking to get that res, because obviously when you double stack for res, it res faster.
Yeah.
So they have to take the risk to try and get that res off as fast as possible. FPX doing an amazing job as well that game. They did phenomenally well, getting 50 kills for themselves, but unfortunately weren't able to
But
take
here's
that
why they prioritize TXJ over Leo, or rather, here's why they prioritize sacrificing TXJ over Leo. Leo's on the zip.
Yeah.
He's going to have the F1, he's going to potentially have the V2. If you want to commit to such an aggressive revive, you need to have the F1 to be able to fall back onto, because if you do get noticed, you have to be able to find the disengagement. And Zip with the F1, with the added mobility on being able to tap dodge towards where you drop that bubble, has the ability to be able to find the disengagement. It is so smart coming through from TE, and I guarantee you it is thought out. All of these players, they have agreed ahead of time on prioritizing not just the players that they're targeting, but also in those niche situations, who they prioritize keeping alive till the very end. VVV obviously is going to be protect the target number one. He's on that Takeda, but if it goes to a sustain off, you want the zip.
No, you're absolutely right. I remember, I think it was day one that we saw, it was KLA lost that zipping in the finals, and it was Takeda and Tamulch. And even though they were both so unbelievably turbo stacked, they couldn't make anything happen because, hey, they just didn't have the zipping to keep them alive.
Yeah.
It just wasn't possible. But look at BBE getting up to the top 6 position. Woo! Beautiful. 127 points for BBE.
They've got that gecko foot. They are shooting up that scoreboard. I have been waiting a year and a half to make that joke.
I didn't get it at first, and I was like, it's a good one, it's a good one.
It was a good match. It was definitely a good match. HLG here able to find the kills onto MVP to be able to recover after losing one of those Realm of Yangs. VNGC. Mines coming in, dropping the F2 to be able to have the golden focus, find the isolation. The damage that it does, but also the knockback attached, like the isolation on that target, is absolutely huge. It means that they're not able to regroup with the rest of their team. A lot of the time, even for Sun Siphon, it knocks him away from the Zip F1 interception.
Yeah, no, it's huge, but yeah, VNGC Mines popping off right here. Able to pick up a decent number of kills for him and his team. FPX just doing what FPX does best. This was so unbelievably cool from VNGC. They just go absolutely all in. They just send everything. Unfortunately, Roy wasn't able to survive. He goes down to the enemy team, and because he had Yang depletion, he was not flexible. Unfortunately, it is what it is. But hey, they still have a chance, I imagine. BVB coming in with this uppercut into the Flamebringer, just coming in and just stealing it away. Stealing it away.
You know what's really funny too? He purposely pulled out the Flamer. He didn't use the uppercut extension into Soulbreak.
Do you want to know why? So he saw the terrain situation, because actually following up, he would have had to have gone in with a vertical here that might not have connected.
And then he's in the zone too long.
It's just an easy, analyze the terrain situation, swap to something that's gonna give you more value.
Yeah.
And it's just second nature as well.
And if the player tap dodges away from the corruption tick damage, they tap dodge into the Flamer, which brings them closer to the Flamer, which means they take more damage from the Flamer. Like I said, TE are a very, very smart team.
Yeah, no, they have been showing up today, and they've been performing extremely well. It feels like it's just neck and neck between TE and FPX at the moment.
Yeah.
They're just, who can do better? You know, the old FPX versus the new FPX. They're just at each other's throats, trying to outdo each other at every corner, at every step they take. But here we are yet again. You know the drill, ladies and gentlemen. Answer for treasures. Make sure to get your answer to this question into the chat have a chance at winning a random gift. And make sure to keep an eye on the chat for when you do get chosen out of all of those who answer, that you don't miss out on the fact that you did actually get some.
Yeah.
So the question is, how many kills with this did this match's MVP get? Was it A, 5, B, 7, C, 6, or D, 4? Make sure to get your answer into the chat to have a chance at winning some cheeky cosmetics to take in.
Yeah, and do make sure to enter it this time because you are running out of those chances. In fact, speaking about chances, some of these teams only have one chance. In fact, all of these teams only have one chance left. But before we get into that, we're going to get into this VT.
I actually didn't know about 521 until someone had told me their original name last season.
Team 521 is such an aggressive team. I mean, they come from the SAA region. Everybody knows this is one of those regions that absolutely loves to pound the W key.
Definitely bring a special kind of energy to the game, to the lobby.
Em đã chuẩn bị rất kỹ và dành hết thời gian cho NARAKA và J Cup năm nay. Em rất muốn tham gia giải đấu chuyên nghiệp của NBBL và em nhìn nhận nó một cách rất là nghiêm túc vì đó là ước mơ và đam mê của em. Em sẽ cố gắng đạt được thành tích cao nhất trong J Cup năm nay để mọi người biết đến em và em sẽ cố gắng nhiều hơn nữa.
521, definitely a team to watch out for, but specifically Unique, because Unique qualified for both trios and solos. There's only 3 players that have qualified for both solos and trios for the J Cup. So that's IDK's Newman, Tryhard, and Unique. So is this somebody we need to pay attention to? What do you think?
Đội bọn em đã tham gia 3 lần J Cup và năm trước thì đúng là một thất bại lớn của team em. Thì bọn em đã đạt hạng 16 của chung kết thế giới năm trước, nhưng mà từ đó thì bọn em rút ra được rất nhiều kinh nghiệm và để phát huy bản thân và đồng đội. Rút kinh nghiệm rất nhiều từ những thất bại và bọn em đã khắc phục nó và phát triển đồng đội vào năm nay. Thì đội em chú trọng vào việc phối hợp và việc giao tiếp nhiều hơn và không có đánh theo kiểu cá nhân nữa. Thì tụi em phối hợp đồng đội nhiều hơn.
And coming from a region that is so hyper aggressive, being your team's shot caller and the support, so you have a broader view of what's going on.
这一局打得要更加的规整，更加的有这个纪律性，而且3个人的这个每一个运营的想法都是已经提前计划好的。
You know, you have to keep your teammates alive while they're running it down just straight head first into teams, getting oogly boogly. You know, you have to keep them alive. You have to keep them in check. Hey, come back, stop, chill. You know.
Tất cả mọi người sẽ là tin tưởng em và nghe em call trong một trận đấu đó, nên là đó là chiến lược của team em. Em sẽ cảm thấy nó rất là hạnh phúc bởi vì đó giống như là một cái ước mơ của em á và ước mơ của team em.
Ước mơ lớn nhất của em khi mà chơi cái game này đó là vô địch thế giới.
Đây em sẽ học hỏi kinh nghiệm từ những bạn khác và em sẽ cố gắng hết sức. Mục tiêu của đội em đến với J Cup lần này đó chắc chắn là vị trí quán quân, bởi vì bọn em đã dành rất là nhiều thời gian cho NARAKA. Hầu như là tất cả thời gian của bọn em đều dành cho NARAKA và mục tiêu của tụi em là vô địch. Em có tự tin.
Okay, Dunk. Moment of pressure has reached absolute boiling point as we have reached game number 6. This is the last chance. This is the last match in the group stages of the NARAKA BLADEPOINT 2023 J-Cup. And for a lot of these players, it is the last opportunity to be able to put enough points up to be able to continue in this tournament.
No, you're absolutely right. And those teams like IDK, who they secure the M. You get a huge game in game number 3, getting more like I'm not sure how much it was, but it was more than 20 points. If they've been able to replicate that, they certainly would be able to take that in and qualify.
Yeah.
But now, after game 4 and 5 not going all that well, now it's make or break. Now they need to get that dub. Now they need to get the MVP.
Now they need to do better, but you know what you need
Yeah.
to do? You need to make sure that you're answering this prediction. Go into that game client and make sure to get your answer in. Will the top scoring team lineup of this next match include Viper Ning? Will it be a yes or will it be no? And well, do you know what? I feel like we can probably help a lot of these teams out with this one. There's still a lot of hero points. When we last saw these teams, they had 9 hero points. When we last saw trios with game number 6, everyone held enough hero points in the back pocket for a Sand Siphon composition. And spoilers! Sand Siphon does not contain Viper.
No, it doesn't. And on top of that, I would not be surprised if quite a few teams just went for the safe transformer pick for the final game. You know, it wouldn't surprise me at all if IDK opted to go for the transformers in the final game, as it is possibly their most comfortable team composition. And if they're looking to pop off and to the extent that they can actually qualify and get that MVP, then it wouldn't surprise me if they went for the transformers. They've done it before in the EU tournaments.
Yes.
They actually came in, final game, they needed an absolute tear of a game to be able to take it. And they did it. They got a 35 to 40 point game or something along those lines with Transformers in game 6. And they took it home. So potentially we could see a repeat of that, but it's not EU, ladies and gentlemen.
Yep.
It is the world stage, the J-Cup stage, and I cannot wait to see what these teams are going to be pulling out for the final game. There are a few who I feel as though we can safely say it may be cooked, ladies and gentlemen. It might be over. It might be just
a little burnt.
Just a little bit. Just a little crispy, you know. It might be over.
Actually, I would say FPX and TE are burnt because, I mean, they're 100% cooking on that leaderboard. They are just absolutely wrecking a lot of these teams in the lobby. For some of these other teams, unfortunately, a little bit lower in the leaderboard. It's looking a little bit more raw, as it does seem like there's a couple of struggles. Maybe it's a little bit of nerves. I think there's a lot of additional pressure coming through. The meta as well, not really having settled before we came into this week, has been throwing a lot of these teams because they don't really know what to expect, what to be able to practice, and learn how to be able to counter. We've also got the fan coming on through, making things incredibly difficult. You think winning a 1v1 in solos against a fan is hard. You throw in 2 additional players for that teammate to have access to be able to create distractions, to be able to disguise the pride of the RMB on that fan, and it just becomes infinitely harder to be able to keep a track of. It's why we see things like the Tessa getting way more value in trios in comparison to solos. Both the V1 and the V2 can find a lot more openings because you purely don't know when it's going to come out, as opposed to a much quieter, more isolated fight where you're solely focusing on that Tessa and trying to figure out when it's coming through.
Absolutely, but ladies, you know what time it is. It's time to get oogly boogly. It's game number 6, our final day of trios group stage in our 2023 J-Cup in Shanghai. And I am so ready. Give me something spicy. Or is it just gonna be sandy? Oh, DPCQ! Let's go! Come on, that's what I'm talking about, baby. Come on, Mushroom. Show me.
Have
Show
you not
me.
learned?
No.
Have you not learned?
No.
Dunk, the rule of thumb. Never talk about a potentially off-the-wall composition until there's at least 30 seconds left in Hero Lock. That's twice. You know what's even funnier? It's the exact same position as on the borders when you fell for the Hardy and Taka.
So the reason why I thought it could actually potentially be like his pick is because this team, Mushroom, actually is, I think he's a fire dog. He dabbles with the fire dog over in NA. You know, he likes to pick it up every now and then just for fun, in ranked as well. And I genuinely thought, hey, it's their last game. I highly doubt they're actually going to even come close to qualifying. They might just pull out Taka for fun, really, for the memes, for the fire dog. But unfortunately not. But hey, we are seeing a lot more of what we expected. The Sand Siphon, the Takeda to Mulk and Sipping. It is to be expected.
Yeah, there's still a couple of chances of a Viper MVP though. I think 3 teams are running the Tessa, Viper, and Wu-Chen variation of Attack on Titan. There's a lot of these teams trying to land spread out. Some of these other teams that are going to be prioritizing kills, trying to drop onto others. Is VNGC trying to find some of that loot as quickly as possible. They're running Cannonball. Roy He on the ferry. We have seen them run this composition before. They are incredibly close to being able to qualify. In fact, Lobby 28, who do not play today, are currently sitting at 58.8, VNGC 57.3. All they need is less than 1 point to be able to find that qualification. I just hope that we're going to see a little bit more coordination in terms of how they play around that Farrier V3, especially to set up that Yodo. As we're going to see, FPX is immediately taking a fight against HLG. Zhao, who pulling back so that Dunkwing can get in the forward position, commits the Stoneform throw out. Will be able to find a lot of damage. Dunkwing now with the charge, right click, looking to find that opening. Zhao, who incredibly low, trying to fall back behind the distraction of the Takeda. Dunkwing with the parry into repulse damage, finding the kill onto PPY. Tessa V1 gonna be coming. Wait, V3 coming on through, immediately hitting those players. As MVP gonna be coming in with that jump into Zhao, who finally taking him down. MVP. Third party.
Yeah.
Very smart stuff coming through.
Doing a pretty decent job in that fight, but MVP coming in from the third party. But here we are over at VNGC and DPCQ. VNGC seemingly making short work of DPCQ alongside their friend, the Moonbane, dropping it down very early, nice and early, just getting it out there and securing an early win for themselves. I'm not sure if they picked up all 3 members of DPCQ.
It's enough, they qualify.
Wait, they've
Lobby 28.
They're in.
Yeah, Lobby 28
Lobby
doesn't play today. VNGC literally just needed to get a couple of kills. That's why they prioritized that Bane's Breath. They knew if they bought a Bane's Breath and dropped it on a team, they would be able to isolate the fight, stop a third party, push into that fight. Even if they get eliminated in that fight, they're still going to be able to potentially find 1 kill and qualify. And as a result, they make it into the top 12.
That is certainly very unfortunate for Lobby 28. They must have been sweating all day, hoping and praying that these teams didn't surpass them. Very unfortunately, they do not manage to qualify into the grand finals. It is what it is.
Well, VNGC are still in the hot seat, though. This is the problem.
They are indeed.
MVP also have 2 kills. MVP also very close behind VNGC. And HLG, one of our other teams, still playing today, not really catchable in 1 game. 86.2. So either VNGC or MVP, they're the ones that are going to be making it forward into Chengdu. And as a result, both of these teams not holding anything back, playing aggressive from start to finish, as unfortunately 5-1 going to be losing Akame as VNGC. Here they are. They're going to be looking for every single one of these fights, especially when they still have those rebirth charms open to them. TE's VVV coming in with the Viper V1 drop down. Doesn't find any connection as everyone was already running away from the Baneswrath drop coming on through. As a result, VVV not going to have that ultimate, and unfortunately it doesn't isolate anyone in the Baneswrath drop either.
No, unfortunately not. TE, the jump there, or perhaps they were a little bit late to pull the trigger there. Unfortunate for them, but fortunately for VNGC, they continue to pick up more and more kills. They're taking them up to 4, trying to create a comfortable cushion so that they do not get surpassed by the likes of MVP nor IDK, who potentially, if they manage to create themselves a massive pop-off MVP game, they could still stand a chance, but it is going to be a tall order. NGC Mines manages to throw out that F2. Ooh, he's doing work, but unfortunately it's not enough. He does get taken down. Teammate as Barney's trying to come in. He gets a huge parry onto Rosemary. Rosemary getting absolutely obliterated, and now KLA are on the back foot and they have to try and disengage. BNGC Mines does get rezzed, and that takes them up to 6 eliminations.
63.3 points now. VNGC, like you said, creating that distance between themselves and MVP. MVP, Sand Siphon composition. Hong, unfortunately, 1 shove left to his name. We're even going to see it invested to try to push HLG away from putting that pressure onto his backline. Tessa ultimate gonna kick on out. PPY also taking the opportunity, looking to try and use that lockdown to convert into the Viper V1. Have they been able to isolate one of these players? Yes, they have. MVP BK on the back foot. PPY, however, does get sent absolutely packing by that fan coming on through. In fact, it does so much damage. Fatmo's actually able to pick up one of those players, and it is enough. HLG drop one of their bodies, have to use the Wuchen teleport to be able to reposition. MVP survive the pressure put onto them by the Tessa composition.
Indeed, but you want to know what I just noticed?
Oh.
IDK has been finally taken down and fully eliminated from this lobby. Unfortunate to see. IDK is their hopes and dreams. They did manage to secure the MVP in that earlier game, and they will definitely be happy with that, but sadly they are not going to be able to take that into the grand finals. They are now eliminated fully, and they will not be qualifying, unfortunately. Speaking of IDC, they've not really had the best of days coming into this group stage, unfortunately. They're trying their best, but it looks as though they too are going to get taken down here. Fortunately, they still have their reses to continue into this game, but they are definitely sitting on the lower end and definitely are not in contention for qualification at this point, I would say. But MVP, as we've been saying, MVP is at 53.6. They already have 4 kills. But BNGC, they are on the hunt. They are out for blood. TE take 2 with the Viper ult coming in, and they actually get the stun, dropping down on top of VNGC. This is not what they wanted. Ooh, no. Do they have their reses? I think they do. Yep. Thankfully for VNGC, they are going to be able to res. But TE picking up another few eliminations, taking themselves up to 5.
Yep, second time's the ticket there. VVV, perfect drop down isolation with that Viper V1 into follow-up damage on that pole sword. You don't have to worry about being parried out of it. You can fully convert in with the V1 rather than the V2. That 5 seconds done, more than enough time to be able to set up the triple charge. As we're going to see those Realm of Yangs start to spawn on up. VNGC, unfortunately, having to just try and recover after getting third-partied by TE, could potentially run into, is that HLG? Up towards north of Sunwings? That does indeed look like VNGC are about to run in to HLG, as it does look like MVP gonna be playing for survival knowing that the Realm of Yangs are going to be spawning on up. They do have that Sun Siphon composition LTZ on that blue armor, on that Zip. Do MVP try and make an aggressive play, or do they play for consistent safety? Because they're going to know that VNGC have started popping off. They're going to be sweating to try and catch up, as BBE and DPCQ are actually going to be the two teams that take our first round of Yang. Fat Milk going for the skill rush, looking to try and set up the convert into Assault Smolder. Does manage to find the fire tick connection onto BBE's Mushroom, and as a result we're going to see him actually having to pull a little bit further back defensively. Fat Milk now coming in with that Takeda ultimate, looking to try and keep Mushroom away from his team, flashing the red so that Mushroom's not able to convert into any of the charge damage coming through from that longsword. There's the horizontal into the back of Fat Milk. Hasn't, however, been able to stop BBE from running Dengzai incredibly low. We're going to see Ivan taking pressure. Fat Milk with the RMB into tap dodge away from the Fury Shield. Coming through, someone landed the Dragon Slayer and set up the Nezza's Might coming through from DPCQ. We're going to see both Takedas getting to actually hit in with the F1 and find the conversion. BBE incredibly low, and it's BBE that are able to come out on top. Ivan with the pole sword, able to find the kills, 2 at the exact same time, Duncan. That's an absolute freebie.
That was very well played from both of those teams there. DPCQ putting up a very good fight in this Realm of Yang against BBE. One of the teams that have been coming in from the SEA region, performing extremely well, currently sitting in top 6 as well. Been extremely aggressive, have been securing themselves MVPs, and they've been doing very well. Speaking of MVP though,
I mean, speaking of the opposite of aggressive, that's MVP.
Yeah, exactly. They're sat in a bush and they are chilling and they are waiting for the zone to move. Very understandable at this point in the tournament. But yeah, I did also want to note as well that King from DPCQ is actually coming in for the final game. He had not been playing up until this point and is now jumping in for the final game. It is nice to see him on the stage. And let's see what they can do with it. King, I know he's a very strong player as well, so I'm sure they could make something happen. And based off of that Realm of Yang performance, we will have to see. It looks as though they are grappling desperately over to this bounty that they've picked up for themselves. Going to try and engage onto seemingly IDC over here. Lexon has Merciless Havoc already. That is definitely a very nice trade to have at this point in the game, but they are absolutely obliterating IDC already. Brandoro getting cooked up against this sand wall, taking so much damage. His zipping doing so much work from the dragon-like might as well, keeping him going. King gets popped from the zipping. Still alive though. VNGC coming in for that third party. As you said, Mushroom, he's pretty low, but he's managed to find the rooftop for the moment. IDC still managing to stay alive. They are all still going, but it looks as though DPCQ did lose a member, unfortunately, and now due to the fact that they had Yang completion, that member is not resable, and if they want to bring him back, they're going to have to find a rebirth chance.
This is huge for IDC though. IDC have 3 Soldiers of Destiny at the moment. Windspite, Merciless, and Dragonlike, as we're going to see T's VVV coming in again with the V1!
What is this?
VVE snag isolated. They dropped the Tumultuous ultimate to try to peel for him. VVV actually going down incredibly low. Almost did go down to the pole sword damage. The peel coming through absolutely perfect from BBE as DPCQ kite VNGC onto the ballista. VNGC not able to get away from the opening shot in time. King trying now to just sit on the tower and look for that scale rush. Unfortunately for him, he's got the staff who tries to use the focus strike movement to carry himself far enough away, but he's too close. VNGC able to find the parry and kill. As a result, Mines now locking DPCQ's Mushroom into that clank. Mines committing the Yoda ultimate. That's a little bit of BM, as it is just 3 of those players trying to take Mushroom down. I guess they just really wanted the kill.
Yep.
They know they're so close. They're on the cusp of being able to qualify, and every single kill is going to count.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. And I think especially in Immortal War, because of one of the main differences from Immortal War, a little bit of education again, if you don't know this, Immortal War has lots of key differences between that itself and Herald's Trial, your typical ranked game mode in just that we all get to play. One of them is that Soul Blooms give double the resources, that being health, armor, and also rage, your ultimate charge. You get double, meaning that in Immortal War, the rule of thumb is it's better to just use your ult to confirm a kill that you might need to actually qualify than to try and greed, keep your ultimate in your back pocket.
Yeah, because they're not going in the realm of Yang, right? With how VNGC have been playing safely, where if you utilize that ult too early, you would be punished and not be able to go through. It's BBE definitely not going to be able to go through. They will be able to find the kill onto 521's Unique. However, that V1 from the Tesla going to be enchanting. That Takeda, no peel available. Phoenix Blast coming through from Xai's Longsword, looking to try and lock these players down. BBE, Fat Milk with the Flamer. JL, double, oh no, it's not JL's double Phoenix. In fact, both of these teams have Phoenixes. We're going to see One Fang takes too much pressure using that Wu Chen teleport. No one goes down, but you can see how low AS actually is. Both One Fang and XA are going to stay in the fight long enough so that the Tester is going to be able to take a reset, one shield potion, one Vitality, and then immediately rubber band back into the fight with the next throw of the V1. F1 to knock them away from being able to interact with the urn. Fat Milk having to just sacrifice his players and use the Assault Smolder to make himself a little bit shinier as he grapple disengages. IDC Zay unfortunately caught against the ropes. We're going to see the Tumultuous Ultimate being invested. MVP need these kills too. They are going to commit to this fight. They want the Morris Blessing to be able to scale into late game, and IDC is going to pay the price. Zay goes down. Hong throwing out the R&B on the fan. We're going to see the Merciless Havoc come through. The Dragon-like Might connection attempted off of the back of the stagger from Brandoro, but he's not able to clank the R&B in time. Hong picks up another, and now it's just a 1v3. Lexan pushed against the rock, will be able to tap dodge through the players of MVP. I don't think he's going to live for long, however, as he tried to go onto that staff. He tried to use the lunge on the left click that would allow him to get a little bit more distance, but MVP intercept before he's able to pull the animation off, and IDC go out of the lobby too. IDK and IDC now both out of contention to be able to move forward in the tournament. VNGC, however, very much alive with the chance of being able to continue. Going to be taking this fight, playing incredibly aggressively. 521's Unique, looking to run away, disappear behind that Tumultuous Ultimate, but Roy He tracks him down as it ends. We're going to see the ankle break come through from the LMB on that spear. Unique overholding the vertical, so Roy He is not able to find the connection back into the fight. The 1-2 Roy He going to utilize the F to be able to reposition and get himself into that mech. Unique now under fire as MVP pick up their 7th kill off screen.
Very nice for MVP. They are bound to be very happy for that. VNGC trying their best to close out as many kills as they can. They still have a they're just kind of chilling at this point. They've gotten quite a few kills, but still they want to get as many as they can. 5-2-1 Unique desperately trying to stay alive here, but unfortunately he's just not gonna be able to do so. Although they are still bound to be pretty happy with themselves. They have qualified, it seems, sitting on 101 points. VNGC sitting on 12 kills now, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah.
There are only 13 people left alive
It's
right
going
now.
to final zone. It's going to kill conversion. It's going to multiplier. MVP are on 7, VNGC are on 12. Both of these teams are popping off.
I mean, there are only 5 teams alive right now. This
Yeah.
is crazy. It's actually crazy. They are going to, thing is though, MVP is going to have to pick up quite a few kills.
Yes.
They're going to have to.
Well,
I mean,
ideally they run into
eliminate
VNGC.
and they take them down, and then they continue to kill the rest of the lobby. But do you know who else is still in the lobby? I'm pretty sure.
TE and FPX.
It's gonna be a rough one. I mean, MVP,
So-
they definitely seem pretty confident in themselves, but it's They're still running up against these veterans, against these absolute beasts. It's not going to be an easy task. BNGC, though, they are looking very comfortable right now. They've gone to the shop. They're going to shop in, getting some of these soul jades. They're going for those. It looks as though they rolled that purple halberds. Now, again, another thing that you may or may not know is that you can not only have increased resources from the soul blooms, you can also buy random purple weapons, both ranged and melee, from the shop, as well as with your random soul jades that you can buy from the shop. They are also minimum purple rarity, minimum epic rarity, meaning that you can get so much value out of rolling those jades. That is why you see so many teams prioritizing getting as much money as they can so that they can go to the shop and get these jades of destiny.
MVP also going to be going to the shop and rolling. Both of these teams, they know if it does go down to that final zone, Soul Jades are going to be absolutely clutch in being able to guarantee that you're on the team that no one turns on to. It's a little bit more pressing for VNGC, given the fact that they're running the Yodo cannonball, right? They're not running that sand siphon composition that we do see from MVP come through. If you see that Zip, if you see the Takeda, if you see the Torch, all of those are heroes who have the means of being able to navigate that pressure. Cannonball, on the other hand, the way that they navigate that pressure is by ulting. And that, unfortunately, the later on you go into those final zones, becomes a breaking case of emergency, right? You do not want to hit that button too early, especially if it's just the posturing up range phase, because just like we see in solos, when things like the Farrier pops the V3, everyone jumps on her afterwards because they all know it's vulnerable. That window to be able to take this composition out of the mix, that opens up. And more importantly, you have so much stagger with the cannonball, right? Not just CC, but genuine knockback. Both the Yodo, the Yushan, and the Farrier all have knockback attached to their ultimate. As a result, it is within these teams' best interest, especially if you're running Sand Siphon, to knock them out of the lobby the second that you see them before that zone can collapse in and they can use that CC. VNGC going to be using that CC. Water going incredibly low in the opening of that fight. Mines coming in with the F2 still holding on to the ultimate. We're going to see the Yushan Terracotta Warrior being used to try and put this pressure onto the members of FPX. So Mines is going to be able to look for the heal. Unfortunately, he gets stuck. MVP run into the team that they need to eliminate to have the best possible chance at being able to qualify. Mines gets stuck inside that Yushan Wisp and he's so much damage from the Venom Tip on the repeating crossbow. He's still got the Yodo ultimate. The Terracotta Warrior going to be dropping out in a matter of moments. They've still got the V3 as well. MVP coming in with the fire tick, find the grapple cancel onto the Yoda. There's the V3. We're going to see the wind spout on top of it. We're going to see the mech immediately being utilized by Asbon. The Yoda ultimate also coming on through. This fight could decide who moves forward. He falls early on. MVP with the numbers advantage. Hong coming in with that Flamer doing so much damage if it finds the connection onto Asbon, and as a result, that Farrier cannot stay in the cannon form. It ignores all of that shield. It goes directly into the fire tick of the Farrier, and as a result, we're going to see Asbon incredibly low, taken down. MVP, 61.9 points. VNGC, however, Mines, they see the fight going south. They know other teams are in the area. They know the potential for the third party is there. With the way that this composition works, it is all in. It is feast or famine. You have to burn all three of your ultimates to be able to pressure Sand Siphon enough into utilizing that V2 early on. And as a result, they have a backup plan. Mines slips crucially away. VNGC 3 kills ahead of MVP. All Mines has to do is stay alive, unnoticed by these other teams. However, that Yodo, that ultimate, that F2, it is great to being able to isolate some of these players down, but it is not the F1 variation. You do not get to teleport to where you throw that blade. If you get locked down, You're not going to be able to utilize the combo break unless you've already got the F2 activated. You're going to get a little bit of distance, but it is nowhere near the ankle break potential that the F1 provides. It is now going to come down to the absolute wire between MVP and VNGC, and Mines is in such a huge place of pressure because look where he's going to be right next to the Morris Blessing is going to spawn directly next to that Yodo.
This is a bit too close for comfort. Mines, he's sweating in his boots, right? He is trying to not move and then taking his fingers off the keyboard, ready to go if he needs to get out of there, just in case he does get spotted. Fortunately, there are no red bounties, there are no challenge bounties going around, no Mystic Might, no nothing, so it's going to come down to whether or not somebody literally checks the bush. You're gonna have to hope for his sake that nobody does. But the question remains, are there enough kills to be picked up
someone's
for
got
MVP to actually come away with the win?
Well, they get one.
They get one more.
They get one onto PPY. Now, however, they have to take the fight against JL. JL starting things off with the Tessa V1, trying to find the connection. The F1. This is a team that just got the Morris Blessing and the legendary armor within, and the confidence shows. There it is. The CC into the
triple flame bringers.
Oh my goodness! Double flamer coming through from JL. MVP getting absolutely cooked. JL with that Tessa V1 able to back on off. Mines, what are you doing here?
He's coming in.
Mines wants to try and shock these kills. He's thrown the F2.
He's coming in.
The kill. MVP. Hong goes down. Mines goes down. Does MVP have another player? Yes, they do. MVP BK now getting turned onto by JL. It's not enough. There aren't enough kills. There aren't enough points.
There aren't enough points to be had, unfortunately, for MVP. They put up a great fight at the end there, but it was not enough. That is so unfortunate.
It's so close. The problem is they can't afford to do anything other than what they do.
Yeah.
MVP know. They know that VNGC popped off in that lobby. They know that they have to go for those kills. They know, they can see how many players are left alive as well. So they know that they have to get aggressive. They know that they have to try and start instigating those fights so that they can claim those kills. And they do. It starts off perfectly. They get a kill onto HLG's PPY, but because they're out in the open, they draw the attention of JL. And unfortunately for them, JL just opened a Morris Blessing and walked away with legendary armor, legendary flamer, and the double flamer. I will keep saying this because we are very much in a meta where heroes are undecided. Some of these players still trying to figure out, what composition works. We're not in any question of doubt on what weapon meta is. No. Fan is absolutely on top of just your base melee, but Flamer, having Flamer in the final zone, especially when you have double Flamer, off of any form of CC, Tessa V1, Viper V1, Takeda ult, shove back, that Flamer has been absolutely melting these players. And as a result, unfortunately, for MVP, when all of that CC comes on through and they get stuck in the middle of double flamers, one purple, one legendary, they have no answer because they utilized so much going for the aggressive engagement to try and lock down that kill as quickly as possible to try and avoid drawing attention of everyone else in the area. And in fact, Mines feels so safe in the knowledge that there is nothing else that MVP can do, that there are not enough players to go down to MVP, that he comes out of his hiding spot. He doesn't wait for zone to collapse. He doesn't try and make that heroic play of coming in with the Yoda ultimate when everyone isn't expecting him. He comes in to get the kill onto MVP, so they're not able to find the disengagement. They either go down to him or they go down to JL. It doesn't matter who claims the kill. All that matters for VNGC is that MVP are denied the opportunity to pick up more. And as a result, VNGC, off of what an amazing performance, are going to be able to make it into the top 12 and move on in the tournament.
You can see the look on their faces. You know, you must be so happy. VNGC, congratulations, you did make it in the end. But on the other hand, unfortunately for MVP, unfortunately for everybody else who didn't manage to come in clutch and take home those MVPs to secure their ticket to Chengdu, it's you tried. You did a really good job. You really did. A lot of these players, they put in so much work, not only since they've been here, but leading up to this tournament, leading up to these games they've been putting in like night and day, all the time, thinking about NARAKA, eat, sleep, and dream NARAKA. You know, it's a lot. You have to put in a lot to be here. And I'd like to just point that out. You all put in a lot of work. You all deserve to be here. And hey, you can all be very proud. But
I mean, just making it here is a
Exactly.
huge achievement. You have to remember, every region had different qualifiers. Some were longer than others, like Morris and Shadowjade. Those qualifiers have been going on so immensely long. It has been such a commitment for all of these players. So to be able to make it through such a stringent process and push all the way here into, unfortunately not Chengdu, but Shanghai, it is still such a huge achievement. Thank you so much for being a part, for pushing the meta, for establishing all of these wonderful, amazing techniques. Because that's the thing, right? It's not just these CN players pushing the meta forward and driving a majority of the game knowledge that we're utilizing and seeing in play. Every player is utilizing all of these different combo extensions and hero usages and specific usages of all of your ability loadouts. And it's all just knowledge that's come from all over the world, because we have such a huge, diverse player base that are able to sit down and find all of these amazing techniques. You know, you've discovered a whole bunch of it and let everyone know. And that's what's so glorious. That's what I adore about NARAKA as a whole. When something is discovered, it's not held on to. It's just shared. Sometimes, of course, because you know it's a genuine strategy. But a lot of the time, a vast majority of it is shared with everybody, and as a result, it pushes the game forward so much. But it also means that we get to see just the establishment and push and presence of all of these players. Even if they don't make it to Chengdu, we are still going to be seeing all of that personality and knowledge being pushed and continued in this tournament, even if they're not there to do it.
Absolutely. But a bit more on that later, perhaps. We currently have the scoreboard for this most recent game. And FPX with 19.5 game score, 15 kills to their name, an outstanding performance. JL not too far behind them with only 11 kills, but with that first place placement, almost getting that MVP, but unfortunately not. FPX does take it home yet again, and not all that much damage.
Yeah,
but
I mean, a lot of the kills were taken. Also, you have to remember that these teams, like FPX and TE, both of them, they were looking for those third-party opportunities, and like you said, it's reflected in the damages. We can have a look at the reflection of the leaderboard. Unfortunately, this first page is the most tragic. This is the saddest, as all of these teams not able to break into the top 12. MVP, Lobby 28, IDK, NTL, DPCQ, and IDC, thank you so much from the bottom of our hearts to being here, to continuing the state of NARAKA esports and pushing it forward and progressing it into the future. Thank you so much.
Yes, absolutely. And here we are, all the happy bunnies. You're all very happy with yourselves. BNGC bound to be still buzzing with adrenaline.
HLG probably sighing in relief.
HLG, yeah, I mean, they definitely did all right today. 42.2, not a bad performance. Very, very strong. In fact, we have 5-1 with 66.3. Another extremely good performance. I remember I was talking with the manager the other day, a little while ago, coming back from the venue, and he was telling me, "Oh, we did all right today. It wasn't the best." And I said, "Hey, well, day 2, come in, give it your all." And looks exactly.
Yeah.
That's exactly what they did. They did an amazing job. BBE as well, almost managing to get to their performance from their previous day, just under, but still securing a top 6 placement in group stage, 136.4. Only 3 points off of OG.
TE and FPX, by the way, breaking in and pushing
Going
down
crazy.
OUG. Absolutely incredible stuff from them. And you know that these lobbies for grand finals are going to be absolutely bonkers. You've seen the interaction that happens between when TE and FPX are in the lobby because they are just so keyed into each other's strategies. But when you throw into the mix teams like XEG and GG, that's when things truly become fire, Duncan. We are about to get incredibly aggressive, incredibly smart NARAKAs. We can have a look at how the last match of the group stages played on out. MVP playing their hearts out, trying to pick up as many kills as possible. FPX here taking down IDC. Dongqing with the RMB on that fan, just throwing it out incredibly quickly. TE's BBB finding that immediate silent connection onto the Cicada. JL's One Fang getting hit on engagement with the F2. As we can see, VVV yet again dropping down with that V1. Look at that massive damage. The conversion of the 5-second stun into a purple pole sword is lethal.
Actually insane. Donking the fan with the Takeda, just tearing it up over here. MVP, a little highlight, managing to take that player down. But then this was the beginning of the end for them as they get hard engaged on by JL. And then Mines just coming in, just going absolutely crazy. We talked about the SEA aggression. And look at him, he's so happy.
There's the realization, we're through! We're going to Chengdu as we can have a look. FPX picking up the MVP. It's the Takeda coming in with MVP. No surprises. Dongqing, an absolute god of NARAKA. Really strong player, incredibly experienced, incredibly strong mechanicals as we can have a look. Rupture Gale and Flames Breath, Meteor. Yet again, these players and trios prioritizing the cannon soldier so that when their ultimate is on cooldown, they're hitting as many players as possible with as much damage as possible to speedrun it back up.
Indeed, and there, the fan putting in work, getting so many assists as well. He didn't have a crazy number of assists. Congratulations, you guys are all legends. Donking, how many MVPs was that he said? On his own, did you see?
A lot.
I mean, I know he's had a lot in the past. I didn't manage to catch the number of MVPs that he had so far this series.
Do you know, I wonder how, which player has had the most MVPs in their entire run? Because, some of these players have,
Spider.
3 years experience. Well, Spider's only got a year and a half experience.
That's true.
You have to remember.
With trios, there's 3 people on each team.
True.
So, but I mean, Spider, he got 4.
You know who it would be? It would be the King, because he has solos MVPs and trios MVPs.
Potentially. We might have to figure that out.
OUG potentially walking away with another title.
OUG the Ooglers.
I knew you'd appreciate that one. They are your favorite team.
Indeed. I can't wait to meet them all. I want to meet them all. I'm definitely going to make that happen at some point. Yeah. But, hey. Game 6, it's over.
Yeah.
That is it, and we now know who's going to Chengdu. We're going to Chengdu, ladies and gentlemen. But before that, we are going to be having our finals, which are going to be happening on. And the day after, we have solos tomorrow, and then trios the following day. And these pre-finals are just a precursor to the true grand finals. This is, you're going to be taking 50% of your points from these pre-final games into the finals. Give yourself a little starting point. You know, if you manage to perform extremely well in these pre-finals leading up to the finals, you're setting yourself up for success come Chengdu.
Yeah, and this is actually something we've already seen getting put into motion if you've been following the NBPL, which is the NARAKA BLADEPOINT Pro League, which follows the CN Pro scene. Then you will be very familiar with this because we actually utilized it in last season's NBPL finals. We had the finals and we had the pre-finals, and it actually worked out incredibly well because it meant that a lot of these teams didn't feel the pressure of having to play 6 games absolutely perfectly. It gave you a cushion. A lot of those teams actually walking in with a cushion of about 2-4 matches of being able to know if they didn't perform amazingly well, like right off of the rip, they had those pre-final points to be able to fall back onto. It gave some of these other teams as well an idea of distance that they had to be able to bridge, which meant that a lot of the teams that sometimes played a little bit more passively and conservatively at the beginning of those matches had to play a lot more aggressively to be able to make up the distance. And we've seen that some of these teams will crumble under that pressure. Some of them, however, will rise up and get stronger. And not all of them have a Phoenix in their title. I'm of course talking about VNGC, because that was a team, like, they looked a little unsure of themselves, I do have to be honest. But when they came into game number 6 and they knew the kills that they needed, they were looking entirely different. However, we're going to be looking, well, an entirely different screen for a couple of moments. We've got an interview with one of our players who's going to be able to make it to Chengdu.
Hi everyone, this is Jaeger and welcome to post-game interview. And now I'm standing here with mine and let him say hello to our audience. 先让他给大家做一下自我介绍吧。
ให้พี่แนะนำตัวเองก่อนครับ
สวัสดีครับ ผมไมค์ครับจากทีม VNGC ครับ
Welcome to the post-game interview. Yeah, welcome. And so first, I know that it's really a hard game for you in the game 6. So I would like to know, as the last one survive in your team, so how's your feeling when you're alone in the matches and we know that another team, they are chasing your scores? 那我首先想知道一下，其实刚才这把比赛可以看到韩毅到了是唯一一个在他们队活到最后，特别想问一下，在最后的时刻，其实心里面整个状态是怎么样的呢？
ก็คือเขาอยากจะถามว่าในการแข่งขันรอบตะกี้ก็คืออีกแค่นิดเดียวครับจะตกรอบแล้วก็ในตอนนั้นสุดท้ายทีมพี่ก็กลับขึ้นมาได้ตอนนั้นพี่รู้สึกยังไงบ้างครับ
ก็รู้สึกมั่นใจครับแล้วก็สบายใจมาหน่อยนึงแล้วที่ว่าได้คิวเยอะครับ
他说他有一点紧张然后他现在已经放心了就是他杀了很多人所以他杀了很多人了以后他感觉到有一点放心了
Okay, so to be honest, he is really nervous at the end of the game, like in the final zone. But now he is more relaxed now because he killed a lot in the matches and now they are qualified for the grand final. And congratulations again. Let's move on to the next part, answer for treasure. So you guys can see the question on screen. And if you know the answer, just type them in the chat box. After our player counting 3, 2, 1, we will take a screenshot and the lucky guy will be whispered. So let's see today's question. What was the team VNGC's total points today? 今天这道题目呢，其实是关于他们队今天一共拿了多少分。可以先给他翻译一下，但是让他千万不要告诉我们答案哦。
ก็คือวันนี้ทีม VNGC ได้คะแนนไปทั้งหมดเท่าไหร่แต่ว่ายังไม่ต้องบอกคำตอบนะฮะ
Okay, and I think our players prepare and let's start counting. 那我觉得韩毅应该已经准备就绪了。那接下来就要请他进入倒计时。
4
counting the number. Yeah, count the number, please.
34.2
I mean, you can counting for us like together.
Sorry. 3, 2, 1
Screenshot. Okay, good job. It's good job for you. Okay. And thank you, Han Yi, for us to counting and prepare the present for us. And thank you. And also now we know you guys already qualified for the grand final. So I would like to know what you want to say to your opponents, because you guys really like wake up today and really have good performance. 那我这边要最后问一下韩毅啊，其实今天整个队伍像觉醒了一样之后，那么现在已經可以為我們的總決賽開始做準備和努力了。那接下來有沒有什麼話要跟你的對手說呢？
ตอนนี้พี่สามารถเข้าในรอบพรีไฟนอลได้แล้วมีอะไรจะบอกคู่ต่อสู้ไหมครับ
ก็เจอกันที่เฉินตูครับ
他说成都见
Okay, he just said, let's see in the Chengdu. And we are looking forward to your performance and congratulations again. The last ticket qualified for the grand final. Looking forward. And only we can say is cheer up, okay? Okay, thank you. Thank you for today's interview and we will get back to our casters.
Welcome back, and hey, wise words. We will see in Chengdu. Oh. He's I think he's ready. I think he needed a little bit of he needed to get the ball right. He needed to just start speeding up. He's like warming up the engine in the car.
It's the pressure.
You know, just sat there with his coffee, just like warming up the car, clearing out the windscreen, and now he's ready to get driving and go. Woo! He's about to go fast right into Chengdu, and I'm excited to see it because they went crazy that game. They had so many kills.
So early on too.
Yeah.
Like they played aggressive. They were incredibly smart. They were incredibly proactive.
Yep.
I love the fact that they didn't over-aggress as well for the longest time. Like they had the backup plan. They knew as that map got sectioned off more and more teams dropped more and more. They knew we're going to get third party, that likelihood is going to be here. If we take a fight where we immediately have to all in, we have to make sure one of our players is going to be able to slide on out of there. And that's exactly what they did. Like I said, all of these players, there is a vein of communication where basically the second that you know the chances of winning a fight start to plummet and hit below like 50%, you start making backup plans on backup plans and then backups of those backup plans. And having mines being able to slip away unnoticed is massive for this team.
No, absolutely. And the thing is, I think even if mine hadn't been able to make it out, I think they probably would have still been able to secure that qualification, as even though it was close, there was still about maybe just under 10 points.
Yeah.
And to pick up another 10 points with only that many players left alive.
MVP would have had to have killed everybody.
Every single person.
And got the first place finish for the maximum kill multiplier.
Yeah.
Well, actually, we can get our answer now.
Yes, exactly.
How close was it?
66.1.
MVP 66.1. I mean, I know it's got to be heartbreaking for these guys. Once again, a huge thank you for coming here and participating. I hope that they had such an experience. There it is. Yeah, you're right. It would have been 10. 76.2 is the score that VNGC are able to take forward, putting themselves into the top 12. Every team currently on your screen is going to be very, very happy, and tomorrow very hard at work. Back into scrims they will go. The meta still to properly be figured out, or at least the plays are showing that the meta is yet to be figured out. I do feel all of these coaches, all of the analysts, they have a much clearer idea of where it's going to go. They're just not ready for that to be on show.
Indeed. We have TE and FPX, as I said earlier, at each other's throats. You know, TE come out on top this day in terms of points, but FPX got a higher point day on their first day than TE did. So hey, they're kind of even, a little bit of point deficit.
Red string of fate.
Indeed.
It ties these two together, and something else that's going to be tying these two together is the fact that they're able to make it into this lobby. Here they are, the 12 teams that have qualified for the 2023 J-Cup Grand Finals Trios Edition. However, you'll have to wait until you get to see them in action once more as we cycle back. Solos will be coming in with their pre-finals tomorrow. You know what that means? That means we get Mike, we get Spider, we get Frostivus coming in. One of those newer names coming into the CN region scene. The first time that he's able to make it into J-Cup, because it might be a new name for you at home, but it's definitely not a new name in NARAKA.
No, not at all. I am so excited. We got so many others as well. We got Panda Man, we got T225, we got GG Shah.
Akuma
we
for
got
DRG.
Akuma for DRG. We've got all the Ooglers coming in tomorrow. And it's gonna be same place, same time, ladies and gentlemen. Don't you dare miss out. We are looking at the current setup for the solo series. We have the 3 starting games are all Holoroth, and they are all sunny.
Yep.
There are no Firefly maps for the Holoroth games, and we have 3 Boris Isle Firefly maps from games 4 to 6, and that's where it gets a bit spicy. So same place, same time tomorrow. Do not miss it. It's going to be very exciting. Possibly one of the most stacked lobbies I've ever seen.
I mean, possibly, there's no question about it. This is the most stacked lobby, at least this year. This is the best of the best talent, not just from the CN region, but from all around the world. And, well, from all around the world, you can follow along whether or not you want to keep up with the action of the esports scene. Maybe you're just interested in the games community. Make sure that you're following on Twitch, because we still have 4 days left of J-Cup, 2 of pre-finals, 2 of grand finals. When we pack our bags, we move from this lovely setup here in Shanghai right over to Chengdu with all of these players. Support your team as well with another end of a group stage. That means more players going home, more teams feeling heartbroken. Please pick them up. Don't just vote for who's going forward to Chengdu. Vote one of your favorite players, someone who's impressed in this tournament. Maybe they only got to stay here a little bit of time, but the impressions that they've left will last a lifetime.
Absolutely, and each and every single one of these players, they had their moments in the limelight.
IDK got an MVP!
IDK, yes, indeed. I remember seeing them early, just before we came on for the game. The second half of the day, we saw them having just come away with the MVP, and they were standing. You know, Squeaky, the coach, he was just like, oh my god, oh my god. I saw him running down the... It was so funny to see, but you could see the excitement. Unfortunately, they do not make it into the grand finals, but hey, they're bound to be very proud of themselves. They can show up on the world stage and compete at this level. And, hey, something to write home about, you know. That's
MVP as well. Game 6, they had so many good moments, and it really unfortunately is heartbreak for them, as it's going to be a little bit of heartbreak for us, because we love you all. Parting is such sweet sorrow, but unfortunately the stream has to have an end, Duncan.
It does indeed. It does indeed. We have finished all the NARAKA we have for you today. All of the players, it's getting late. We're going to go all have some food, chill out and reset. Reload for tomorrow, get ready for some more games. We've got solos. Remember, same time, same place. Hope you all have an amazing day, morning, night. It's been me, Dunkin' Donuts, and Moxie as well. Hope you all have an amazing time. See you all tomorrow.